Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobbymaker. When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker.
Hi, I'm Sarah Davies and I'm the founder of Crafter's Companion. Also, one of my hobbies that I do in my spare time is a little bit of investing in other businesses, so you might recognise me as one of the dragons on Dragon's Den. I started Crafter's Companion back in my university bedroom when I was just turned 21, and we design and develop and bring to market products for the papercraft community. So everyone who's into card making, I'd like to think that we are at the cutting edge of all the latest trends, the fabulous designs are out there, and we are researching the market, making the products that customers really want and need, and then bringing them to market, not here in the UK, but all over the world. So for me, Hobbymaker is so different to any other craft shopping channel I've ever worked with from anywhere in the world. The fact that you can do the falling price auctions, the fact that you can have the fixed price shipping for the day, the fact that all of your call centres are based here in the UK and you can offer an elevated customer experience is really all the things that really I know matter to our customers. So for you to be able to offer all of this and give me a platform as a manufacturer of amazing craft products to bring them to the UK market, I just feel like it's a match made in heaven.
Here at Hobbymaker, we love seeing what you've been making, and it's our job to keep you inspired. So how does a £100 credit to your Hobbymaker account sound? Every month, we're going to be giving away a £100 credit to one lucky Hobbymaker's account. And all you have to do to enter is simply send a photo of your Crafty makes to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. We will be picking one winner each month at random, and we'll announce the lucky winner on air in the 5 PM show on the last Saturday of every month. So what are you waiting for? Get crafting, get motivated, and get inspired with Hobbymaker.
Hi everybody, best time of the day, it's 1 o'clock, which means it's Hobbymaker time, all the way through until 6 o'clock every single day of the week. And of course, on weekdays we do wake up with Hobbymaker between 6 and 8 as well, which both of us did this morning. So
we did indeed.
We're lasting all right.
I'm doing all right. I had a little bit of a wall moment. Do you know, you hit the wall?
Yeah.
Not long after I had my breakfast, because I went and had a nice big breakfast, as you do.
Yeah.
Well, you get up that early in the morning, so it was lovely. But yeah, I'm feeling absolutely fine now, and I can't wait to get started on this one. I'm so excited about these.
Let me just tell you what we've got coming up this afternoon. Very exciting afternoon here at Hobbymaker. Obviously, Debbie's here with Crafter's Companion. That's one very exciting thing, with some brand new dies that no one else has seen before, apart from you today. You're going to see those in a second. Great deal on those. After that, the lovely Sandra Rushton is here. We've got Santangle, a couple of shows of Santangle, some brand new parchment plates. Also, we've got some brand new stencils, and we've got a brand new guest. Sarah Hodgkins is here a bit later on with Mosaic. You can make your own Mosaic coasters, your own Mosaic mirrors as well. Brand new show coming up at 4 o'clock this afternoon. So lots of variety, lots of fun, and lots of interaction. That's what we love about being on Hobbymaker, is the fact that you can join in on our shows, and we can see your names when you order things up on the screen. Not all your name, you can't see your surname, you can't see your address or anything like that. It just says like Sarah from Lancashire. So if you want to place an order on the website or on the phones, we can see when you're there, which is great. And you can also get in touch with us during the show and take part in the show with any questions, any comments, just to say hello, whatever you want to do, by going through the website, which is hobbymaker.co.uk. There's a little bit there that says contact the studio. Just send a message there. We get it instantly, and then Laura, our producer, can pop it on the screen. And yeah, it's like a two-way street. It's really nice, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Great.
Absolutely.
Now, just to tell you.
I'm getting so excited, Dave. Come on,
All right, sorry, I've just got a couple more things to say. We've got a free phone number, 0800 001 4433. That is the call centre number that will get you through upstairs. It comes straight through to the call centre here, just outside of Birmingham. And also, we have the magic capped P&P, which you all love. You tell us that you love the fact that you pay no more than £3.95. That's no matter how many things you've ordered from midnight last night to midnight tonight. So you can really fill your boots and not worry about the postage situation. Okay, that's all the housekeeping done and dusted. I can introduce the crew if I could do that. Is that all right?
Yeah.
Dan is our director today. All the knobs, all the buttons and all the favoury things. There he is. There's Laura, our producer, for the first 3 hours. There she is. And Alex is in the studio. He's helping me out on the floor for the first 3 hours. Then he's producing the last 2. And then Callum's on camera too. Hello, Callum. There he is. That's your crew for this afternoon, right the way through until 6 o'clock. All right then, Debbie. Now, hang on. Hang on.
Yes.
Laid edge gatefold dies.
Yes. So, do you love literally perfectly proportioned mats and layers with a gatefold twist?
Yes, please.
I'm going to tell you honestly, you're going to love these dies. The reason being, again, that versatility. I throw that word around all the time, but it's for me so important as a crafter, and I know it is for you as well. When you're parting with your hard-earned pennies, you want something that does more than one thing.
Yeah.
They've been designed with a specific detail in mind and a lovely design in mind, where you've got these lovely gatefold cards with the perfect mat and layer and the edge. So the edge part of it. Now, this is how it comes to you, Dave. You get your 2 outside edges that create the outside piece to create the gatefold. But you then get in the perfect matte edge as well, so you can create these panels with ease, so these inside panels with ease, and then you're getting a set of matte and layer dies in the centre as well.
Perfectly proportioned.
Perfectly proportioned.
No measuring needed.
No measuring needed at all, apart from the style of card. Now, I'm going to show you in a minute some finished samples, and I said finished samples, I actually realised, you know, the sign of a good, something really that you really enjoy and that you can't put down. I had a little bit of a problem because everything I'm going to show you in a second is all the things that I've got planned for demos. I don't know what I thought I were. I think I'd got 3 shows and I haven't, I've only got 2. So I'd gone a little bit OTT, but I'll show you in a second just how versatile these are. And I know you're going to love them just as much as I have. And you're going to have that same, I can't put these down feelings when you get these dies home.
Now, as ever, with Crafters Companion bundles, we give you the chance of going for a big bundle, which is the best value, 2 slightly smaller bundles, and also you can buy them individually on the website as well. So there's something for everybody's budget and everybody's pocket. Okay, so we've got you checking out already, and that price hasn't come down yet. Everyone will pay the final low price. That's the way it works at Hobby Maker, of course. Now, if we're showing you the bundle, you're going to get basically all 5 sets of these bundles, okay? And you're also going to get, as a bonus, if you go for the set of 5, they're all different shapes, you're going to get a bonus set of 10 mink Centura pearls, worth $3.99. Now, this cardstock is just absolutely dreamy. Look at the way that this behaves in the light. It's like sheet metal.
Oh, beautiful.
Isn't that lovely? You get 10 sheets of that.
Mink is just a divine colour. Best way to describe it, just utter luxurious cardstock. Pearlescence, 310 GSM, absolutely beautiful, and will work lovely with these dies. But you look at this, it's cardstock. At the end of the day, it's a really useful cardstock to have in your collection. But these dies you are going to love, and I'm going to run you through the designs if I can, Dave. There's only one board that I haven't got, because don't ask me what I've done with it, but I've managed to lose it from head office down to here. I don't know how I've managed that, because I'm pretty sure me and Tracy went through everything when we were separating the 2 between, because we always make duplicates ones.
Okay.
But I've managed to lose them. Hey-ho, I'll show you the finished samples and you get to see these lovely designs. So first things first, Scallop Circle. And like I said, that lovely design is created to create that gatefold opening, the perfect matte and layer to go in there, and then those matte and layer, extra matte and layer dies to be able to create some really wow factors.
Beautiful.
That's the Scallop Circle. This is the vintage ticket.
Ooh.
Love this one. And again, it's exactly the same. So you've got all your dies, so you're getting them in separate parts, these outer 2-part dies, and then the rest are all the matte and layers inside. So it's going to create these lovely features.
That one's very regal.
Yes, it is. And then we've got the lovely Eclipse Frame. Again, a beautiful design in there. And each one different, offering you a different style as well. But it's like with anything, always at the launch, when we're launching something, we give you the best value. We pop it in a great big bundle for you, those people that want to collect the whole lot. But we also think about other price pockets as well to see what you can get.
The board that you haven't got is basically this one here.
Is that because I've got the stylish mosaic, I can never say this word, mosaic.
The Deco Square.
And that's the one that I haven't got
There
yet.
we go.
So that's the one, yeah. And then honestly, these are just absolutely fabulous. Just gorgeous. Every single one's the same concept, so you're getting those two outer edges to create the gatefold.
Can you have the card as long as you like?
And that's what I'm going to show you.
Okay.
Going to see. So let me show you. When I say I've gone a little bit nuts, I've gone a little bit nuts, but I'm going to show you. So when you see them in colour, and when you start to add all your papers, we've got papers on the show today, we've got sentiments on the show today, we've got all sorts on here for you today, including checking out that website. But just take a look at how it's been designed and how it comes to life when you add colour, when you add your papers, when you add your other things like your sentiments, like your butterflies, like your ribbon. Looks absolutely
How would you
exquisite.
do that any other way?
Well, do you know, it'd take a little bit of time to work it out, but you don't need it anymore. You're not going to do it anymore because we've made it easy. We've taken all that hard work away. I say we, I'm always saying we, the royal we.
The royal we, yeah.
Leanne and the fabulous team and Sarah coming up with these ideas all the time. Just absolutely love it. This is the Scallop Circle one again, so you can see that lovely design, just in a different colour. However, versatility. So let's take it into an elongated gatefold.
Oh.
Little bit chunky on one side, a little bit thin on the other. Best way to describe it, but take a look. How beautiful does that look? And you've got all of these pieces in. This is where you can put your sentiments, photographs of your loved one. We said that this morning.
We
you can
did,
do that
yeah.
with these. This is one of my demos. I say this is one of my demos. Everything I'm showing you now is the demos that I've got
It's really
planned.
funny because everybody went, oh, at the same time.
And then, are you ready to see another way?
Yeah.
So you could go a front tent fold way and split the two.
You're doing the can-can.
Oh, look, I'm doing the can-can. Do. Yeah. But honestly, just exquisite. I'm so excited about these. I don't know if you can tell.
I can.
I get so excited when we have something that offers you something different, and I am a die cutter. That is my passion when it comes to my craft.
This
But
is the one you didn't have the board for, so look at this.
Yeah, this is beautiful. And we can do a half gatefold, because who says you have to do a double gatefold? You can do a half split gatefold. Do you want to see some more?
Yeah, go on.
Let me show you. And this is, I could have shown you the black and white concepts, but I thought, do you know what? No, I'm going to bring them in colour for you, and you're going to see all the amazing things that you can do with them. So this is a reversed gatefold feature card, which has got these lovely panels, and it just, honestly...
I wouldn't have thought of doing that.
We're going to carry on, Dave, because I've got more. I've got more, let me tell you. What about a half one going from the bottom end? Rather than split end, from the bottom end. What about taking it into a tent fold card and having a floating element?
Oh, I like that.
And that's what you can do with this one as well. And bearing in mind, I'm going to try and get through as many demos as I possibly can to show you just how versatile these are. But of course, they have been intended with the gatefold, traditional gatefold in mind, but to be made easy. But then, of course, you can go bigger.
Now, these
with the
dies
gatefolds.
are
Look at this
not
one.
a one-trick pony.
No,
so many different
no,
ways
no,
of
no.
using them. And
So
you have fun
many.
experimenting with them.
And this is being the fun thing about this. Now, I did take inspiration from our gorgeous, I call her the concept queen in black and white. I'm a lovely Marie Jones who always does our black and white concepts. But I took inspiration from her black and white ones and brought them into that technical colour world that I talked about yesterday.
Yep.
Like the Wizard of Oz moment from black and white into colour. Just showing you how fabulous these are. These are such a versatile die set. Intended for the gatefold, intended for the perfect mat and layers to open up, but so many ways you can use them, and honestly, you're going to be blown away by them.
Shall we
Really
talk
are.
deals? Shall we talk the deal that we can give you? 5 sets of dies. All of them, I believe, have got 6 in them. So you've got 30 dies in total. Plus, you're going to get a bonus if you go for the whole set of 5 of the 10 sheets of the mink Centura pearl, that luxury Centura pearl. $68.94 is what you should pay for that if you're buying them any day of the week at the normal price. Where we're going, $49.99. Now, bearing in mind that Centura pearl is worth $3.99.
Yep.
You're getting that for nothing. All 5 sets, if you work it out now, with the deal we've done for you, is £10 a die set. £10 a die set. $49.99 gets you all 5 sets plus the 10 sheets of the mink Centura pearl. I mean, calling it mink, it's a lovely description, but it's also almost like a light gold too. It really, really is. $49.99 gets you all of those, and it could be that new look to your card making you've been wanting. Maybe you want something fresh and different that you've not done before. I loved seeing those finished cards that Debbie showed you because I would never have thought of using them in that way in many instances. So there's lots of variety with these. You can have lots of fun with them. £49.99 for all 5 sets plus your Centura Pearl. Now, I did mention before that we've got something for everybody's budget. Not everyone has got $49.99 spare. We'll do a demo first, and then we'll come back and show you the slightly smaller bundles and the individuals as well, okay? So we'll do that in a tick. But if you want the big collection, OH2067 is the product code, $49.99 is your price. And if you've never ordered before, easiest way, I think, if you haven't got an account with us at the moment, is to phone the free phone number. Because 0800 001 4433, that will get you through to them. Say that you're a new customer, Dave said to call them, and they will then give you an account absolutely free of charge, okay? And then you can then tell them what you want. $49.99. All right, Debbie, over to you.
Right, so I've just basically made a straightforward, normal, ordinary gatefold card. Again, if you've got this lovely piece of equipment behind you, you can make your gatefold cards really easily using whatever cardstock, a good cardstock. We had this question this morning. A good construction cardstock from like $2.50 upwards to create this. And that's just to give you rigidity, some sturdiness to your card base. But I want to show you how these work. So my gatefold card, and I'll just give you the measurements because this is how I've done mine. It measures in at 11 inches by 5 3/4. I've scored it at 2 3/4 and at 8 1/4 to create the perfect gatefold so that it folds and meets in the middle. And then you've got your dies. Now the dies are simply, you've got, and if I just take these off, I'm going to, in fact, I'll tell you what, I'll take the 2 middle pieces out because they're the solid 2 dies that will create your mat and layer for the perfect one that will fit in perfectly proportioned to work with these.
And of course, you can use those completely separately as toppers and stuff like that.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm just going to start with the outer one, and we'll bring those larger pieces in first. And this is why we call them the layered edge. So it's got the gatefold feature, but they've got the edge factor. Ooh, that's a good one. An edge factor.
It could be a TV show.
It could be a TV show, that, couldn't it? So what you're going to do is... Just Sandra laughing at me then. You're just going to place your cardstock, because I want to create this onto the edge. So I'm just going to place those like so, and both of the outside ones at the same time onto my cardstock. You just need to make sure you tape it down. So that's exactly what I'm going to do, Dave. I'm going to hold it down with some low-tack tape. Good. And we're going to pop that on. Let me just get this into place.
So are you using the Crafter's Companion multi-purpose cardstock?
Yes, I am.
Right.
Yes, exactly right.
That's on the website if you fancy that.
Exactly. So I'm going to do that. Trust me, before I get started, where did that go, Dave? Oh, thank you so much. You know what I'm like, if I get down, I'll not get back up.
Oh, I'm a bit like that myself.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to take that onto the very edge as well, and I'm going to just hold that down. So I can do this in one fell swoop, because all I need to do is open it up now and then just put it through my die cutting machine. Okay. So you can do this in that in the first instance. If you are, just bear in mind when you're doing it on your, because they will go through your smaller machines, but you probably just have to put one end in first, then the other side. Yeah, sure. But you can work from your larger machines as well.
Yeah, so, if you've got the A4, you can do it all in one go.
Exactly, all in one with your A4, no problem whatsoever. But there's no restrictions. I don't want you to think that we're restricting you if you haven't got an A4 machine, because we're not. Although I do we still have the Gemini on that offer? I know we had a Gemini, I'm not sure. Yeah, I meant to ask our lovely producer before we started the show. But I'm not sure. But you can go and check the website out and find that out. So literally, I know she's going to work a little magic, press a little buttons and see if that's the case. So I'm just going to take off my low-tack tape. Let me just bring this off this end. Move that one out of the way. But yeah, she's going to work out and find out for us if it is. So take your low-tack tape off, Dave. Again, with anything with low-tack tape, just be careful because the power of the Gemini sticks it down really well. And we always do say, pull it towards you, not away from you. So if I turn it around, pull the tape towards you, it doesn't damage your cardstock if you do that.
Good tip.
But it is, yeah. And that's something our lovely Leanne, whenever I used to pull them off, and I am a little bit impatient sometimes. When I'm at home, I'm not. I take my time, but I'm a bit gung-ho when I'm on the telly. But yeah, just pull that towards you, and it'll stop the fibres of your cardstock from tearing. But yeah, so pop that on, and then we're going to just take that away. Same on the other side. Oh, she says, poking a great big hole. Well, didn't I say? It's a good job it's on my waist bit. I've just poked a great big hole through my cardstock. What a nana.
The pressures of live TV. There we go.
I know it is, and do you know, honestly, the low tactic's amazing, but oh my days, that Gemini is such a powerhouse of a machine. Did Laura just say I've got some bad news?
Good news and bad news.
Did you say she was delivering me some bad news?
So we've got some stock of the Gemini A4 machine with the goodie bag, but we don't have many. We've got the last few. And that goodie bag, remember, has got a value of around about £70. So it's £179.99 for the actual machine with a £70 value of goodie bag. That deal is still there on the website if you want it.
Perfect.
But we don't have that many, okay? So if you're in the mood for a new machine and you love the Gemini, which everybody does, there it is. It's PW2003 and it's £179.99, which is the price you normally pay just for the machine with a little introductory die and embossing folder and that sort of thing. We've got it on split pay as well, and it's on the maximum split pay as a company we offer, which is five interest-free split pays of £35.99, and you will get, for the next few customers that order this, a £70 value goodie bag, but we're down to the last few of those, so it's still there. Good.
Perfect. I'm so glad we checked that because I didn't know if it was or not. So it is a great, and it is a fabulous machine, let me just tell you. It's an amazing machine and works with all our dies and all other company dies as well. It's not just our machine working with our dies. It cuts all sorts. And you can go back and watch shows and tutorials that we've got galore. Right, Dave, so I've cut my edge. So this now creates that lovely on the edge fold, so you can see. You've got the lovely edge. Now, what we want to do is pop the perfect positioned panels in. But normally, I would have had to stick that down, draw it on together and things like that. You don't have to. You just cut your panels to the size. So I always go down 1/4 of an inch.
Yep.
So I've just gone down 1/4 of an inch with my panels.
Gives you
on
a
those.
nice edge.
Yep, gives me a nice edge. But then you're just going to bring your other two dies in and you literally, so you go in with so these are the outside ones. You're going to take the smaller ones, so the ones that are on the inside, and you're going to repeat that process where you literally just pop it onto either end. And now I know that when this goes through the machine, and I'm going to speed that process up because you don't need to see me die cutting it again. You've just seen me do it with the outside one. That when you pop those through, you actually get the perfect, and I mean absolutely the perfect, because it's been designed to create the cutout factor.
So all the curves are in exactly the right place.
All the curves are in the right place. If you just took, like I said, the 1/4 of an inch panel, so if you measure your half panel of your gatefold, you don't have to do anything else. You just pop the die on, the die does all the hard work for you, and it cuts out that perfect proportioned, I'm going to try and word this slowly, perfectly proportioned mat and layer for your gatefold, which for me, oh my days, I've done it plenty of times, but to have a die that does it for me and I don't have to work it out myself, or stick my cardstock down and try and work it out, I don't have to do that anymore, Dave.
But there's nothing worse if you try and do it by hand and it looks a bit wonky,
and it can go wrong sometimes.
Yeah, it looks so unprofessional. The dies will give you that professional finish every time.
They will, and that's why, and I think, genuinely, I think that's where the idea was born from. We were always sticking panels down onto our cardstock, then die cutting, then lifting it back off, sticking it back down once you've got we don't have to do it anymore. It's all done in that one fell swoop with those two dies. And then you've got all your mat and layers. Now, I'm using some of the sunflower paper with this one. I've just edged it with a little bit of our distress ink, and I say distress ink, water reactive ink. I've just gone round, just rather than doing a mat and layer, sometimes just a little bit of ink around the edges makes it pop and gives you a kind of similar effect, but that now matches all in. And then what do I need for the centre? Well, I've got these two dies. And these two dies, when you cut through your cardstock, and I'll just quickly, again, I'll just show you on my pattern cardstock, you decide which way around, so I'm going to go with the bigger one, the smaller one, run those through, and it cuts out your two pieces perfectly as well. Watch this, Dave, because not having to worry, it goes in and fits in absolutely spot on perfectly each and every single time. I am going to use all-purpose glue. You can layer it up if you want to, so I could use foam pads to layer it up like I did on the original.
Because they're slightly smaller than the shutters on either side.
They
so
are,
they can
yes.
stand up a bit if you want to. Yeah.
And what I'm just going to do is I'm going to shut it down, but when you pop it in, I just want me to make sure that my scallops are perfectly in line. And that's why I'm using the wet glue, because it just allows me to wiggle it into place. So I know now that is perfectly proportioned.
Your scallops
to the size.
are perfectly proportioned.
Exactly. And what a difference, what a joy these dies are. They've been an absolute joy to work with. I've loved every single minute of making every single one of these cards because they are really fabulous, versatile dies. And then all you're going to do, Dave, is we're going to add some sentiments.
Okay.
I'm going to put a little sentiment in the centre. I've got myself using... You might recognise these, actually. There are sentiments that are in our collection. I think we've had them on quite recently, actually, if I remember rightly. The little expression ones. I call them the little expressions. They're perfect. They're the perfect size. And they work perfectly with this as well.
Well,
just
remember,
check that website out.
Everything Crafter's Companion is on our website at hobbymaker.co.uk. Every single supplier's got a brand shop. So you can look at Crafter's Companion, you look at Santangle, you can look at any of the suppliers, Burton Gurt, anything at all, Creative Expressions. They've all got their own brand shops that you can buy from at any time of the day or night, not just when it's on TV. So have a little look at the website if you've got some time this afternoon.
Exactly, and I'm just going to finish that off, Dave, because everything works, all the mat and layers, perfectly proportioned. I always love a good bow, I'm a lover of a bow, but there you go, perfectly positioned, perfect, and every single time. And that die set does all the hard work for you to create that lovely, beautiful
I'm not going to say it would be impossible to do it without the dies, but you know what? Good luck. It would go horribly wrong if I had a
and it would take you a lot longer, and that's the thing, and that's what I said when we, I genuinely believe that this idea came from the fact that as demonstrators, we've all done it. We've tried to work out gatefolds. We love doing it. It's a nice style card. But this is just made easy. And not just the gatefold die, but then the perfect edges to fit in so that you get the panels in there. And then you've got that lovely scalloped mat and layers inside, or the ticket shape, or whatever shape. The best deal would always be to go for, when we do a launch, we work with you guys. I mean, we're doing it again, Dave, it's not me and you. It's the guys upstairs and our guys up at head office that get together and work out a great deal on a brand new, here today, item, and then offer you something a little bit different. So we've thrown in some cardstock for you as well. But the best opportunity to get hold of them right now at that brilliant launch price.
Now, the deal, there are 3 or 4 deals to let you know about. The main one, obviously, is what we're focusing on at the moment, which is the best possible value. So you're looking at £10 per die set. That's what it works out to. Plus, you get the bonus of the 10 sheets of the Mink Centura Pearl with that wonderful, wonderful shimmer and shine on the cardstock. I mean, when you actually see it out of the light, it actually looks as if it's kind of craft card. But when you see it in the light, oh my word, the luxury. It's like a champagne, isn't it? If that isn't luxury, I don't know what is. So you're going to get $3.99's worth of Centura Pearl, included 10 sheets of the beautiful mint colour, and it's only costing you $49.99 for all 5 sets. Now, what we've done is to make it easy, and to make it easier for me as well, we've put another 2 sets available. So if you don't want to go for 5, but you're thinking, I'd like to go maybe for a set of 3 or the set of 2, well, the top row is available as a set of 3. So these are the ones you're going to be getting. You're going to be getting this one, which is your Scallop Circle, the Deco Square, and also the stylish Mosaic as well. So these are the shapes. If you love those 3, we're going to give you a good deal on this as well. This will not come with the Centura Pearl, though, okay? $29.99, so we're matching that £10 per die. You don't get the Centura Pearl. So that is IS 2039. IS 2039 is the product code. It will give you these 3 beautiful apertures for your gatefold dies and for your gatefold cards. And as Debbie has shown you already, you can use them in so many more ways than perhaps you first think. Loads of different ways of using them. So that's the second bundle. If you fancy that one, that's available right now on the free phone number or on the website. And then the next price of the 2 together, just here, you've got this one, which is your Eclipse Frame, and you've got the other one, which is your Vintage Ticket. So those 2 are another duo that we can offer you as well. And the price of this is going to go to £22.99. So that's $11.50 each of those. Okay, so that's another duo that you consider going for if you want to. That won't come with the Centura Pearl either, but they are there. Hopefully there's something for everybody's pocket and everybody's budget. And if you want them individually, you can find that on the website. You'll be able to find that on the website as well. But that product code is FV2030. FV2030, that'll get you those two down the bottom. Or go for all 5. Maybe if you, what we hear from a lot of people is very often you watch with friends or you watch in different places with friends at the same time and you message each other. Maybe you want to share these between you and 2 or 3 friends or something like that and split the cost. Maybe you've got a craft group and you all put, I don't know, maybe £20 a month into a kitty and you as a group then buy maybe lots and lots of essentials that you need and you all share them. That's a great way of crafting as well, keeping it nice and sociable too. And speaking of essentials, I wonder why you had the guillotine in your hand so much this morning. Now I know why, because it's in the show this afternoon and a great deal. 2 different sizes.
2 different sizes, a definite crafter's companion tool.
Yes.
I'm going to consider it to be a core tool, ones that we love to have, which is a fabulous. This is a brilliant guillotine, let me just tell you. We've got it in 2 sizes, and I'm going to talk you through each one, but they're both the same, it's just the size. This is a handy portable one, and it's not just a guillotine. Now, it's been manufactured with a proper blade. Leanne is a stickler for detail. We could have gone down the paper trimmer way and things like that, but this is a proper blade from a blade manufacturing source that she's sourced and brought in to this fabulous guillotine. But it's not just a guillotine, because you're probably thinking, what's this at the top?
Well, hang on a sec, that's a smaller one.
Yes.
We've got the details on the screen for the large one.
All right, so I'll
I'll
tell you what then. No, it's fine. Don't worry, because I will show you the large one, as you can see. I mean, look at that. Who's been doing all that little bit of work there? I love that little bit of, I wonder who it was.
That's our Dan.
Is it Dan? Look
He's
at him.
he's a mean one with a blade, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. Now, he has actually kind of doing that little bit wrong, though. I'm just going to say, because I just want you to look at how you would use this. Not that I'm trying to pull him to pieces or anything like that, but I want you to use your guillotine properly. So, as I will talk about this, now this is the one with the extendable arm, and as you can see, it is a very large, I feel terrible, it's like I'm
It's becoming a standard joke, actually. Pauline picked Dan up on something the other day as well.
Did she?
Every time he records something, well, you should have done it that way. It's quite funny.
Yeah, and I'll show you why and the reason why. But I'm going to talk about the size. This is going to be perfect for all your larger cardstock, like your 12 by 12s, because this goes up to 13 inches.
Okay.
It's got inches and centimetres. Now, at the very top, and you have to make sure this leg, and I do call it a leg, arm, some people call it, but I call it a little leg. You need to make sure it's pull out, fully extended. It does tuck away so that you can, you know, when you're using it at home, you can tuck it away. It's got like a little bendy leg there that you just pull out as well. However, on this one, it's got the inches at the top and the centimetres above it.
Right, yeah.
If you measure in centimetres, you just take your cardstock down to the bottom, because at the bottom, the centimetres are on the bottom and the inches are at the other side.
Gotcha.
So you can measure this in whichever measure you want. So literally, absolutely fabulous. But it is a scoring board as well.
Yeah, because I mean, if you think about how much you can pay for a decent scoring board, they can be £25, £30.
Yeah, and
So
it's like two for the
in
price
one.
of one.
Yeah, yeah.
2 in 1. Yeah, and that's another thing about Liam.
And it's self-sharpening,
It
because if
is.
you've ever struggled to get blades sharp and scissors sharp and that sort of thing, you don't need with this, because it's metal against metal.
Can you hear it?
Yeah.
So I've not put any cards up, but can you hear that noise? This is the attention to detail that Leanne wanted to bring from a crafting point of view, because she's a crafter at heart, wanted to give us the best. This is why this is the best guillotine, and I promise you, if you use it properly, absolutely an amazing guillotine and a scoring board all in one, because she don't like waste.
No.
She likes to think about what can we do that little bit different, because there's plenty of guillotines out on the market, but it's saving space, and especially if you can't afford all the I mean, we've got, you know, boards, we've got scoreboards and things like that, but maybe you just want to combine and think about your purchases a little bit more carefully.
Good idea.
This has got a 2 for the price of 1 in this board. But again, let me just show you, and I say board, it literally is a fabulous one. So you put your arm up, or leg, or arm, leg, that's what I call them. And I'm going to just, let's cut this down. This is a 12 by 12 piece of cardstock, so I'm going to cut it to 8 inches. Now, another thing, because it is a track and it's got a proper working scoreboard, if you just remember when you're measuring to go to the first line rather than fully over, that's the proper measurement for the 8.
Okay.
Take it, make sure it's flush up to the top, but listen to the sound, this. Now, this is why you've got the finger guard, and that's why I was just saying about the wrong way to use it.
Because that finger guard's not only going to protect your fingers, it's going to hold the card.
Cardstock in place, and listen to this sound. Such a satisfying sound. It's amazing. Again, let's take that round. So we'll do an 8x8 cardstock.
If you don't push down on the finger guard, the card can actually
And
move.
it can move, yeah. So this is a safety feature as well as anything, as well as holding down. It's a useful tool. But you've got now a perfect 8x8. Now, do you want to score it? Shall we score it, Dave? Let's pop it back on there. We'll score in at 4 inches. And you literally just take your scoring tool and you go down. And it is that easy to create the perfect score each and every single time. And honestly, it's just the best guillotine, I can tell you. And I have got both for obvious reasons. Going out demonstrating, I have got both. But maybe you want to use the big one because you work with bigger cardstock. Or maybe you want a more portable one for when you go out to your craft groups. You've got the choice.
I tell you
both
what,
work the same way.
The large one is $39.99 and it's got split pay. Now, it shouldn't have split pay at less than £40, but it has. So it's there, it's an error. Take advantage of it if you want to spread the cost of that over 2 payments of just $19.99. And then the smaller one, which is much more portable, obviously, really great affordable price of £24.99.
And
that
it works
one's
the same
got,
way,
is
Dave.
that an 8-inch blade, that one?
So this is, it goes up to 6 1/4.
Right.
So in terms of the board measurements, but again in inches, so centimetres, it's like 15.5. But again, you can get those precise cuts. I mean, it's such honestly, it's such a great guillotine. I'll go to the halfway mark. I suppose probably thinking, what are you doing, Debbie? But I'm just showing you that you can cut a slither off there as well.
Yep.
Arm always up when you're using it. And again, if you do want to just hold, like, shall we go thinner, Dave?
Yeah, let's do it.
Honestly, this is just a fabulous, fabulous guillotine. I'm being extreme here. You wouldn't be this, but it's just showing you the power of that blade. It is absolutely phenomenal. It really, truly is.
Now the blade...
and then you've got the scoring tool feature in there as well.
The blade on the small one is 8.75 inches, 8 3/4 inches, and the blade on the larger one is 13 inches in length.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. That's the proper measurements that you're getting. Great guillotine. It is an essential tool. It makes all the difference when you're making your mats and layers, if you're doing them by hand. Having a great guillotine with a workable scoreboard in there as well. Self-sharpening blade. If your handle becomes loose, because you always want to make sure that handle doesn't flop, because if it flops, that's when accidents can happen. There is a little tool, little screw underneath there. You just need to tighten it, and that's all. I've heard people say that they've thrown scoreboards like these away because they thought it were broke. Ooh, no. Last year a lifetime, mate. It will last you a lifetime. So once you bought it, don't be throwing it. Just need to just tighten it up if it has gone loose. But it is an amazing piece of equipment that makes all the difference when you are cutting precise measurements, because you've got the workable scoreboard on there as well.
When I first started working in shop and telly years and years ago now, I never forget, a really well-known chef said to me, the most dangerous blade in a kitchen is a blunt one. Any blade, if it's blunt, is dangerous. Obviously, sharp blades can be dangerous too, but the most dangerous are blunt blades. So this is a self-sharpening guillotine that you can use day in, day out and don't have to worry about. And if it does work loose a little bit, just tighten up that screw inside. $24.99, ZJ2017. That's the product code if you want the small guillotine. The larger one's available as well. And the larger one, for some reason, has got split pay on it, but take advantage of that. Now, the bundle of these fantastic dies, remember, these are the brand new, no one else has seen these until today, the layered edge gatefold dies. That's the technical name for them, but what they give you are beautiful cutaway apertures and mats and layers in all these different shapes. 5 of them for $49.99, plus you get the bonus of the 10 sheets of Centura Pearl Mink as well. OH2067 is the product code for that today. And we've already shown you on some of the finished cards, they're not just dies that do one job. You can use them in lots and lots of different ways with lots of different styles of card that you can make from them. All right, Debbie. Right,
so please forgive, but I am going to use the same die, because I just want to show you that versatility. Now, you'll be able to do this with any of them, and I'm going to show you more. We've got another hour coming up later, and we'll try and cram another demo in at the end of this show. But I just want to show you that versatility, which is why I'm choosing the same die to show you how you can work it and reverse it and do other things with it to create more styles of cards. It really, for me, is, I feel like it's part of the creator card, because it creates so many different cards. But you always get the little bit of inspiration on the front. It tells you how many dies you've got in there and a little bit on how to use it as well. But we always offer lots and lots of different tutorials online on our website. You'll find blog posts go up there, lots of free tutorials.
To be fair, these are the sort of dies that, if you go out into a card shop, and we all go there to have a look and see what trends are and what's happening and how much things are, all that sort of thing. But if you saw cards like that on a shelf, you'd stand there thinking, I like that, but how on earth do I do that myself? This is the answer. The guys do it.
Exactly. So what I've just done with this one, Dave, is I've created what I call a reverse gatefold. Again, I've used multi-purpose cardstock and my scoreboards to get this into place. I've actually used A3 cardstock on this because I wanted it to be quite a big one. Again, it's just to show off how versatile these dies are, but you could make this smaller if you wanted to. So the A3 cardstock measurements that I did was a 13 inches by 6 inches, and I've scored it at 3 inches, 4.5, 8.5, and 10, so that I've created this gatefold, but like in a reverse. So literally, it goes a valley and a mountain, so you tuck it underneath and just put your score lines in, and exactly the same on that side as well. Again, it's just to show off just how brilliant these dies actually are. So I'm going to come in and I'm going to have this going up to the very edge of this part here. So it's going to cut away all this part. I am going to bring in my smaller plates though, and you can do it on smaller plates, and that's why I wanted to show you. Even though this is a huge card base that we've started with, I just want to be able to show you what you can do with it, Dave.
Okay,
so
great.
Again, I'm using the Gemini Junior plates this time.
I'm
going to hold it.
And remember, if you can't record the show, watch it back a bit later on. You can watch back our shows on our website for up to 7 days after the show's gone out. So lots of you I know Wake Up with Hobbymaker at like 9 or 10 at night. And it'll also be on YouTube too. You can also watch the shows back on YouTube if maybe it's over a week since we did the show.
And it stays on YouTube, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
That's the thing about YouTube. It stays on there, which I love. And that's why you'll find hours, even by us, you'll find hours and hours and hours of any of our products, you'll find them on there.
Weird thinking we'll be on there forever.
It is, that's the thing. And do you know the funny thing was, Craig shared something of one of his first shows that he did at the Crafters, where we film up at head office, and he shared one of the first ones that he did up there, and I was like, oh my God, he looks so young as well. But it's like really weird because you can find things like that on YouTube and they don't go away. They just don't go away, which sometimes can be embarrassing because let's just face
especially
it.
if you've had a bad hairdo.
Yeah, bad hairdo or a bad...
We've all had those.
Some bloopers, 1 or 2 bloopers on there as well. But yeah, absolutely. But it's a great thing because in terms of education, it gives you the education there free forever. Now, I'm just going to release the top and the bottom, Dave. So I'm just going to take my little snippy scissors because I just measured it slightly big. The size of these dies are about 5.7 inches by just over 2. But you can see now it's created this base, and I love that. I just think that's absolutely, honestly, just brilliant that it can do that. And I'm just going to repeat it on the other side. So if I just repeat it on the other side, you would just do exactly the same. So exactly the same place, hold it down with low tack tape, and then when it comes out, Dave, you've got the 2 panels, and it creates those 2 panels just with that edge part. But of course, I want to make sure now I've got panels that fit in there.
Yep.
So this is when you come back down. So again, that's the 2 outer parts. Then there's the inner side. And then again, if you think about in terms of your piece of cardstock that you're going to measure, all you need to bear in mind is like the 1/4 of an inch down again, depending on how size that you want. Could be 1/2 an inch, depending on the mat and layer that you want. But these dies will work it out for you. So again, if I just bring it now, we did have some dancing butterflies on yesterday, Dave. Do you remember?
We did.
We had the dancing butterflies.
Yes, we did.
Not dancing butterflies, dancing dragonflies. Excuse me. I'm getting him a new name.
We had butterflies as well, didn't we? Oh, well, you were talking about the paper pad.
Yeah, the paper pad, yes, the paper pad.
Yeah, we had butterflies this morning on Wake Up with Hobbymaker.
Yes. I'm getting so confused.
Well, we've got paper pads in this show.
Beautiful paper pads.
Winter Tail, we've got Winter's Tail and Winter Solstice, which I'll show you before the end of the show.
Yeah. Now, I've measured these. I'll give you the measurements so that if you have taken the measurement from my main card, the measurement that I did on this was 2 3/4 inches by 5.5. And again, all you're going to do is you're going to place it on, tape it down, take it to the very edge, place it down, hold it into place, run that through. And again, rather than me doing that, Dave, I've got my 2 pieces cut because it's self-explanatory and you've seen us die cut 1,000 times, but just to speed it up and so I can try and squeeze another demo in. But what that does for you with those 2 smaller ones, and if I bring my cardstock in now, you'll see that it fits in, and if I just took that to one side, you can see that it fits in absolutely spot on, and it gives me that lovely framing. So we'll stick this together.
The sense of satisfaction when you get that perfect border.
And honestly, when you get these dies, if you've gone for them today, honestly, I know that you will get that satisfaction. Wait a minute, what's the word?
Satisfaction, yeah. I prefer your word, though, your version.
The way it's come
I
from
prefer
that.
Debbie's language, actually. It's much more fun.
Oh dear, do you know? Oh, honestly, what made me flopper stopper this morning?
I know. Yeah. You'll have your own dictionary soon, you won't.
I will have a Debbie's dictionary, absolutely, a Debbie's dictionary. Oh dear, honestly, I say I'd try and make it up, but I can't because it just comes out of my mouth and I think, what have I just said?
If you wonder what we're talking about, when we finish at 6, have a little look back at the breakfast show this morning between 6 and 8. It was quite funny. And some great products on there as well.
Oh, there was, yeah, absolutely, some amazing products. So I've just literally now, I've just popped a couple of little panels down the side, and I'm going to do exactly the same on my inner part as well. I was just thinking I'd cut into my inner ones, but the Dragonfly Paper Pad is just stunning. The hardest part is choosing which side you want to use because it is absolutely beautiful. And we did have this on yesterday, didn't we, Dave, if I remember rightly, the Dancing Dragonfly.
Yeah, we're trying to find it. We're going to get the pad in, hopefully, in a minute,
Yeah.
and we can have a little flick through.
And there is your base that creates the reversed side, but look at the fancy, I mean, it's such a fancy fold. I absolutely adore
Stunning.
it. And then, of course, you're going to take then into that equation, you're going to bring these dies back in, you're going to cut your perfect, all you're going to do is decide on the cardstock. I've chosen the white and the purple, so for the outside one, I've gone with white. For the inner one, I've gone with the purple. And again, which way do you use? Because they're all so beautiful, seriously gorgeous. And I've just chosen, in fact, you know what? I think I'm going to have the jazzy side. Let's have that. No, I'll have the plain. I'll stick to the plain. But again, I'm just going to pop that on. And these, I know these particular dies, even if you're not using the gatefold element, you'll use these. You will pop these into your die cutting because, again, they're just absolutely fab. I'm using wet glue because it gives me time to move it round as well. I'll use a foam pad. Let me bring in a foam pad or two. Let's pop a couple of foam pads on there.
Now, we've actually found the 12 by 12 paper pad and also the pack of coordinating cardstock, the pearlescent cardstock. So that's on the screen now, and you're going to get both for $19.98. Wow.
Wow.
I would have thought $19.98 just for the 12 by 12. But no, you get the cardstock, 24 sheets in coordinating colours, pearlescent, and you get 36 sheets of the 12 by 12. If I just quickly have a flick while Debbie's just having a little fiddle over there, look at this. Look at these papers, aren't they? That's the one that Debbie's using at the moment in the demo. Really lovely, all double-sided. But if you love your dragonflies, love seeing them flit up the riverbanks and that sort of thing, this is going to be an absolute beautiful 12 by 12 pad to use. Stunning artwork. What's the lady at head office that does the pads?
We call her Faye Paper Pad.
Faye Paper Pad. Faye Paper Pad has
That's her new little nickname
has
that we
excelled
affectionately
herself.
call her. We do. We affectionately call her Faye Paper Pad. She's lovely, talented, brilliant lady who comes up with the most amazing designs every single time, knocks it out of the park. It just looks incredible. Dave, I'm just going to add a little bow into my bottom corner. I've used one of my sentiments. We've got some nice sentiments on the show as well.
We have.
And I've actually used some of the dragonflies from my Dancing Dragonfly collection that you can add just to bring in line with the paper. And again, it's just about decorating. Once you've got the card base, the decorating is the fun bit. And I think once you've conquered the idea on how these were, and I honestly can't stress enough how fantastic these are. They really do offer you such versatility, and I'm going to put them side by side with the two that I've just done from the same die set. Bearing in mind, we've got all the other die sets there. So if I bring back in the original one that I did, just so you can see the difference and how it's being created to design that gorgeous gatefold, to bring in that gorgeous gatefold.
A totally different look.
Totally different look, but from the same die set. And again, it's just showing you the versatility that you get with these fabulous dies. They are incredible, and I know you're going to love them just as much as I've enjoyed working with them. I know the team are enjoying working with them at the minute. Absolutely fabulous.
Okay, now what we've done is change the details for the 12 by 12 paper pad on its own. So it's just the paper pad without the A4. And we have got a few of these available. Obviously, it works out that you're only paying, what, a $5 then, really, for the 24 sheets of A4, which makes absolute sense to go for that. But if you just want this, or maybe want a couple of them, I know people that charge £25 for 12 by 12 paper pads, and I'm sure you've seen them as well. And this is worth every penny of that. But at $15.99, what gorgeous artwork. The only tricky decision is which side side of the paper to use. That's the only thing you've got to think about. LT2046 if you just want the 12 by 12 on its own. Now, the mini bundle of sentiments that Debbie was talking about, now these are surprisingly large. You think of sentiments normally as being quite diddy, but these are not small at all. We've got thank you, you are loved, and family blessings, which I think you'll agree are really lovely verses and sentiments. Now, if I just open one of them up, just so you can see.
Oh, I've put the boards for you, Dave, so you can see them.
Oh, you got them.
There's
Sorry,
some
they're
boards.
here.
I've left some boards for you.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can,
Well,
you can actually see how big they are.
There's the size of the die, which if I show you the boards that Debbie's done for me, there we are, look, family blessings. I bet you haven't got that in your collection unless you bought them yesterday. Thank you. You may have already got one of those, but maybe not in that style. And then you are loved. Aren't they gorgeous? Really, really lovely fonts on those as well. Now, they should be $4.99 each. So you're getting one of them for nothing by buying the three together, okay? So all three of those, thank you, you are loved, and family blessings are just £9.98. And they're in three separate packets as well. I mean, that's a great price, isn't it? Under a tenner for some really lovely and very, very versatile verses as well. Three big dies. There's a lot of metal there for your money. CQ2006 is your item number. And just to give you some ideas how you can use them, Debbie's given me these to show you. Family blessings, let love grow, you are loved. So they look really lovely. And doing a drop shadow always works. So there we cut it out twice, once in the craft card and once in black, and then just offset it ever so slightly. It makes it look very 3D, and that's been drop shadowed as well, this one. You are loved. Isn't that amazing? I mean, how special would you feel if you got that through the post?
I know,
or
yeah.
if it got hand delivered through the letterbox? Really nice. £9.98 for all three of those. And remember, with us, $3.95 is your shipping or your postage, but that's per day. So if you buy 20 things in a day, which with Sandra coming up in a minute, you may well do. One of our busiest shows, Santangle's here today at 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock. You only pay one P&P of £3.95. Bear that in mind. CQ2006. Now, we've also got the other paper pads. I promised you that we got the Winter's Tale and we've also got the Winter Solstice. Winter's Tale first, okay. Now, bearing in mind we're very much into autumn now, winter will not be far away. Look at this. Oh my word, so you've got a bit of a festive feel to some of these, obviously, with winter, but some of them are just winter scenes and not necessarily Christmas, but some of them do have Christmas touches. Aren't they lovely?
Beautiful.
Beautiful pads, beautiful
Absolutely
papers.
gorgeous.
I love the colourways.
The colourways are beautiful. Not your traditional normal Christmas scenes, but just beautiful double-sided paper, uncoated, stamp onto it, eat emboss onto it, distress it, use it for mat and layers. You've got scenes in there that
That's
you can
my
add things
favourite.
to. It's gorgeous. I love that. Was one of my favourite ones.
I want a week there at Christmas.
Yeah, it looks absolutely, it looks
Yeah.
idyllic, doesn't it? But again, they have just knocked it out of the park up at our place.
Well,
and I know, Dave, I'm one of those people that will buy a sheet of double-sided paper from my craft store, which is local to me. £1.75 I'll pay up to.
Yeah.
For one.
And you get how many sheets in here? 36 for $14.99. So that's incredible. It's about 40p a sheet or something like that, which you can trim down to whatever size you want. UI 2031. And then a Winter Solstice is the other one. And by the way, officially, it was the first day of autumn yesterday. 22nd, evidently.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, summer's officially over, autumn's officially here. It's a lot
Is summer
colder.
over?
Today is cold.
They're saying that. Summer's not over. Blink, we've missed it.
I know.
It's just flown by.
But today's a lot colder than I've
Actually,
noticed
though,
it recently.
I'm not going to lie, I do love autumn. I love the colours, the autumnal colours, the lovely oranges and browns and things like that, beautiful. But this paper, look at this paper. This one is absolutely gorgeous again, really beautiful. Are these all individual these days then, or are they?
Yeah. This isn't a
Absolutely. Okay, so you
each
can
pack
choose.
just $14.99, but one P&P. Remember, for the whole day, just $3.95. So if you bought something in Wake Up with Hobby Maker this morning, which I know loads of you did, you've paid your P&P already. You can just order anything else you like without any other further postage charges, which is great. I love that Starry Night one. Really lovely. There we go. So $14.99, that one is Winter Solstice. The other one was A Winter's Tale. So you can choose which of the two you'd like, or maybe you want both of them. We've got enough time, hopefully, to do one more quick demo, if that's all right.
I'll be as quick as I can, Dave, because literally it's just about changing up now. So I've showed you the two designs. I'm going to move up to the Deco Square because I absolutely love this. This is one that I haven't got the board with. But what I've done with this, Dave, is, and this can be really easy. I mean, you can take it from one sheet of cardstock, which I actually did, which I measured at 10 by 6.5, and I scored it at 3.5 just to create this actual piece. You could do this in a 6x6 and just chop it into half to create this half fold. But I want to create a little bit of an edge. So again, I'm just going to use one side of this now, Dave, not both. But this is the thing. This is the beauty of these dies. You are creating your own, literally your own design. So I'm going to just pop it onto the edge, and that's going to cut away at that very edge. So I'm going to run it right up to the top. Let's put my small plates down, Dave. Let's pop them onto place. Going to grab us some couple of pieces of low tack tape. So pop that down. And again, literally, this will now cut out the piece that I want to be able to frame, to use it in a different way. So I've shown you how we've done the original concept.
Yep.
I've then taken it on and shown you a different concept of the same die, which is what you could be doing at home. And now I'm showing you a different thing that you can do as well. So there's lots and lots of things that you can do with these dies. They are utterly fabulous. For me, as a crafter, I've said it and I say it many a times, but as a crafter, I want something that does offer me lots of different options, lots of different ways that you can use them. So for me, this is an absolute, one of my new favourites, Dave. I'm not going to lie, absolutely my new favourite.
I love the shape.
The shape's amazing. Every one of the shapes is something a bit different as well. I'm just going to release that bit because I've just not took it to the very edge like I should have done. But there you go. It creates that lovely edge. And it literally comes to life the minute you pop in your back piece. So if I just bring in the back piece, you can see how that's coming together. So I'm just going to move that to one side because then you're going to take a next piece. And again, it's a very simple, if you measure the size of your panel, I've just gone down again 1/4 inch on my panel and I've gone by 3 6 1/4. So now I'm going to cut this in. I'm going to use this side, I like the checkered side. And I'm going to go in with that second edge, so the smaller edge. So again, just take off one of those, go in with a smaller edge, and you just repeat it again, Dave. So literally, you're going to pop that on, run that through the die cutting machine, and it'll bring out your edge like so. And it creates that perfect panel to fit into, let's pop it the right way around, Dave. Let's just move that out of the way. It creates the perfect panel to sit into. So I'm going to, oh, actually, do you know what? No, I'm going to use, I'm not going to cover it checkered side up.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to give it a little
You go with the yellow rose.
Yes, because it is beautiful. Problem with double-sided papers, and I often say this, is the difficulty in choosing the side. But
both sides are usually beautiful.
Both sides, yeah. And now this is from the Knitwit collection, which I think, I wanted to say own body, but I might be wrong with the own body. We work alongside the fabulous Knitwit creators, I'm going to say then, people from Knitwit's collections, which are a digital-based company, but we work alongside, and this is from one of their paper pads. But again, just shows you quick and easy. And then all again, take those middle dies, Dave, so the 2 middle dies create the perfect matten layer that will then sit in and fit in perfectly into there. So again, let's just pop that on. How are we doing for time, guys? If you just
About 4 minutes.
Oh, perfect, because I can see our lovely Sandra.
I mean, maybe, shaped cards like this is something you've wanted to do for a long time, but you've not really known how to achieve it. These dies will achieve that for you brilliantly, but they're not just a one-trick pony. They do lots and lots of different things.
Exactly.
Use them in different ways.
And that's the thing, Dave. For me, it's all about that versatility, giving me as a crafter lots and lots of different options in how I can use them. And again, I'm just using some of our dies just to create a little bit of interest and a little bit of a extra piece. I can hear him doing countdown. I'm like, I'm coming as fast as I can. I did say, though, I'll be able to get this done. No problem. No problem. I get this done in no time.
If anyone can, Debbie can.
So I'm just going to whip off the back, although I do have a love-hate relationship with the back. I think these particular set that I've got, because I had the same problem this morning, Dave, I think they've been somewhere very hot.
Yeah. And if you leave double-sided foam pads in the car and it's really, really hot, they can sometimes kind of stick to themselves.
Yeah, and I think that's the problem that I'm having with mine at the minute. So I'm just going to switch this up. And I'm just going to literally just do a little bit of the decoration just to pop that on. And again, it's all about tying it all in, and then I'll just finish that off with a little ribbon in that bottom corner. But again, a different style of card that you can create, absolutely fabulous, but just because you've got the right dies, the dies that do it all for you, to create those perfect layered edge gatefolds, but then taking it onto another level and expanding that with those dies. Because they're not a set die, it enables you to create so many different ways, which again, if I just shall we just quickly show you?
Yeah.
Just to quickly show you again, the different kinds of styles that you can create. So this one's a bottom opening one. So it's like a normal fold, but you just place it on. And again, if I get a chance in the second show, I'll show you how you can create that. Of course, you can do your 10-fold cards, suspend it with a bit of acetate or some string in the centre there, because you've got the ability to create that with your 2 dies. Of course, it's been intended with the gatefold in mind, but what about extending your gatefold and coming right out? This one I love, because doesn't that create a real cool
great,
card?
isn't it? Yeah.
Absolutely amazing. But yes, so many different ways that you can do these and use these dies. I love this one.
And to be fair, if you are crafting along with us on the TV and you're doing some crafting at home today, please do send in and share your makes. We do this and offer this to you every single day. When you've made something, take a photograph of it with your phone, email it into us, studio@hobbymaker.co.uk, because once a month, last Saturday of every month, we give a £100 account credit to someone that shared their make. It's not like the best of, what we consider to be the best make. It's just basically a random choice, but we'll do the draw and announce the winner tomorrow in the 5 o'clock show. So that will be something to look forward to. Enough time for you to get your makes in this afternoon if you'd like to. Whether it's Santangle, whether it's card making from Crafter's Companion, whatever your make may be, it could be a scarf you've knitted or something like that. It doesn't have to be card and paper. Debbie, thank you.
You're welcome. It's probably going to take me about an hour to clean up, and I've been dropping dies on the floor. If you heard a little ting earlier, it's my dies have gone on the floor yet again.
Yet again.
But yeah, I'm going to be back at 3 o'clock, and I'll show you the main concept again for those people that may be just joining us at 3, but I'll show you some different ways again that you can use these fabulous set of versatile dies to create that perfect layered gatefold look, to create those perfect mats and layers, because they've been perfectly proportioned to create the most amazing effects, and so many different ways that you can use them. I hope you've loved them just as much as I have.
I think they have,
Fabulous.
absolutely. And more from Debbie at 3. Then coming up, remember, we've got lots to look forward to this afternoon. One of the most interactive shows we have here is Santangle. Get your Santangle images into us as quickly as you can, and we'll show you a couple of brand new items coming up from Sandra in a couple of minutes' time. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned to Hobby Maker.
Hey guys, good news. It is that time of the month. You know what I'm talking about, when they let me come in and take over the whole channel. So basically, on Monday from 1 o'clock, you've got the lovely me and my team from Crafter's Companion coming in to do a full-scale takeover. So I am talking about mystery bags that you will not want to miss. I have the world launch of my brand new Sarah Signature collection that you will see before anyone else. We've got amazing 5 in 5s. That's when we do 5 incredible deals in 5 minutes, and it's just fast-paced and awesome. We've got the Gemini Junior on with an incredible deal with a huge mystery bag coming included with it. We've got deals on some of our dies and stamps. We've got loads of our core items and storage at fantastic prices, and it is just going to be a mega awesome afternoon that you will not want to miss. So 1 o'clock on Monday, I'll see you there.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobby Maker.
Hi everybody, just popped in to remind you that we've got a fantastic couple of shows to look forward to this coming Sunday. You know, here at Hobby Maker we bring you big companies and we bring you small family-run businesses as well. Well, one of your most favourite family-run businesses, Dreamies, are back this Sunday at 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock. I love working with Carol and Hayley. They're both going to be here as well, so if you want to see what they have up their sleeves and what they're bringing you, 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock this coming Sunday.
Hobby Maker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on Hobby Maker.
I am Sandra Rushton and I am the owner of Santangle, which is a small business in Lincolnshire, where it's only been going 3 years or so, but we're really passionate about what we do. So it's a very mindful form of art. That's its basic core. So if you can hold a pen and draw a line, you can tangle. And it's about that mindfulness, that relaxation, and about you having a moment just for you. But as a result of you having that moment and putting pen to paper, you can create wonderful works of art. We do a lot of live videos, so we're very invested in education. We like to have people come to classes, but then of course the products that I design, we make ourselves. So we're involved in every step of the way, from the very first drawing to how it goes onto the computers, to how it's machined, to even books that we still hand make. Oh, I'm looking forward to seeing where we go. It's the start of something new, and I feel that. I feel that it's something exciting, and I'm so glad I'm in at the beginning, because I don't know where it's going, but it's only going somewhere good. And this is the place for me.
Friday afternoon, the weekend is upon us very nearly. Great to have your company this afternoon. Always lovely to see this lovely lady back with us. Hello,
I've got
Sandra.
Debby and everything.
I know.
And I've done my shopping, but I've not, because I can't order it now. I've got to wait till after.
There might be some left because we've got a 3 o'clock show.
Oh, hopefully.
So yeah,
Save me one.
because they are perfect. Those aperture dies are perfect to use with your tiles, aren't
Just
they?
checked.
They fit.
Yeah, I need one in my life.
They fit a treat. Okay, so that's another sale. Fantastic. Jolly good. Now, Sandra is here. Sandra is the queen of Santangle, and I'm really pleased to say that this is an art and a craft that has embraced me. It's embraced most of the people in this building, and it's embraced you at home as well. Even those of you that at some point thought, I'm not an artist, I'll never be an artist. Then this lady comes along and shows you something, and you think, well, actually, I think I can do that.
Yeah, it's lovely to see as well.
Yeah, it's great. To get all of your pictures that you send in to us to share your makes, to get all the messages that we get personally on our Facebook pages as well, from people that watch you and think, I'll give it a go. Next thing, they're posting pictures of what they've done.
I know,
And wow.
it's exciting. I love it.
Yeah, I do too.
They're never they're the same, but they're not.
Yeah.
I love it. I love seeing what you've done. I really do.
I know I say this every time we're on air, but we get lots of new viewers all the time. If you can hold a pen or a pencil and you can draw a line or a circle or a half circle, you can tangle. What's a tangle? Posh doodling.
Basically, yeah. If you can draw a little swirl, little square, little wavy line, you can use those to build bigger pictures, and that's what we do basically.
Yeah, and what Sandra teaches us, and she's taught me as well, is to do little pieces at a time. Section things off. If you've got a circle, section it off into like thin triangles, and then section those off. And each little piece is then a small individual picture. Do the next one. Before you know it, that picture gets bigger and bigger.
I know that you're addicted.
I admit it. I have got a kind of an addictive personality, I must admit. Now, we've got lots to introduce to you to today, because you may not know, unless you've seen the show before with Sandra, recently she took tangling into parchment. And of course, we've got some plates for you, so you can actually use the plates to draw the outline and then tangle in using parchment and embossing tools, which we'll talk about in a few minutes. But I know you've got something to say, haven't you, at the moment? Before we start?
Have, yes. I just wanted to put people's mind at rest, apparently, because we understand Kent should have been happening in the showground next week, Friday and Saturday. I just want to let you all know that I am still going. So if you've booked tickets and you want to come and see, and I know we've all brought badges to sort of go down and see people and get to know each other, we are still going to be there. So Santangle and crew, so there's going to be me, John and Leslie. We're going to go down there. We're going to perhaps do a few little workshops and some little classes and things like that.
On both days, yeah?
On both days, yeah. We'll give you a little bit more information as and when I can. It's only literally just happened, but I just didn't want to leave you with nothing, really.
That's good news.
So yeah, we'll still be there. So
Same venue.
If you've booked your hotel, don't cancel it. We're still going.
Great.
I'd love to see you there. So yeah, I'll give you more details as and when.
Good news. Okay,
Thank you.
right now, let us show you something that's brand new. I said before, the journey into parchment was only something that Sandra recently did, and it went down an absolute storm. You think of parchment as being, quite an old, quite a traditional craft, and indeed it is, but giving the Santangle twist puts a whole new light on it. This basically, this template that you can see here is acrylic that's been lasered and engraved, and there's a little channel. Wherever you see the lines and the markings, there's a channel. So you, with an embossing tool, and we've got new embossing tools in the show today, can literally do your white work on your parchment using this brand new plate. Now you might look at it and think, well, what is it? Well, actually, this is a parchment plate that you can make into the most incredible, elaborate Spanish fans.
I know. Oh, I'm so excited for this. The whole theme of the afternoonish is a little bit about Spanish and things like that. But I've really wanted to do this. I really was inspired by the Festival of Quilts.
Oh, okay.
And they got a really nice fan quilt there, and I really thought, do you know what? It's all tangled. We need to do some of this. We need it in our lives. So I've given you lots of instructions, so you could do 2 different fan shapes. But of course, you well know, you can mix this with the other plates we've got. You could do all sorts of things with it. I do actually have a couple of samples here to show you. Look at this. I mean, I've just had so much fun with it. This is just beautiful. I'm going to show you how to do that. Of course, we're introducing something a bit different now. You notice it's not just white. It's got a bit of black in there as well.
Bit of red too.
So, absolutely. And of course, this one. Thank you, Dave. Glamorous assistant here. Look at this. Again, we're having that kind of afternoon, aren't we?
Yeah, I have it.
Again, you know, I've actually used the fan shape 3 times, but you could do a full shape. You could even do a mandala if you wanted.
Oh, of course, yeah. Just go round to make a circle.
All sorts of things. I am so excited with this particular one.
But like I said before, you know, Sandra says about giving you small areas and then tangle in those small areas a little bit at a time. And before you know it, that picture emerges and starts to develop. So you've got the outline of the actual prongs of the fan, if that's the right word to use, and then you've got all of these other little images of ovals and circles, triangles and so on, little flowers. All of that's been etched and lasered into the acrylic plate, and you just literally with the ball tool, and we've got ball tools in the show that are brand new, you literally go all the way around and the parchment then turns white where you've put the ball tool. So it's a twist on Santangle. We used to doing Santangle with pencils and pens and so on paper and tiles, but this is just a whole new world of enjoyment, a whole new world of art. So this is literally hot off the press. That's why we've only got a couple of samples here. This has only just literally been developed. Look at the price on this, and you are going to get the booklet as well. As ever with Sandra, everything is beautifully explained, everything is wonderfully illustrated. It is £16.99. Now, whenever we have Sandra here, and whenever we have something new from Santangle, it's testimony to how much people love it, because you had these in your baskets and were checking out before we even showed you the price. You didn't really mind. You just knew the price was going to be good. You knew that it was going to be a great deal, and you knew that you loved the design of the fans. You could be making artwork like this, and I can honestly say, hand on heart, I can say to anyone, if you can hold a pen or pencil and draw a line, you can tangle, you can do art like this. And I'm sure throughout the show today, we always get inundated with images and pictures. Share your makes, because tomorrow is the last Saturday of the month, so we will announce the winner of the £100 credit in the 5 o'clock show tomorrow afternoon. A quarter of the stock has almost gone on this.
Let me demo.
Oh my word. We've got 2 shows too.
Beautiful. It is beautiful. Okay, so yeah, we've got the plate, and I've got some words on this as well, and I thought it's really poignant for today. Make today count.
Yeah.
But of course, because we're going with the Spanish theme, I've actually given it you in Spanish as well.
Oh, I can't do that.
No. I'm not going to put Dave on the spot there to do that, but you have actually got it in Spanish as well.
I think.
So here we go. Again, the plate set up, you can use whatever you want to use with it. There's lots of bits and pieces around it. So I'm just going to go straight in and get started. I've got my bit of parchment here. First thing I'm going to do, tumble dry cloth. Of course, you know, if we rub over where we're going to be working, it's going to help the ball tool go into those slots and reduce friction.
Yep.
So there we go, that's that bit done. And again, pens. Now, I had to do it.
These are new.
Had to do it. We've got those lovely, swirly, spirally coloured embossing tools, but of course, got my name on it.
They're Santangle branded.
Absolutely.
Now, you actually get, was it 4?
You get 5.
Five
of
ball
them.
tools They're all double-ended.
All double-ended, so you've got everything you could possibly
So you've got 10 different ball tools.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
And they're all colour coordinated. And in the booklets, now and going forward, Sandra will refer to the colour of the ball tool that you use.
Exactly, yeah. So in the instructions for this one, I've said I've used the pink tool.
Right.
So, I mean, you can use any that suits you. Honestly, it really, in a sense, if you want to sort of go in with the green one or you find the blue one more comfortable. But this is the one I've used to create the instructions in the book. So here we go. Let's just bring that a little bit. There you are. We're in the middle now. There we are. So first thing I'm going to do is we tend to start in the middle if you can. I'm going to draw around that sort of bottom circle there. That's going to sort of be my guide and hold everything in.
Okay.
And I'm going to go around the outline. Just said
Do you
start
ever
in the middle.
stick your parchment down?
I haven't, no, because I'm going to be moving it. So
All right.
You can if you want to, but I am going to move it a little bit. Now, I've given you quite a lot of detail on there. You can pick and choose little bits. You can do all of it if you want to. But I'm going to come in and I'm just going to use these little shapes here. I've got some like little diamonds. So I'm just going to bring those in. And again, this is where we keep in with that Santangle sort of feel, where you can sort of do just the bits you want. So if I turn it over, you see you've got that beautiful white sort of shape
And
there with
you
these
kind of,
little details.
first time I ever saw this being done, I thought, where's the white come from?
I know.
But it's stretching the fibres of the
Yep,
parchment.
that's it.
And if you go out the groove or out of the
Yes.
channel, it doesn't matter.
No, it don't matter, don't matter. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to move my paper around. You see, I've still got that circle at the bottom there, and I'm just sort of guiding it at the top. So I've got it sort of where I want it to be, and I'm going to come on in, and I'm going to draw around it again.
Right.
And then I'm going to draw in the little bits that I wanted, bearing in mind that if this one sort of goes underneath, you don't want to be drawing that. It's not like tangling that you can rub out or whatever, you've got to sort of stick with it. So there we go, see, I've got my second one. Okay,
Yeah.
so if I
So
do the same,
satisfying.
I know, work it this way, because you can see through it. Now what I would suggest as well, I can see through this because I've got a colour underneath me.
Yeah.
That's why I went with a red embossing mat, because you might find if you just do it on the table, you might not see through it. You don't have to have the embossing mat underneath, but it just helps you to see it a little bit clearer.
Well, we've got the Santangle boards, the wooden boards, and the embossing mats back in stock. Last time we had them, they sold out in next to no time, so we have got those coming up soon for you too.
Exactly. So I'm not going to do any more. I think you can sort of see that I've got 3 on the go there. And I want to give you a little bit of a hint as to what else we can do. So I've used one end of the pink ball tool. It's got a definite ball on there. I'm going to use the other end now because I want to do a bit of tangling. And it's a little bit smaller. So I'm going to take each of these little diamond shapes and I'm going to put a little curl on the end. And you see, this time I do need that embossing mat underneath.
Yeah.
Because if I didn't have it, it wouldn't actually go into the paper enough, so you wouldn't actually get the sort of the shape moving. You wouldn't get anything, basically.
And also the density of the mat's important. It's not too thick and it's not too spongy.
It is. Okay, so I'm putting little curls. So I'm just going to do this middle one because you can then see how it works. Let's have a quick look at that. You see? I'm doing my own little bits of tangling on there. That's how it works. Now, what I've sort of introduced this time is bringing your black pen in as well. So I'm working still on the back of the paper. You can work on the front if you want, but I'm going to still sort of stay with the back. And again, if I just sort of do this middle piece, I'm going to add, okay, look at this scary stuff, look, straight in with a black pen. Now, of course, if you feel that you want to, you can go in with pencil to start with.
Right.
But I'm just going to go for it. Sometimes we miss out, don't we, when we're doing it in pencil. We rub out these wonderful ideas. Just sort of go with it and enjoy it.
That pen is an archival quality, so it's a permanent ink in there, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It just takes just a tiny bit longer to dry because it's on a soft, sort of smooth, really smooth surface. But you see, it's actually working fine. It's not doing anything else. And if I turn it round, you see you've got this lovely sort of black work still going on in there.
Love it.
And then bring in a little bit more in. I'm going to turn it round. And let's do a little droplet. You'll recognise this design. We do it a lot on our stencils because what it actually does is it helps you to create. Oh, hang on, it helps if I do it the right way around. Because I was looking at it. Here we go. You can't trace through it that way. Let's just turn that in. So I'm going to mark. I'm going to do every other ball there.
Right. Yeah.
There we are. And then if I use this one here, I'm going to line it up. Let's do it there. Let's do it that one. And then follow it round. There you go. So I've done a half circle, and then you can see that if I look at it on this way, you see you've got that little droplet and you've got this lovely curve going around.
It's like a little chain hanging from the fan.
Absolutely, yeah, it just works lovely. And then you could use, let's use one of these little droplet shapes from here. And we could put that in as well. So then we could join all these little dots up. So we've now got a little jewel on there. And again, back to a bit of tangling. Oh, I'll use this thinner one. So we can bring in and put a couple of little leaf shapes. See, sort of how that comes around.
Now, all the items that we've got in our shows are going to go on the pre-order section of our website fairly soon. So we've had so many people requesting to see everything that's available this afternoon. Remember, with us, the order doesn't cost you anything to make. It's a free phone number if you call the call centre. It's free to order on the website as well. So if you end up calling in 2 or 3 times for some things, it won't cost you a penny to order. And of course, just one P&P of $3.95. So if you do order a few things at different times during the day, don't worry. It's not kind of inflating your phone bill and it's not costing you more postage or anything like that.
No, I'm just bringing a little bit of colour in now. If you want a slightly subtle colour, then colour in on the back.
Yeah.
But if you want it a little stronger, and in this instance I do, I think that Spanish vibe, it wants those brighter colours.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go straight in on the front with it.
Flamenco red.
Absolutely, it's just lovely, isn't it?
Yeah.
Let's bring a bit of orange in as well. And again, it works really well. If you've got those pastels that we brought the other month, I would use those as well. They work really well if you don't want to sort of blend with pencils. But you can see I've added little droplets and I've got the little flowers going. I've got the Spanish make today
And that didn't take long to do at all because of the template.
No, not at all. You've got your main shape, and I think that's what we do. It's like having the stencils where you use a section of it to sort of create what you want to create with it, really. And of course, it's going to take a little bit longer than the time I've got for a demo, but I can show you.
The same things happen that always happens in Santangle shows. Everybody stops talking.
I
Everybody
know.
goes really quiet and just watches.
It's just lovely, isn't it? You see how that's starting to form that colour. Now, if I bring a background paper in, there we are. Oh, just put that underneath. You see how that starts to really bring it to light now? It's really lovely, isn't it? And then, of course, when we are colouring, it's perhaps as well. I've been drawing.
You've started.
You want to draw
board.
on one side, but I'm going to keep the other plain because then you can actually see now what you're sort of doing here. So I can come in and I've got something a little bit more, you know, a little bit more sort of weighty underneath that's going to help me keep that pencil in there. It's just lovely, isn't it? So just adding a little touch.
I mean, it's getting to that time of the year now where maybe, you know, the light's getting a little bit darker earlier, the evenings. And maybe you're looking for something to kind of occupy your time during the winter months, wrapped up nice and warm indoors with a log fire going and doing a bit of tangling on the dining room table or on your lap, on a lap tray or something like that. You'll have so much fun and relaxation with tangling and you'll be amazed. Everyone I've talked to who has always thought of themselves as not an artist can do it. And they're amazed that they can do it.
Yeah, and it's not as though you know it's something completely different that you do on its own right. You see how that's starting to form now. You can actually bring it in with your other crafty bits and pieces. So, for example, with this one, I did have, it's got a bit of paper. You can bring in your little stencils and you can ink things through. So here we go.
I mean, all they are, at the end of the day, are individual doodles, okay?
Of course.
And we all doodle. I'm sure we've all been doodling when we've been on the phone, on hold, and that sort of thing, without even realising it. You just do it subconsciously.
Exactly, yeah. And if, you know, sometimes you want something a little bit different to make, you know, to do your cards with and things like that. You see there, look, just adding a little bit of detail on the back. If we bring this in, look at that now. It's almost like you've got printed parchment on the back there. And so if I just bring in that original that we're working towards, you see with a bit of colour on the back, again, a bit of a stencil in the background there. You just sort of see, it's almost like faded, isn't it? If you think Spanish...
It's like a watermark.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, I've been to Spain a couple of times and you do see these, sort of, they're never quite always perfect, although they've always got a bit missing. So doing that in the back and having this wonderful black and white with that hint of into red in there. And then, of course, you know, bring your papers in and your die cuts.
And what I love
you,
is the fact you don't just get the template, you also get, of course, the booklet as well. And also you become, this is the most important thing, a part of a very, very, very special community, because tanglers want to meet other tanglers. You can share your work, you can share your art on social media, through Facebook, through Sandra Rushton's Facebook page and so on. And you can also share your artwork with us as well. And that's the lovely thing. So you can see your Santangle projects on TV. You can share and maybe share tiles with like-minded friends in the Santangle community. It really is massively developing into a wonderful community of people who didn't realise that they could be artists, but are artists. If you can draw a straight line and a swirl, you can tangle, you can enjoy a brand new pastime and a brand new hobby that's going to be so rewarding. Now, we've also got the mats and the boards. Now, let's do the A4 first of all. Okay, now this comes together, the board and the mat, I believe.
Yes, it does.
So you get both. So this is the perfect density of foam mat to do your embossing on. If it was too squidgy or too firm, it wouldn't be good. So this is perfect for doing your embossing on with your ball tools, that sort of thing as well. But then, of course, you've got your Tangle board, which has been beautifully branded, Santangle up there. Now, some people choose to keep it plain, the plain wood, which I think looks lovely, but it's also crying out to be decorated too.
Yeah, let's just do it. And you know, every single one's different because the grain on both sides is wood grain. So
Yeah.
we can't say that every single one's going to be the same.
Well, let the wood grain give you inspiration.
Well, that exactly is, and that's what I've done on mine. I've actually used the grain, and I've given myself some little. Hang on, there we go. Move along a bit. Some lines, and I've marked it. Have you seen? Then I've started to integrate some little bubbles coming through. I've got a bit more colouring to do down here, and of course, what do we use to do it? Same pen.
Yeah.
So if I was to say, for example, let's have a look at this little bit here. So let's just bring in my pen. Now, I'm going to follow the shape sort of quite loosely. And again, it might be a little bit rougher than working on paper, but not really.
No.
If you find your board is a little bit rough, use a piece of regular cheap printer paper, whatever you've got, and rub the board.
Right.
And that'll soften it all off, and you won't need sandpaper, just literally go over it with paper. So then, okay, I've got this sort of design here, these little triangles. Again, your tangly trails will come in with this.
Yes.
You could pick whatever you want to do.
I mean, without even really thinking about it, the wood grain is giving you the channels that you can do your tangles
Yeah,
in.
it's splitting up your space for you already, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
And then, you know, you just take a little bit at a time. Don't look at it as a whole thing. I mean, you might want to use one of the stencils and draw one of the stencils on there, but you really don't have to. See here, I'm just going to go in and use random little tangles just to fill my space in. And, you know, this is really nice to do, you know, if you sat there of an evening, you think, I'm not quite sure, I just want a little bit of doodling. This is the place to do it. It's almost like a little road map.
And you can pick it up and put it down.
Yeah,
you know, you don't have to do the whole picture in one go. 20% of the stock of the A4 board and the mat, remember, for the embossing has gone already at £14.99. That mat's going to become your signature. You know, that's what you'll be known for using day in, day out. And it's a lovely surface to work on too. So not only is it, you know, lovely to actually tangle, it's got a purpose for being there in the first place. But the A4, 20% gone, and we did have a big stock of this, CK1263. It's absolutely flying. We do have the smaller one available as well, which we'll come on to in a second.
I know, it's, sorry, I'm just playing. I just wanted to show you as well pencils. Now, exactly the same pencils you've just seen me use to work on the parchment. So it doesn't matter whatever you've got, really. I've got some colours here. A white's a real must. Now, the last time you saw me with a white, it was this big, but Leslie very kindly brought you one. So look, I've got a new pencil. So colouring on your wood is exactly the same as you would on your paper. And
Well, by the way, if you're wondering where Debby is,
he's in today. He's got a day off. He's not teaching today.
he's in the house. There he is.
He's causing a bit of trouble, I must admit, today. So
Has he been as bad as ever? Or
yeah, well, look at him. You know, he's down with the kids.
he looks like trouble. Absolutely. I like his shades.
Yeah, he's started wearing his glasses a bit more. I think he's a bit conscious that he's got two different colour eyes.
Oh, of course.
So I think the kids have been giving him a bit of grief, you know. But yeah, he's all right. Yeah, you see, I'm working with this exactly the same way as I would if I was doing it on paper.
Honestly, I can say that it is Santangle pictures that we have the most share your makes of. Every single day we get dozens, if not hundreds. And I think out of all the months we've been here on air, I think about 3 months of the 6, the winners have been Santanglers.
Oh gosh,
Go
go Tanglers.
Yeah, get your tangles into us. Get anything that you've made into us, because tomorrow is when we do the draw and announce the winner at in the 5 o'clock show tomorrow afternoon. So that's going to be great. Now, the smaller one, now if that's A4's too big for you and you're thinking, or maybe you've already got the A4, but you want the A5, here's the A5. Great for if you're maybe on the move, on the train, passenger in the car. You want something that's really kind of practical and portable. And also, of course, it comes with the embossing mat as well. Exactly the same density as the A4, just a different shape and size. This is £11.99. And if you are new to tangling, maybe the size of an A4 board to be decorated with your tangles is intimidating. An A5 is much less so. It's JQ1209. Perfect travel size board, or just to have on your lap at home. £11.99 for both. Brilliant.
It's cute, isn't it?
It's really cute, actually. Yeah.
When they're packaged, we love them because they just fit in the packaging and they look lovely on the shelf.
I mean, it's perfect size to do your smaller tiles, even the larger tiles, the macro tiles would go on there as well.
Yeah,
so.
absolutely. It's A5 size, so if you want to sit with it on your knee and you think the A4 is a little bit big to go with, then that one's a really nice size to start with.
Perfect. Now, we've got so many of you ordering the next thing we're going to show you on pre-order. Take a little look at this. Brand new. It is going absolutely crazy on our website. The call centre's busy as well. You can get through though 0800 001 4433. It's a free phone number. If you're in a queue, it's not costing you to be in a queue, and we will get to you as quickly as we can. Brand new to us today, the timepieces and other curiosities. So if you love everything with a bit of a nod to steampunk.
Yeah, absolutely. I love drawing that kind of thing. Yeah, we do have a couple of the original pieces of artwork in the studio we can show you as well. So.
Wow.
I've given you 3 different sizes here, so you can pick and choose. It's brilliant for alcohol markers, absolutely brilliant.
So,
if you want to cut them out as well and build them up.
So whether you're tangling with a fine liner, whether you're using a pencil, whether you're using alcohol markers or whatever, the quality of the paper is absolutely superb. And all of these have been sectioned off and decorated for you. All you've got to do is do your tangling and your colouring in them. So maybe this is more up your street. Is this what you've been looking for? You've got the dragon in there, various different dragons too. And I love these beautiful inspirational words on here. Half the stock is gone of this, and we've only just literally picked it up and started to flick through it. £16.99, and there's literally dozens and dozens of projects in here. You can easily remove them from the pad and put them into frames if you want to frame your artwork and put them on the wall. How cool is this? Don't just count the hours, the minutes, the seconds, count the moments, making each one more memorable than the last.
I know, it's quite deep. I was obviously on form that day.
I know, yeah, very.
No, I do love this, but the images in there are just stunning.
This is going to keep you occupied for some time, isn't it? Really beautiful artwork, wonderful imagery. There you've got the skeleton or the skull and the clockwork. What does that one say? Don't let the magic pass you by. Today is someday.
Yeah, we're going to demo that one.
Okay. Now, this is nearly what? Oh, it's nearly sold out. So we've got actually more people wanting this than we actually have stock of. So if you want it, please, it's £16.99. We'll let you check out and let you know when it has sold out. But if it's in your baskets, it's imperative that you check out, please, if you could. Or the operator can help you as well, 0800 001 4433, and they can make sure one's in your basket as well if you don't hang around. If you leave it for a few minutes, they may be completely gone.
Right, I'm going to go straight into demo. I'm going to use the witch's hat. It's... You notice as well, I've actually turned it so I've got nothing behind. This is my book, and I've just got this on its own. I've got a piece of paper underneath because I'm going to colour with alcohol markers. And of course, as we know, with alcohol markers, it's going to go through. But you're prepared for that, and there's nothing on the back, so you're not going to lose it.
Okay.
Okay. So where do we start? We've got to start with a pumpkin, I think. It's yeah, let's go for it. Now, I've got a various amount of different pens here. We all have our own preferences, don't we, and what we like and things like that. So I thought I'd bring a few of them. Like you, I suppose, I've got quite a few different variations.
Are these all alcohol markers?
They're all alcohol markers, yeah. So I like to mix and match, actually, because you get lots of different colours from different ranges. So it's nice to go with. I'm going to start by putting a colour over. Because I'm using a bit of an orange and red, I was always sort of, always gone down the line that if you're going to use a red, put a yellow underneath it first. Doesn't matter what yellow it is, and you're going to get a better red on the top.
So would you say this is more of a colouring book than a tangling book, or it could be both?
It can be, honestly, it's absolutely both. And if you look through the images, you will see there are nods to tangling everywhere. It's definitely my artwork. It's something I enjoy to draw, and I just wanted to share it. So bring it in, just tangle it and colour it with your regular pencil and shade it as you would with a tortillon. Or, you know, bring some colour in and then tangle over the top, which looks really cool. So,
I mean, I like colour, but I'm also a big fan of monochrome as well. And, you know, that with maybe just pencil, different shades of pencil, using a tortillon for shading would look amazing, wouldn't it?
Yeah. So you see, I'm using these lines. I'm just going to do half of it. I'm using the lines to help me get a bit of direction in. So I've used sort of a mid-red. I'm going to come in now with my orange and start to work it through and blend it out a little bit.
I was thinking if maybe you've got the tri-blends from Spectrum Wire or something like that, they'd be perfect to use with these.
Yeah, I've got one.
Yeah, you've got those as well.
Yeah, I've got those as well.
I think Sandra's got every pen out there on the market at the moment.
Do you know what, though? It's a must, isn't it? We need pens in
yeah.
our life. That's what it is. So, absolutely. It's, yeah, mix and match. You see how that's sort of going over? Let's bring a little bit of darkness in. A little bit of touch of red in there. I think at this point, let's bring a bit in. So I'm only going to do half of it, so I want to show you the end results. And, you know, if you're crafty and you're doing your mixed media and things like that, then you can bring these in. And
how many pages are in the book, do we know?
It's on the back, I think, 40-something.
28 A4 pages, 2 of each design.
There's, yeah, more than, yeah.
Yeah. 14 A5 images and 14 A6.
There you are. So
that's going to keep you occupied for a long time, isn't it?
Ever such a lot. And you can dip in and out of it as and when you need it, see. There we go. So
and this is a bit different to other books you've done, isn't it?
Sorry?
It's a bit different to other books that you've done.
Yes, it is. And it is something I really enjoy doing. And I do have some of... If you've been to class, you've seen some of this artwork on the wall, which I've brought in today to sort of show you. So there's one behind us. I think you've got one.
Do you want to see some originals?
Yeah.
Are both of these originals? Which one?
But all of them are originals.
Okay.
Yeah. That's the original artwork, but that's an original for the book that I coloured.
Look at this.
So if you've got the diamond dots of this...
Oh, of course.
This is the,
I've forgotten about that.
This is that, you know, there it is.
If you've got the diamond dots picture, that's where it all began. That's the original picture that inspired that particular canvas that maybe you're working on right now. And that's in the book.
Yeah, that's in the book. And then you've got the fish as well. That's a nice one with the clock. And
look at this one.
oh, this one, if you're really into your Day of the Dead and things like that.
Look at this. Wow. Got to be careful with this one because this has been professionally framed, obviously.
Yeah, so sorry, I couldn't take it away from the glass, but look, the colour and the life in it.
Yeah.
Even though it's a skull, it's got life in it. You've not got just greys.
And 2 of those are in the book?
They're in the book. They're all in the book, yeah.
Fantastic.
Absolutely.
I love to see the originals of things, I really do. But of course, what you're colouring in or what you're sandtangling in the book can go in a frame in your home.
Yeah. So I'm going to, you see I've done a bit of colour in there. That, you know, it's something you'd enjoy of an evening. You could keep building it. You see here where the shade's starting to come in. So here's the one that I coloured yesterday.
Amazing.
And again, you can see I've used exactly the same pens I've got on the show. So any your tri-blends, whatever you've got. But I wanted to add a little bit of bling in there, look on the hat. And then, of course, underneath you can see, look, I've got my tangles coming through there. And again, just sort of bringing your pen in, you can come on in and start to add a couple of little swirls and things like that in with your design. So you
really, you've got the picture there to do with what you like.
Exactly.
If you're a fan of doing the tangles, you can, of course, carry on doing that with this, or you can do what Sandra's doing at the moment and colour in the majority of it with your alcohol pens or whatever, or your water-based pens.
Absolutely. See, just all sorts of things you can do with it. And, of course, we need to, you know, making it into a picture. If I just bring my board in, I'll put a bit of ink around it. Second, and I do this a lot. I really do like using my inks to give it a little bit of dimensions. What have we got here?
And these are Spectrum Wire,
yeah,
water
water
reactive?
They're water reactives, yeah. I do have the whole set, actually. We do need colour in our lives. go. So let's bring a bit of red in as well.
Okay, now I'm really pleased to say we've got a little bit more stock of the book, but if you want the book at $16.99, please do get it now. It's not going to be here later on, I'm sure of that. So basically all the stock we can get, we've got. And it's TW1241. I know lots of people sit and watch Sandra, and that's absolutely brilliant. That's what Sandra's here for. But if you know you want this, I'd hate for you to phone in later or go to the website later and get beaten by the sold out sign. It is something different. It is something new. It's got that kind of steampunk feel to it, but timepieces feature in here. You've got skulls in here, top hats in here, compasses, all sorts of things. But it's a lovely, lovely book. And it's a little bit different from what we normally see from Sandra, because very often we're talking about shapes and unfinished pictures that you then make into a picture and then kind of put them into different compartments, that sort of thing. But this has already been done for you. So whether you colour it or whether you tangle in it is entirely your call.
Yeah, and you know, sometimes it's nice to have that little bit of a difference, isn't it? And you've got that same feel because this has been drawn exactly the same way as the, you know, the other stencils and things that we do. So you're going to get a similar sort of vibe regardless. I'm just going to add a little bit of
I mean, maybe because you've taken up tangling and you've been successful at it, as everyone seems to be, which is fantastic. It might have inspired you to go on and do a bit of colouring, which you may not have thought of before.
Exactly. And as we say, it doesn't have to be colour. You can just shade it and just add your own tangles in if you want to.
We've got these stencils in stock as well.
Yeah, I wasn't going to mention them, but
They're coming up later. They're coming up later.
yeah, but look at the little bit of detail that we're getting in there. So I think what I would probably do with that now is I've done that and come in with a little bit of maybe black or a dark purple around the outside just to sort of bring it together. But I'm going to leave that one as that. I'm going to sign it, and this is going to go in somebody's parcel.
Oh,
you know,
right.
we tend to do that.
So yeah, the way that works is that if you make an order, it could be your parcel that this gets put in.
Yeah.
It's done completely at random.
So what I do, we get the orders printed out, and then Leslie and I literally just lift the orders up and slide it in, and whoever gets that one gets that one.
Surprise,
so
surprise.
Yeah, so if you want to actually add a bit more ink around it, whatever you want to do, yeah, it's a bit of artwork, or you can add to it. You could add a few more tangles on if you want to.
Yeah.
But yeah, honestly, I'm not possessive about it. You can add bits and change.
I think
it
this
if
is
you
what people love. It's a very, very kind of inclusive sort of craft and hobby to have, because there are loads of you that are going to be meeting soon that maybe have never seen each other before, and you'll all have the same story to tell, in that you maybe didn't think you could draw, you didn't think you were an artist, but Sandra's inspired you, like she did me, to pick up a pencil, pick up a pen and give it a go. And before you know it, you've got something you can be really proud of, and everyone can do it.
Yeah. So there it is. I mean, you colour it whatever you want to do. You could add all your tangles into all these bits. The bats would be fantastic with a bit of tangling in there, wouldn't they? And of course, whatever you want to do, and of course those lovely positive sentiments always make it. So yeah, that's I'll leave it at that one, because of course we've got other things to show you.
So if you want the book, $16.99. It's only going to be available in this show, I'm sure. I don't think we're going to have stock of this in the latest show at 4 o'clock this afternoon. So if you know you want it, TW1241, you get, remember, I've forgotten how many it was now, 28 A4 pages to colour in or to tangle in, or both. It's entirely up to you. TW1241. I'll let you know when that sells out completely. Now, bearing in mind we were talking about the parchment plates earlier, we've also got a stock of parchment available for you from Hunky Dory, okay? Now, the parchments that we've got for you today, these are still available with 14% discount, but what you've got to do is put birthday 14 in the promo code box to get that 14% discount. Because it's their 14th anniversary of Hunky Dory, that's why the 14% is still there. That's going to be there today and tomorrow on everything Hunky Dory. Okay, so if you want your Hunky Dory parchment, you get 24 sheets of the parchment, and there's various different colourways that you can choose from for just £9.99. So if, like Sandra, you want to cut the parchment down to make them smaller sheets, so you're not intimidated by a big A4 sheet, you can do that obviously as well. We've got various different colours to choose between. 24 sheets, and that one is the monochrome selection that we've got for you. I haven't got the parchment here at all, I don't think. So, yeah, we've got various different colours of parchment available, but monochrome is one of them. There's loads of different colourways, and you'll see them on the website. And if you want the monochrome, it's HGHD03. HGHD03. With the discount, that will be $8.59. So stock up on your parchment. Anything else, hunky-dory, glues, that sort of thing that you want, it's still there. Birthday 14, 1-4, not the word. That's what you need to put in the promo code and you'll get your 14% off today and also for tomorrow's hunky-dory show as well. And I think we'll show you actually the colours on the screen. Here we are, that's the easiest way of doing it. So here we go, that's the monochrome. So you've got the lovely shades of taupe and brown and grey, slate grey, light grey, really gorgeous. And again, the effect when you're using the ball tool will be exactly the same no matter what colour of parchment you're using. That's HGHD03. Now we've got a festive collection for you as well. So if you fancy having maybe the colours of green and red and that sort of thing predominantly. Lots of green, lots of red. There's purple in there and black as well. This is going to be $8.59 as well for 24 sheets of parchment. I would have thought parchment would be a lot more expensive than that.
And it's really nice to work with actually. It's a little bit thinner than the ones that were originally in the box, but it's lovely to work with. If you want to use it, make sure you actually parch on the darker side.
Yep.
And it comes across better on the lighter side on the other. So there is a right and a wrong side to those, but they work lovely.
Birthday 1-4 in the promo box will get you that discount. And if you want a multi-order, lots and lots of different parchment sheets, please do feel free. If you're really into your parchment plates that you're getting from Sandra, the pastels are flying at the moment, I've just been told, okay. And that's RAHD89, $8.59 with a discount code, but that discount code will not be there for much longer. Today and tomorrow, I believe, then that will be it to celebrate Hunky Dory's 14th birthday.
They are nice, those ones.
Lovely. And there's lots of other colours there as well. It's about, I think, about half a dozen different colours that you can choose from. So they're all on there. We'll put them onto pre-order for you fairly soon as well. Now, we've got a message, okay, from Liam.
Oh.
Afternoon. Julie, who's watching in the HM office, wants to know what pens Sandra is using, please. In the Hobby Maker office.
Julie needs to come and see me. Yeah, absolutely. Which I've got lots of pens in front of me.
Do you mean the colouring pens?
The colouring ones?
I think maybe the colouring ones.
All right, you need to come and have a look and try them. I've got a few different ones. Come and, yeah.
Any one will do.
Yeah.
Any pen set will do.
Absolutely. Whatever alcohol markers you've got, whatever you come. I mean, Hunky Dory do some of their prisms, don't they?
Yeah.
Crafter's Companion have got the Spectrum Noir, and of course I've got a few Copics here as well.
And they're all great.
Yeah.
It's just personal
whatever
choice.
works for you.
Absolutely. Yeah. All right, so let's go back to the fantastic plate then, the acrylic plate. Brand new today. And remember, it's coming with a booklet as well. So don't think you're just going to get that in the post and you think, I don't know what to do with it. One side is smooth, the other side has got like an indentation in it. That's the laser that gives you the channel that the ball tool fits into. And that is what's going to give you your white lines and your white work. And then quite simply, I can tell everyone in the office is glued to their TVs, aren't they? We're broadcasting to millions of people's homes, but it's everyone in the office upstairs that's glued to their TVs as well while they're working. Look at this. Isn't it beautiful? So start off with something small. Start off with maybe the bow or something like that. There we go. And then you can tangle in that. Yeah, colouring pens thereafter.
Oh,
so
right,
yeah. But you can tangle in there using the ball tool, or you can add some colour in as well if you wish to. It's all there for you. And it shows you how you can build up fan blade by fan blade to make a beautiful Spanish influence flan. Or if you keep on going, make it a complete circle, you've then got an enormous mandala that will look amazing framed on a wall.
I'm going to have to try that.
Yeah.
As a challenge out to you all out there.
Yeah.
If you could do it before me, you've got more time.
Do a mandala. I mean, that would
That
would be about that size, wouldn't it?
It would be lovely,
roughly?
wouldn't it? Because it's quite a big piece.
That'd be good.
That'd be lovely.
Imagine that over the fireplace in the lounge. Focal point of the room.
Yeah, absolutely. And tangle around it and use the circle frames around it, and that'd be lovely.
Well, brand new today. It's only $16.99. I know lots of you are avid collectors of everything that Sandra brings out. And how many plates have you done so far? 3?
This is the fourth
one.
I did 2 as a bundle, which we've got today. Then we did 1 to add to it with the butterflies, and then we've got this, which of course you can use the butterflies with this as well, and mix and match the flowers, and I'm going to do that in a minute.
So the other plates are available. They're in the show as well. I think, are they on pre-order, Laura, as well? They are, okay. So we've got the butterfly plates. We've also got butterfly. We've got the tangle and emboss. They're both on pre-order on the website, and they're available. They all come with the booklets too. Which one are you going to use?
Right, I'm going to use the new fan, and I'm going to use the circle out of the original, the butterfly and the frames.
Okay.
So I'm going to use that frames as well. So,
Terrific.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Can I have my plate?
Oh yeah, sorry.
This picture's my plate. It's like, I want that one. Okay. So I'm going to use the other fan shape, I think, just to give it a little bit of a difference. And because I want to put a frame round it, I want the fan to be at the front. So that's what I'm going to draw first. And you'll notice, well, I've got some little bows on here as well. So what I'm going to do first of all is I'm just going to put in my bow. Okay, my pink tool with my name on.
Are all the ball tools different size balls then?
They are, yeah. Let's have a look. I mean, look, I don't want to take them all out. But if you look at this one, this is the one I'm using, this pink one here. And then if you look at this white one, you see it's a little bit bigger.
So the bigger the ball, the wider the white line will be.
Yeah, the wider the white line. So they're great for things like shading in and stuff like that. But it's try them all and see what you're more comfortable with. And again, they're all different. I think the largest we've got is, there you go, is the green one.
Right.
We've got quite a large ball on that. That's as tall as we go. But I don't really want to go too much bigger because we like that fine detail when we're
I can't
tangling.
believe the price. And they're Santangle branded as well. $7.99 for 5 new ball tools, but you've actually got 10 different ball heads because they're double-ended.
That's it. It's everything you'll ever need. You'll only ever have to buy them once unless you lose them.
This is another thing I love about Santangle, is that nothing is much money. You know, you don't have to spend hundreds on machinery and that sort of thing.
Not at all. So I've drawn my bow, and what I'm going to do is this little circle in the centre of my bow, I'm going to use that to line it up with my fan. Okay, almost like I planned it. And then if I draw around the fan, I'm going to ignore, of course, where I've done the bow. Let's have a look. And you've got this lovely sort of detail around the top here. Let's just take that off and have a look at that. So you see, look at that. Isn't it beautiful?
And if the ball
And I've
goes
got
out of the
bubble.
channel, it doesn't mark the
No,
parchment.
it's going to go over the top. So I'm going to put some of the detail on here. So I'm going to put these little areas in. Again, we do talk about letting parchment rest a little in between because it's stretched, you know. You know yourself, if you've been pushed and pulled around a little bit, you want a break now and again. So if you've done it quite a bit of and it starts to sort of curl up, then you just want to...
Been a while.
Yeah. you just want to leave it for a little bit. Maybe go and make a cup of tea and come back. Here we go. So
So if you go over the white work a second time, does it get whiter?
yeah, it will get whiter every time you do it. So if you just want to go quite lightly, I mean, at the moment, you can sort of go in there and it doesn't really matter about the pressure because the plate's stopping you going any further than you need to.
I think it's a really good idea to have that red embossing mat underneath because it really makes it easy to see the white, doesn't
If
it?
I just take that off and show you what it's like with that. I mean, if some people use a light box, but if I take that off, you can still see it, but it's not as
No, the red makes
clear.
it pop.
The red really brings it to life, doesn't it? So here we go. So that's my first one. I've got that shape in there. I've ignored the line in the middle, but it's my fan, do what I like. So if I just do a couple more, because then I want to show you how we can put the frame in. So again, I'm going to join the edge, go all the way around. And you can just do one, it'd make a beautiful boot mark, wouldn't it?
It would.
Or you can do all of them again, or you could just do a couple. Let's just put one on this side as well.
Thank you for all your pictures, by the way. They're all coming in thick and fast for Share Your
thank you,
Makes,
everybody.
which will announce the winner of this month's £100 credit tomorrow at 5.
Look at that there. So you can, I'd do the rest with the fan and things like that. But then I'm going to bring this frame round. It's a really nice one to use, actually. And you can pick and choose again. So I'm going to put my fan in and think, right, okay, where do I want this to be? And then if I draw around it, there we go.
So this is the one that comes with the...
It's the one that comes with the large butterfly,
Large
and it's
butterfly,
the yellow booklet.
Right, yeah, the tangle and emboss.
That's it, yeah. That was the first one we did. We launched that with the parchment box, didn't we? On the takeover show in July.
I remember.
Yes, that's the butterfly in frames.
So get both of the plates plus the booklet, and the two work together really well. You can actually see the picture on the front of the booklet there that actually gives the wonderful circular frame around the outline of the butterfly. It works really, really nicely.
It is, it's lovely. And I mean, there are some really lovely samples. You don't have to keep it as small as this. You can sort of extend it and do all sorts of things with it. So the creative team have done some wonderful bits and pieces in there. So if I just sort of show you that little bit there, got that in. So there we go. So I've just sort of put the main outer frame in. You see how it's starting to work there? And we can go in and put the detail in, or you can say, do you know what? I've done with the plate. I'm going to come in now, and I'm going to add my own little bits and pieces.
So I wouldn't have thought of using that circular plate with the fan, but it works.
Yeah, it absolutely works. And of course, you've got quite a lot of the butterflies, certainly from the butterfly in loops. They're a little bit smaller. So you could bring that in. You see, just going in and just having a little bit of a play there, adding these in. So yeah, here's one of the butterflies actually that I've used from the butterfly and loops. So you can add extra bits and pieces to it.
Gorgeous,
It's
isn't
just lovely, isn't it? Everything works together, everything. And of course, if I bring this in and show you with a bit of colour, here it is. Let's just bring a piece of paper underneath it. So
Oh, yeah.
there's our frame, a little bit of glitter, a bit of colour. I've actually used alcohol markers on the back there, just to give it that real strong Spanish vibe. And the idea, I've got a couple of little holes here, is it's about gluing this in, because if you glue with parchment, you're going to see it.
Have you done the shading there on the petals? Is that just a 2B pencil?
Yeah, let me show you. I've taken my regular pencil and my tortillon, and I've gone in and I've just added some pencil, just like I always do, on the back, and then I've used the tortillon to soften it all out. And then that is giving us
really
that
effective.
lovely shading on the back. So you can still use your tangly techniques in with this.
And always check our website for anything new from Sandra, because she's got her own brand page on our website, Santangle. And, you know, tortillons and things like that, they're very often there for you.
Yeah. Right, I'm going to put some bits of glue on the back, just where I've actually already got some colour, or you know where strategically you're going to put glitter on.
Yeah.
You've done. So around that edge there, I'm just going to add a little bit here. So really small amounts. We don't want much at all. And then I know that I've got glitter on the other side here. Oh, hang on. See, just ever such a little amount. And then if I turn it over, okay, I'm just going to line up, because I've put two little holes there for a reason, of course, just line that up. And then the nice thing as well, we can put a little bit of glue just in those corners. You see, now you're going to see it there, I know that. Don't want you to panic though.
And by the way, if you want the tortillons, you get a pack of 12 for £4.50. We haven't got many of them, but they are in stock if you want them to do that blending technique with the pencil.
Do you know, if I've got a few tortillons lying around, I get a little bit nervy. So, of course, you can actually then glue your little photo corners.
Oh, great.
And that hides the glue. It finishes it off and looks beautiful, doesn't it? Let's just put those in there. Again.
And the dies that actually allow you to make those corners, they may well be on the website as well.
Yeah, if we've still got some. Yeah, there were. I don't know if there were many, but I'll have to check stock in the office, and if I have, I'll bring a few back. But there we go. So we've got those.
Gorgeous.
I just want to bring in a bit of ribbon, because of course I've punched those holes for a reason. And although we've got a bow there, see, it's nice to add a little bit of definition, do something different, isn't it? And here we go. I just love how strong and bright the colours are, because parchment usually can be quite subtle and pastels.
Yeah.
And
I mean, who'd have thought that all those months and years ago, when you started Santangle, that it would have developed into something so amazing and so popular and so different too?
Absolutely. I mean, I will stick that down during the break and put it onto my card, but I don't want to sort of rush it now, so I want a little dab of glue on my photo corners. But you see there, actually sending this to somebody, you know, so it's parchment, but with a little bit of a difference. Really strong vibes, really Spanish coming through, isn't it? And of course, you could have put that make today count on there. You could add your little butterflies, which, hang on.
So the details on the screen are for the
Top
new
there.
plate, the new wonderful Spanish-inspired plate. There we are, look. So you've got basically two of the fan blades, as you can see here. One that's got the straight edge to it, and the other one that's got that beautiful floral top to it too. The bows are on there, all these little circles as well. And you've also got the words "Make Today Count," which you can, of course, emboss onto your parchment as well. And also you've got the same in Spanish as well, which is quite a nice little touch. But I think for me, it's not only the plate that's important, but also the inspiration inside the book, because it takes you from literally just sketching and embossing the blade of the fan, and then what to do next, how to add them next to each other to make a 3 flambéed, how to put the bow on the bottom there as well. And then you can start to add your colour. You can do outline with a black fine liner if you want to. But every page, you've got more and more inspiration. Superb, absolutely superb. Now, the Fantasy Floral book, before we say goodbye for this show, this is available as well. Now, this is a slightly smaller, compact book, so great for travelling again as well. Tell us about this one, Sandra. Tell us about this one. It's all right.
I was miles away.
That's
I was
all right.
thinking, what am I going to tangle on there? I was not listening to it. Sorry, Dave.
It's all right. Just tell us about this book. So what's the inspiration
What's the
behind
inspiration? This is one of those things that you can sit of an evening and do a bit of tangling in front of the tally. You've not got any pressures, you've not got any hassles. But then the following day, when you're in your craft room, you can take them out, you can die cut round them, you can ink them, you can foil them,
Yeah.
and then you can make cards with them. And we do have some samples in the box.
Oh,
at
of
the
course,
back.
yeah, at the back. Let me have a little look at the back.
Behind you there, yeah.
Have a look
So
at these.
it depends what you want to do with it. It's a little bit smaller. I've actually given you at the front as well a little a page that shows you all the tangles that I've actually used. There you go. And then if you want to, you can use these. You can copy what I've done. You can
have
do
a
your own.
practice to start
You can
with.
have a practice, but these are all the tangles that I've used in that book somewhere. And of course, Dave's got some fab samples from my team.
Your design team,
They
your
are,
avid
yeah, they're
design
real.
team. They're brilliant. They really are.
It's amazing what you can do with them. Everybody's got their own way and their own method. And you see this one, there's one next to it, I think right after it, it's the same design, but completely
Totally different, yeah, different colourways.
Completely different. Of course, once you do your own bit of tangles in with them, they're completely unique, they're yours. So this is just a start. Look at that one, that's two together, but they've used like a border and they've used, I think that's that Rhea thing. Oh, Sheila, I do apologise, Sheila. So it's the top and the bottom are the same, she's just added together.
And, you know, the lovely thing is you're not just doing this on your own. You can share your artwork with us. You can send it in to us via our email address, and we can show your artwork on the telly as well. But also, you'll become part of the community. And I've noticed that whenever I've seen people that do Santangle, they've got their badges and that sort of thing, it's almost like they're meeting their new best friend.
Yeah, it's lovely.
Yeah.
It's when they come to class. And that's what happens because, of course, a lot of us, we've met on Facebook, but we don't really know each other.
No.
But when they come to class and they think, oh, it's such a body, it's like they've always known each other. You've got that interest together. It's just wonderful to see.
Superb. Well, we've only got a minute and a half left on this
No,
show.
not
Now, the second show with Sandra later on at 4 o'clock this afternoon is going to be all about stencils. We've got some brand new stencils, but still with the fan theme, yeah?
Still Spanishy, absolutely, yes.
Okay, but if you want this book, remember, it is $11.99, so very, very affordable. A good place to start for someone who's not
It
tangled
certainly is.
before.
If you've not done it before, if you want to get somebody into it or having a go, this is a really nice place to start. It's not intimidating, it's not overwhelming. It's just going to give you something to get going with. Even if you just want to colour these and add a little bit of detail, maybe a few little dots or a few bubbles around the place. And it really sort of gives you that little comfort blanket to sort of get you going.
And if you're wondering what a tangle is, any of these, any doodle is a tangle.
Any swirl,
Make
any
up your own.
square. Absolutely, make up your own.
But if you're not happy doing that or comfortable doing that, there's plenty in the front page to get you inspired as well. And don't forget the embossing tools. We've only got a few of these left now. They're going very, very quickly. And from now on and in the future, Sandra's going to be referring to the yellow embossing tool, the green one, the blue one, the white one, the pink one. So you'll know exactly which ones to pick up. They're all different sizes of ball, and you get all 5 for $7.99, and they're Santangle branded. So these are brand new today, and they're going crazy. So if you're not quite sure which ball tool to use for different projects, get the fantastic plates from Sandra that come with the booklets, and then, of course, enjoy using the right tool for the job. See you at 4.
See you. Yeah.
Fantastic. I always look forward to Santangle shows. I also look forward to seeing Debbie as well. And Debbie's up next. More from Crafter's Companion on this Friday afternoon.
Hey guys, good news. It is that time of the month. You know what I'm talking about when they let me come in and take over the whole channel. So basically, on Monday from 1 o'clock, you've got the lovely me and my team from Crafter's Companion coming in to do a full-scale takeover. So I am talking about mystery bags that you will not want to miss. I have the world launch of my brand new Sarah Signature collection that you will see before anyone else. We've got amazing 5 in 5s. That's when we do 5 incredible deals in 5 minutes, and it's just fast-paced and awesome. We've got the Gemini Junior on with an incredible deal with a huge mystery bag coming included with it. We've got deals on some of our dies and stamps. We've got loads of our core items and storage at fantastic prices, and it is just going to be a mega awesome afternoon that you will not want to miss. So 1 o'clock on Monday, I'll see you there.
When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker.
Hi everybody, just popped in to remind you that we've got a fantastic couple of shows to look forward to this coming Sunday. You know, here at Hobbymaker we bring you big companies and we bring you small family-run businesses as well. Well, one of your most favourite family-run businesses, Dreamies, are back this Sunday at 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock. I love working with Carol and Hayley. They're both going to be here as well, so if you want to see what they have up their sleeves and what they're bringing you, 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock this coming Sunday.
Hi, I'm Sarah Davies and I'm the founder of Crafters Companion. Also, one of my hobbies that I do in my spare time is a little bit of investing in other businesses, so you might recognise me as one of the dragons on Dragon's Den. I started Crafters Companion back in my university bedroom when I was just turned 21, and we design and develop and bring to market products for the papercraft community. So everyone who's into card making, I'd like to think that we are at the cutting edge of all the latest trends, the fabulous designs are out there, and we are researching the market, making the products that customers really want and need, and then bringing them to market, not here in the UK, but all over the world. So for me, Hobbymaker is so different to any other craft shopping channel I've ever worked with from anywhere in the world. The fact that you can do the falling price auctions, the fact that you can have the fixed price shipping for the day, the fact that all of your call centres are based here in the UK and you can offer an elevated customer experience is really all the things that really I know matter to our customers. So for you to be able to offer all of this and give me a platform as a manufacturer of amazing craft products to bring them to the UK market, I just feel like it's a match made in heaven.
Afternoon, just after 3 o'clock live on this Friday afternoon at Hobbymaker. I hope you're well. Thank you to Sandra. She's back, by the way, at 5 o'clock. My mistake, I said 4. She's back at 5, and it's brand new guest Sarah Hodgkins with some mosaic for you coming up in the next hour at 4 o'clock this afternoon. So Sarah at 4 o'clock, and then, of course, Sandra back at 5. Right now, back now, though, it's the lovely Debbie.
Yay! Yeah, oh, and I do apologise. I've got white stains down my top. I dropped my yoghurt. I've just been sat
You're always
chatting to
dropping
Sarah,
things
and
down
honestly,
your
I've dropped yoghurt down my front. Yesterday salad cream, today yoghurt. So don't come in too close. I'll sound like that.
Okay.
But yeah, we've got a great show lined up for you. I'm blown away just by the response from the first show of how wonderful these dies are doing. I know you're going to love them. Stay tuned. Dave's going to go through all the deals with you, but these are our layered, let me get it right, layered Edge Gatefold dies. We've been trying to get it in the right order and coming up with the wrong order. But these are fabulous dies that will create the perfect proportionally sized mats and layers and create that lovely gatefold on the edge, but super versatile. And we'll go through how versatile they are just in a second.
Now, like I said at the very first show this afternoon at 1 o'clock, these are the sort of dies, when you see the finished cards, you think, if you'd walked into a shop and saw them on a shelf, you'd think, I'd like to make a card like that, but I don't know how. Now, these dies will cut the apertures brilliantly for you, give you wonderful frames and give you wonderful borders. You're going to get 5 sets. And when you see the price that we can take this to, you're going to be absolutely amazed. 5 sets of these in different shapes. Plus, you're also going to get, as a bonus from Crafters Companion, 10 sheets of the Mink Centura Pearl cardstock, worth $3.99, absolutely free. And what you should be paying for these are $68.94. You're not paying anywhere near that, I can tell you that now. OH2067 is the product number, okay? Now we'll have a little look at the boards because you can make all of these different shapes and designs with these dies.
And these really are super, honestly, when you see just what you can do with them, and can I just tell you, here in the UK, this is the only place you can get hold of them right now.
Oh, right.
You can't even get them from our website until next week, the end of next week. So if you want to get hold of yours before, ahead of the game, then you get hold of them today, especially while they're on that great bundle deal with that extra cardstock thrown in as well. But these are what this is how it's been intended. So Leanne, Sarah, they brainstorm every so often, get together with all the different ideas, and they came up with this concept of having, and I love a gatefold card, Dave, but the gatefold can be quite tricky to get the mats and layers that match up perfectly. Well, this set of dies comes in 2 outer parts that create the actual gatefold and then the matted layer inside, perfectly proportioned, as you can see, and I'll show you some coloured ones in a second. You've also got some matte and layer dies that then sit in the centre, so you can create your mats for your sentiments, for your flowers, whatever it is that you want to pop into there.
Perfect.
That's the Scallop Circle. We've then got the vintage ticket. Again, I love this one, Dave. I love this. I love the size.
think that's my favourite,
Yeah,
actually.
I just love the style of that one. We've also got the Eclipse Frame, so a lovely different style. It's got like a torn edge factor to this one as well, which I really quite like about that. A more smoother, more of a, and it is a stylish mosaic. Said that right, haven't I? It's got that lovely, a really lovely theme up there with that lovely pattern going in that lovely, it looks like a part of a tile.
It's like a flower bud.
Yeah, yeah.
Well.
There's so many ways. I mean, I just love the shape of that one. I think it's quite unusual. And then the one Dave's going to show you is the lovely square one, which I've actually misplaced the board.
Now, this is the one that we haven't got the board
yeah.
for, but if you have a look at it, you can see it's very beautiful. It's almost like, well, it's like a square, but with the curved corners cut out of it. So very, very lovely. And this is the one that I know Sandra has got her eye on. I think she's actually got her eye on all of them. Because for the tangle tiles, if you want to put a tangle tile in the middle of a card, these aperture dies are going to be perfect.
They're absolutely perfect for it. Yeah, I know Sandra just asked me, and I did a little quick measurement, and they do fit lovely in there. So yeah, absolutely. But let's take it back. So I've shown you the black and white concept. You get the idea, but I think it just shows you the versatility is when I show you in colour what you can do with it. So I'm going to start with that basic gatefold, which is that lovely gatefold, but those mats and layers that are inside there have been done perfectly. Proportioned, perfectly proportioned. I'm going to say it again, perfectly proportioned to fit. It is absolutely, honestly, done with precision, and that's the beauty about our team. They think about these things because they are crafters at the end of the day, and I mean, I love this one. Look at this, we're doing elongate this one, and I'm going to do this as a demo in this show as well.
There's so many different ways of using them.
So many different ways. Another lovely style on the gatefold is where you've got this chunky side and then this lovely thinner side, but again, looking at how it's been proportioned to fit into there, literally that matte and layer piece fits into that centre perfectly. It doesn't look odd. I mean, it's just because it's been literally designed with those dies for you to be able to create these amazing things. I love this one, Dave. I just honestly, it just gives me such fun vibes.
It's your favourite because it does the can-can. That's why you like it.
I just love the fact that you can do that. And of course, that is basically the die that does all that hard work for you. You just have to decide on your pretty papers, your embellishments, and you're good to go. Another one that you can do with it, and we did this in the last show, in that 1 o'clock show, where you've got a half fold of the gatefold, and it literally just creates this lovely feature, and it, honestly, everything just works beautifully. But there are so many ways, Dave. I just wish I could get through all these demos. I'm probably not going to get through all of them, but you get the gist if I show you. And if you are, this is literally, you can think of it as a 10-fold card or a basic open fold card, but you're just using one of the dies to create the bottom panel, cut into it to create that. And then your matte and layer piece sits in the centre. And again, lots and lots of different ways. This one's a cracking one because it's floating on acetate, but look how fabulous it looks. The same with this one, Dave. That's very similar to the other one, but it's all connected into the cardstock, and it can stay connected to the cardstock because you've got the die. So that's actually the die on top of the fold, and it creates that lovely feature.
Perfect.
Honestly, Dave, so many ways. I just want to show you, though, a few what our design team, they're the ones that I've been creating and playing with.
Like
but look
this.
at this kind of thing that you can do with it. Look at this. Looks like someone's chewed the corner.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, it's the dies. It's those dies. And again, that perfect matte and layer hasn't been used with a stencil or with a pencil or something, or trying to work it out. It's being done because you've got those 2 outer part of the dies that create this factor. This is another fun one. Look at this one. Trifold. We had some lovely trifolds on yesterday.
We did.
Well, look at this. This is what you can, I mean, I love that. I just go, how gorgeous is that? It looks just such a fun concept.
Very Mary Poppins, that
It
one.
really is,
Yeah.
just amazing. And again, another lovely one. Our design team, they're so clever. They just think outside the box. But again, in the top corner, you've got that lovely design. But that's what you can do. You can have such good fun with these. You can get really creative with them. They're so easy to use. I'm going to show you that basic concept and then take you through some others as well, because they're just phenomenal, Dave.
Now, if you were watching at 1 o'clock, you'll know where this price is going to go. But if you weren't tuned in then, I've got some really good news for you. They're still available. They're still in stock. And remember, if you go for all 5 of them and the Centura Pearl, you should be paying $68.94. For a start, the Centura Pearl is a free gift, worth $3.99. And you can find all the different colours of Centura Pearl on our website right now. The mink is there. We've got all different shades, hint of silver, hint of gold. There's even black Centura Pearl. That's worth $3.99 and we're giving it to you, okay? Or Crafters Companion are giving it to you. But let us take it down to the price that we took it to at 1 o'clock. It works out to £10 per die set with the free cardstock as well. Under £10 each, $49.99 for all 5 of them. Absolutely free and a free gift. We all love a free gift. Let me show you how Centura Pearl Mink behaves in the light. Looking at it like there, it looks like it's craft card. But actually, when you see it in the light, it is nothing like craft card whatsoever. It's like sheet metal. It's like champagne gold. Absolutely gorgeous. Look at it. Isn't it lovely? And what sort of GSM is Centura Pearl?
310.
310.
310, yeah.
So construction weight, really.
Yeah, very good construction weight. Perfect for matting and layering. Perfect for actually doing your gatefold cards with that cardstock. And then using the matte and layers on the inside, you could use that as well. Perfect for box making. Anything that gives you construction that's got that heavy weight, that's the cardstock to go for. And the fact of the matter is it's got that beautiful pearlescent finish. It's really stunning and striking. And once you've used Centura Pearl, you'll understand what I mean by that.
Now, I know we haven't got that many of these left now. A lot of them went in the 1 o'clock show, but if this is what you've been looking for, a different way of making aperture cards, gate cards, then this is the way to go. You can buy them individually. You can also get them in a set of 3 or a set of 2. They're on the website as well, but the best value is to go for the set of 5 because they're all different. They're all completely different and give you a totally different effect on your cards. But the fact that they do more than one thing, they're not just a die that does one job and that's it. You can make them do lots of different things and just experiment with your card making as well. And no measurements needed. You can make the cards longer and wider and have a play with them if you want to, but basically the dies do all the work. All right, Debbie?
They do indeed. So I'm going to start with that gatefold feature and I'm going to use one of the dies. You can use any of these dies with these. I'm using the Scallop Circle one again, but I have got loads more planned to show you. But all you need to remember is if when you're doing a gatefold, and again, if you've got an Ultimate Pro, there is the gatefold markings on there. Yep. But you can make gatefolds very, very easily. And this one in particular is 11 inch by 7 inch. And I've scored it at 2 3/4, if you just get my measurements right, and 8 1/4. And it brings it in so you've got that perfect gatefold. But I want to create the aperture. So this is when I'm going to bring in these dies. Now, each one of these dies, you've got 2, what I call the larger outer cut that will create the gatefold. The next 2 down, and as long as I've put those on properly, I'm going to just measure them, Dave, because I know what I'm like. I end up putting them back on my sheet wrong. But they've got the next 2 that will create the panels for the inside pattern card that you're going to go with, that perfect matting and layering again. But it is all about getting that, in fact, you know what, I think that might be a bit, let me just measure these, Dave. I used these in my last show, didn't I? So I'm just going to measure them. And you can actually take a look. That's the smallest one because it fits inside. So I know that's my small one. Yep. And I'll do the same with this one. So if I come in with this side, because I'm going to pop them in so to create that centerpiece, and I'm just going to double check. Yeah, I think that might be the inside one. Perfect. It's just so you get it right, and it's because I've took it off the carrier sheet at the same time. So what I'm going to do is slightly different this time. I'm going to go on the inside and I'm going to take it up to that score line, and we're going to create this cutout piece like so. So I'm going to do that, Dave, and I can do it in one go. I can do it on my larger platform as well. So I'm going to take it and I'm going to position this in. A bit of low tack tape will be your best friend on these. But you can get this main cut of your gatefold in one piece. If you want to have a play with it, Dave, you can mix and match, so you can have a little play around with them if you want to.
Change where you position.
Yeah, of course you can. It's all about that. That's what it's all about, this set. It's about offering you versatility for a crafter. I've said this many a times before, Dave. I want something that will do more than one thing for me. And these perfectly are that right die. I'm going to take it right up to the very edge and I'm going to take that down. I'm going to make sure I've got that all on properly. Might go a little bit higher actually, rather than central, but let's go in and pop those two pieces down. We'll do exactly the same on the other side, but like I said, you can have a little play around with it. Once you've got the main concept, then the world is your oyster and you're going to have a lot of fun with them, a lot of fun. So again, I'm just going to line that up. If you wanted to do it, you could just make sure on the middle, stick it down on the where it's in the middle and then spread it out like I did with that first one. But again, it's just showing you how easy it is to do and how easy it is to achieve that look. We're going to run that through our die cutting machine.
Yep. And the die cutting machine, by the way, is in stock at the moment with the £70 goodie bag as well. There's only a few left though. We weren't quite sure at the beginning of the afternoon whether we had any stock of it left. It is still there at £179.99 with a £70 goodie bag included, all the plates. It's on the website and under the Crafters Companion brand shop if you want to have a little look.
And you've got it on the maximum...
Oh, it's on 5 split pages.
Yes, yes. So a great time. If you want to get a new machine or you're ready for an upgrade on your machine, it's the perfect time because that's a great opportunity. What does the 5 split pay work out at, Dave?
It works out to about £35.99.
So you could have that £70 goodie bag, the machine, the plates.
And you'll have that now. Pay your first £35.99 today, plus your P&P.
Special.
And you can spread the cost over 5 payments then. Great maybe as a Christmas gift idea, rather than spending £180 in one go near a Christmas and not having the goodie bag with it worth 70 quid. Get it today, put it to one side for a couple of months and pay for it over 5 payments.
And would you know, we do lots of tutorials online. You'll be able to see lots of different things online. I don't know, have we got the detail? Have you put the details on there? So, yeah, just so we can see those details, because honestly, it is
PW 2003, PW 2003.
It really is. Honestly, it's a fabulous, fabulous machine. Just going to bring that in line in there because I've got this one all lined up. But literally, take your dies off, Dave. Let me just bring this in for a second. I'm just going to put my score lines back into place. That is an amazing deal on the machine. It really, really is. And it's like I said, it's a powerful machine as well. It's not something that you're just going to sit on your desk and look pretty. It's going to work every single time for you. Every single die that you want to put on, not just ours, but other other company dies from other companies. Other dies from other companies. But a powerful machine, and it's a dual functioning machine as well. Lots of tuition online, lots of reviews online. You can go and read those, and you can listen to the people that use it all the time, not just us as crafters. Right, Dave, so you've got the main fold. When you bring this in now, so if you can see now, if I bring that in, I know it looks, I'm going to put the dark card underneath because I'm conscious on white, it looks a little bit, sometimes you can't see it. When you fold that in, you've got the 1/2 cut out. This is when you can really start to have a play because you could do this half fold bit. Again, folding it in, it brings that perfect gatefold in for you. But the next thing that you want to do is get the perfect mats. Now, I always say, whenever I'm doing a gatefold, measure your, so I know that measurement works at 2 1/4 by 7. So I come down 1/4 of an inch for my mats and layers. So if I just bring this in for a second, and the mat and layer that I'm going to bring in is, can you see, if I just put that over, you'll be able to see now, it's got that frame in, so I've gone down 1/4. So what you're going to do then is you're going to take your 2 pieces, and I'll just push that there for a second, Dave, and then you're going to come in with those smaller pieces. So I've used the large ones, push those to one side. You're going to bring in the other 2 pieces that create the smaller mats that will then fit in. Let me just grab my poker tool, because I don't want to come off the glass mat for me, Dave.
You know what, I think these dies are what a lot of people have been waiting for a long time, because they are really going fast. You're realising the potential of these and the kind of curb appeal that your stall is going to have if you sell your cards, because whatever you make, you can sell, obviously. That's always the policy with Crafters Companion. Yep.
So I'm going to line those 2 side by side. I'm going to pop those in, and again, I'm just going to, I'll just do a second, just to pop me down with my low tack tape, Dave. Trying to make this, I should have just ripped all my low tack tape up, it would have made it a lot easier. Right, so again, you're just going to do exactly the same. Now, because I know that's a smaller frame, it fits in perfectly into there. We're going to die cut this through, and I'll just run this through really quickly, Dave, so you can see how you create your perfect mats and layers that will then fit into your piece. So I'm going to just make sure those 2 are lined up so I can get it perfectly sized. And then again, I'm just going to stick that down, and then we'll run that through the machine. So again, it cuts out the perfect perfect panel, run that through. I've just switched to my smaller plate.
And of course, we're using the smaller plates,
Yes.
which are from the Gemini Junior, but you can use those in the big Gemini sideways.
Yeah,
So-
and it just speeds things up a little bit for you. But now you've got the perfect and literally the precise. Let me just take the low tack tape off again. It's just literally, do you know the power of the machine? The low tack tape becomes
High tack.
not low tack, it becomes high tack. But I'm just going to take that off and peel that towards myself.
But provided you peel it off gently, it doesn't tear the
Yes,
card.
yeah, I've said this before. I've said this before, a little bit rough with my cardstock. If you peel it towards you, it doesn't pull the cardstock, but take your time when you're taking it off. Any low tack tape, when it goes through the Gemini, will create an high tack tape. It's just the nature of how the machine is. It is the most powerful machine that's on the market. It's unrivaled pressure. We show that time and time again with our demonstrations. But yeah, absolutely.
I'm just so chuffed we still have stock with the goodie bag too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because everything in that goodie bag is well worth having. You know, they're all top premium quality products. Dies, stamps, embossing folders, all sorts in that goodie bag, coming to a value of £70 that Crafters Companion are giving you for nothing. So it's like you're only paying like £210 for the machine. No, £110 for the machine, which is amazing.
Right, I'm just going to stick my matte and layer on so that you can see that contrast as well, Dave. So I'm going to pop my inside panel. I've used this from, remember our cardstock that we had for our birthday last year, which was a floral colour. But we've got lots of different cardstocks and paper pads and things like that. But I just want to show you so you can see how it contrasts. But my panel now is perfectly the perfect size in the perfect place.
Spot on.
Spot on, each and every single time. And that applies to the other side as well.
How else could you do that?
You wouldn't be able to do it. That's the thing. Well, you could. No.
You'd be
that's
very,
the-
very skilled
You
if you
could.
could.
You'd have to, yeah. And this is what I said before in that earlier show. When I've done a Gatefold card and I've wanted to create a mat and a layer behind it, I've usually had to stick the panel on and then put the dies on separately and do it that way. Whereas now, this has been designed to work perfectly each and every single time. That perfect precision, that perfectly proportioned mat and layer that fits over your gatefold. Super easy.
Who wants a handmade cards to not look professional?
Exactly,
Everybody
and
wants
that's
to have professional
exactly
results.
what these do
That's
for
what you
you.
do.
They absolutely do,
Yep.
each and every single time. I am using my wet glue as well, so I'm using the wet glue so I can get that into place. But you can see now that open and shut with the gatefold, absolutely perfect. And then we're just going to finish that off, Dave, using, again, the two next size ones. Now, these two aren't split, so it's the same in every single one of your different designs. You'll get the two outer layers, the larger ones, the smaller ones, and then you get two of these matte layers. Again, they're nesting dies, so it's like having a gatefold edge and a nesting die all in one.
And they all fit into each other.
All fit into each other, all work, all sized right. And again, just run those through, choose your colours. I've just used same papers. I've gone with a white multi-purpose cardstock and one of the matching papers, and that just sits in. And I'll use my wet glue just to show you, pop that on. And again, I'm just going to layer it in. And let's just wiggle that round into place. I'm going to do exactly the same with this one. And what I'm going to do is, to line that up, because I'm using my wet glue, I can do this, but I'll just shut that through so that I can get me scallops matched. Just give it a little twist. That's the beautiful thing about our all-purpose glue. It's an amazing glue. It's a wet glue, solvent-based, but it gives you time, it gives you wiggle time.
Yep.
And that's important when you want to line it up. So you can see now that lines up beautifully. It gave me the opportunity to put those into place and just slip and slide it in to get it into place. And then also going to do, Dave, I'm just going to use...
I tell you what, Debbie, we've actually got the Kalal Glue pack of 4, a quad pack, for $10.99. That's amazing.
For 4?
For 4.
No.
Yes.
Really?
With just one P&P for the day, that's $2.75 each.
Because I know that glue's not that price, Dave.
That is a really good price. So if you want the Kalal Glue multi-purpose glue, that is $10.99 and no P&P to pay if you've already paid it and you bought something already today. Otherwise, it's $3.95.
I was just going to say, double check that, Laura. Just double check that for me, because that's an amazing price for that glue. I know how much our glue is, so I know that is an amazing price and an opportunity. And as Leanne would tell you, it is literally the best glue in the world. That's how she refers to it. I'm just going to put my sentiment just a little bit.
Well, that's what you'll
further
get.
down.
There we go. 4 bottles of Kalal Glue, $10.99,
Yeah.
QJ 2031.
That's honestly an amazing glue. It really is. I can't believe it's that price. I feel a purchase coming on myself, Dave. I can feel, do you know, and you want to just, I mean, I've already seen some things that Sandra's had, so I've been literally, although did some fly.
Sandra's in a buying mood, so are you today as well.
But again, look at this. This is now that perfect gatefold that's got the perfect mat and layers, and I've not had to calculate anything, not had to work anything out, because it's all been done for me with these fabulous dies, and then nesting dies in the centre to finish it off and make it all look ultra professional, really clever. And you've not had to do a single thing because those dies have done all that hard work. The only thing you've got to do is decide what pattern paper, what embellishments, what gems, what bows, what are you going to create. So many things that you can do with these. These are incredible. I'm going to stop talking because I'm going to get ready for the next step.
Okay, and I've got some gorgeous pattern papers here as well if you haven't got any at home or you want some new ones. But remember, all of these fantastic dies are different. Every single one is a different shape and a different style, but they do a similar job. Now, we have also got 2 smaller bundles for you. So if you want maybe the top 3, now the big bundle, we're down to the last 20% of, okay? The big bundle, all 5 of them, with the Centura Pearl Mink, only 20% of the stock we started with remaining. If you want that collection with the bonus Centura Pearl card, please order quickly. The other bundles that we've got as well, now, the same deal in that you get these 3 on the top in one bundle and those 2 at the bottom in a separate deal. So these 3 at the top were very, very popular in the 1 o'clock show this afternoon. So you've got, let me just remind you of what they're called. This one is called a Scallop Circle. This one is called the Deco Square. That's one we don't actually have some finished samples of or a board of. And this one is your stylish mosaic. So all those 3, there's 6 dies in each. They are just $29.99. So we're giving you again the £10 each deal, but you won't get the Mink Centura Pearl, okay? Half of the stock of what we had, we only mentioned this, half the stock of what we had in the first show has gone. So if we're as busy in the second show as we were at 1 o'clock, then they're going to be probably a sellout. So if you fancy just those 3, that's fine. And then the other duo that we've got available are these 2 down here. Now this is going to be the Eclipse Frame and also the Vintage Ticket as well. So if you love those 2 in particular, very reminiscent of a certain brand of die going back a few years. That's what it's making me think of. But certainly here what you've got are these wonderful unique apertures. These unique apertures that give you the actual gatefold itself, but then of course you've got all the dies that will allow you to cut all your designer papers so that they fit the flaps of your card beautifully. Those 2 together are just $11.50 each if you want the duo, $22.99 for both of them. Again, you won't get the Mink Centura Pearl with those either. The only way you'll get that extra bonus 10 sheets of Centura Pearl is if you go for the big bundle, which we only have 20% of the stock left, okay? So we're going very, very fast on those. To get all 5 of them, it's lovely to have the variety and the choice. And as we said before, I didn't really think of it. I should have done, but certainly Sandra from Santangle, when she looked at these, she thought, perfect, we can put some of the smaller tiles, tangle tiles, in these apertures, and they will fit. They'll work a treat. Not all of them, but certainly I'd say that one there, which is the Deco Square, it would fit a treat, and probably this one down here as well, I would have thought, the Eclipse Frame, that would work with the little tiles too, definitely. So if you want those, they, remember, are £10 each, it works out to $49.99, gets you all 5, plus the 10 sheets of Centura Pearl, which if I just show you, you've got to see it kind of flexed in the light. Look at the difference. When it's just kind of flat there, you can't really appreciate the reflection that you get off of it. But when you see it in the light, you can really appreciate our standard cardstock. On that side, though, you've got your Centura Pearl. So $49.99 for the whole collection if you want them. If you want those 2 down there, they're $22.99. And if you want singles, they're going to be on the website as well. But of course, the best value is the pack of 5. All right, back to Debbie then with demo number 2.
Yes, so I'm going to, you've already seen how to do the basic gatefold, but what about taking your gatefold onto like a double gatefold and to create this effect? So this is the gatefold standard and it looks amazing and you would automatically think that you open it that way. However, you can do a double gatefold and this is what you'll create. So, and I'm going to show you how easy it is to do. Let me just try and, there we go. Thank you. But it's a double gatefold.
I like that.
It is honestly
really different.
It's really easy to do.
Is it?
Again, yeah, it's all about, well, for a start, the dies. The dies make it really easy. And I'm going to do the square one, the Deco Square. Again, if you remember the concept that to cut the gatefold or the style of the card you want the largest of the outside pieces first. To create your mat and layers of the inside of the gatefold, or the different style of card that you're going to do, you'll use the smaller one that matches there. And then for the nesting dies in the centre, you'll just use the 2 smaller ones that are in the centre.
Okay.
Every single one's the same.
Right.
They've all got 6 pieces, sorry, not 4 pieces, because they split the, yep. Debbie, work that out. They split, you get the 2 main ones and then the 2 ones, so there is 6 in each one of them. But it's really, really easy to achieve. Now, I've started with this is how I would create a double gatefold without the use of any A3 cardstock. Of course, you could do if you've got A3 cardstock, but 2 6x6 blank cards. So basically, 12 by 6,
Yep.
scored in half. So first of all, scored in half, but also scored again. So I've got, and I've just turned that way so you can see it. It's so 6 by 6 by 12, score at 3, score at 6. It creates the 6 by 6, but it's also got that panel in there
Okay, got you.
that we're going to do
Yeah.
the double, and you do that twice.
Right.
So exactly the same, and you'll use your scoreboards for it. I know we've got some great scoreboards on at the moment. And if you think about it, it goes back on itself. So if you take it now and you look at it, it folds back, and then you're just going to put your line in. And the same with this one, but it's just the opposite end. So I'm just folding it back on itself, and those two are going to stay connected. And that'll create your double fold back. So when you stick it
gotcha.
together,
Yeah.
but you're going to work on one piece at a time. So in order to do that, Dave, we're going to let's take the largest one. And again, this is when you can create that fold. And I'll just do it on one side so you can get to see how you do this. And I always have to refer back to my little original. Do you know, I have like a pile at home, I have like white base cards, so I can remember and go back to it, and I have them stuck in a box of different kind of folds, and I have to just, so I can remind myself when I'm doing it. That's all I do. I genuinely do, and it's just to remind myself of the concept. But yeah, all we can do now is pop our little outside piece on, and what that'll do is it will cut through there. And you can, to be fair, if you want, use the 2 outside pieces and put them together if you want to make life easy for yourself.
Okay.
But you could do it in the 2 parts, and I'll do it in the 2 parts. So we'll just bring this in, because what you don't want to do is cut out, and I'll just make sure I've got that the right way around. Let's see if we've got that the right way around. It should cut through the 2 pieces, but you'll get the gist.
Okay.
So I'm just going to pop that down.
Thickness of card it's cutting through now is what?
Three,
is that 250?
300, 300, so it would be 600.
600 GSM.
I can't add up, Dave. Wow, what time did you start?
That's
We started
impressive.
at
If it
6.
cuts through 600 thickness of card.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm just going to line that up.
That tells you the pressure of the Gemini.
Yes, it does, yeah. So I'm just going to pop that on there. Just make sure it don't, because with it being a double fold back as well, might have been better off doing it in 2 separate pieces, but we'll try and do this process and just make sure when it cuts through, yeah, that's it. So again, I'm just going to pop that on and run that through. And I hope I've done that the right way around now, because Debbie, I know what I'm like. And what time did we get up this morning, Dave? What time did you get up?
4.
4? And you were still here for 5?
Yeah.
In fact, I think you were before me, weren't
Doesn't take
you?
me long.
Doesn't take you long.
Up and
A
out,
bit different
that's
for us ladies. It's a little bit different for us ladies when we get up at that time, because mine was 3:30. I actually set the alarm at 15:15.
Right.
Then 20:15. Then 15:30. That's my little method, in so that I don't, so that I make sure I actually get up, because I don't know about anybody else, but I just put that. You know,
Well, the
just put that
hotel I
on.
normally stay at around the corner here was full, so I had to go to a hotel 15 miles away. So I had a 15-mile drive at 4 o'clock in the morning as well.
Did
So,
you?
yeah, I did.
Are you still got here before me?
know,
I got up at 4. I need to be a man. Well, no, I don't really want to be a man. No, I don't want to be a man, but you have to get up and get ready at that time, don't you? And I stand under the shower for about 10 minutes. Just for it to come. I literally do stand under the shower for 10 minutes, Dave, I'm not going to lie, just to bring myself round a little bit. Do you know what? I can't get this off, Dave. Just give me a second while I just get this off. But yeah, so that's how I have to wake myself up. And
I don't mind early mornings. though. I quite like
I'm
it.
going to say about 10 cups of coffee in the morning at that
yeah,
time.
that's what happens when I get here, yeah.
Now, when you take this off, and I can see my Gemini's just moved a little bit, so it's taken that little bit off, but if I just pop that there, you can see it's cut out the aperture. You will repeat that on the other side as well, Dave. So, and again, I'll show you the panels in a second, but you would repeat it onto the other blank, but on the other side. And like I said, you can, if you want to, pop the 2 through together and stick those down, and that will create that fold for you as well. So there's two ways you can do it. If you don't want to go through, I mean, cut through there, no problem. But if your machine isn't a Gemini and you can't cut through, you can do it separately as well. So what you're going to do then is once you've cut those both out, I'll just move my dies to one side, Dave. You've then got your fold. Let's just bring that in. So that it's got now, but on both sides, and it creates the aperture on both sides. So I'm just going to stick my base together. Again, I'm going to use all-purpose,
I
Dave.
do love that as a design.
It's lovely,
Really
isn't it? Yeah, it's
attractive,
really, yeah, it's a real fun card as well. But I'm just going to pop the two like so. So it's the back on the back. So the two pieces that are the 6x6 join up together. It gives you some extra rigidity as well. Bit of rigidity as well. So now what we've got is that lovely gatefold, that double dual gatefold, and it just looks really, really lovely.
Debby,
I'll just set it up. Oh,
I've just
sorry.
been told
Yes?
it's looking very, very likely that this big bundle is probably going to sell out before the end of the show. This is Debbie's last show for a few days. So if you want this bundle, all 5 of, now look, how do they get described again? The Gemini Layered Edge Gatefold dies. Bit of a mouthful, but they are brilliant because you've got
Great concept.
rectangles, you've got squares, you've got circles, different shapes, and you can use them in dozens and dozens of different ways, as we showed you at the beginning of the show.
Yeah, and that I think that's why you're loving them.
Yeah.
And I think that's why they're proving to be so popular, because of the versatility of these. That yes, they work beautifully as a gatefold concept, but you saw all the amazing cards that you could do and create. I said this to you in the last show, Dave. I feel like they're from the creator card range because they create various different card bases, but the concept behind it is to create that perfect gatefold, the perfect mat and layer of that layered gatefold, and then the nesting dies that fit in perfectly, perfectly sized, perfectly in proportion to all work together. And I think that's why you're loving them just as much as we do. And I know right now, if you can wait a week, if you want to wait a week, because they're not on our website until next week, the end of next week. That's if you want to do that.
We've got them ahead of anybody.
We've got them ahead of everybody else, so you would be able to get hold of them today, like many of you are doing, and you'll probably have them home. You could actually go and watch that show and get some more inspiration from Corinne later on next week, if that's what you want to do. But you'll know that you've got yours ready to get crafting with straight away. So honestly, I am just so pleased you've seen what I see in them. Versatile dies, absolutely amazing.
And you know, Crafters Companion are really well known for really supporting the products that they sell. It's not just a case of you buying something, that's it, bye-bye, thank you for your custom. They support you with tutorials. I mean, it's free workshops every day here at Hobbymaker, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Dave, all you're going to do again is, now we knew that was a 6x6 base with a 3x6 panel. Yep. Take your, and my chosen cardstock that I chose, I've just used some papers. I think it's from my garden party. I can't remember if it's my garden party. It's an older collection anyway, but we've got some amazing papers that Dave's just shown you. Cut your panel down to size. So I've cut this down to 2 3/4 by 5 3/4. It's going to be the perfect mat and layer in there, and then just use your die in exactly the same way. So you're going to place your die over the top. If I just push that there so you can see, get that the right way around, Debbie. That will create, let me just hold that into place so you can see. Pop that on and it creates the perfect panels. So for me, I've done that with that cardstock, but I've actually run them through an embossing folder.
Lovely.
So I've used an embossing folder to create an embossed panel, and then I've used some gilding wax over the top just to highlight that. But again, that bit's the fun bit. This bit is the fun bit, but you know then that when you place that on, you've got the perfect frame around them. You can join them up in the middle if you want, or you can have them as I'm going to do. Just
putting that gilding wax on, it actually makes it look almost Art Deco.
Yeah.
A little bit like that.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the fun bit. Once you've worked out the concept, the idea that you want to do, the dies do all the hard work, you just get creative. As I've done with these, I've created using one of our embossing folders. Make sure I've got that the right way around, Debbie. 2 minutes. This is a good one, Dave, because that is the perfect example of why all-purpose glue is the most amazing glue in the world.
You put it on the wrong
because it
side.
gives me time to put it on the right side, and give me the wiggle room, and you can actually just rub that off. You know, if you weren't going to use it, you could actually rub that off if you wanted to. So honestly, just absolutely perfect.
So how long does it take to dry then, that?
A few minutes. It's
Okay.
a few minutes. So you get a good manoeuvrability, wiggle time.
Yep.
Bit of wiggle time. Yeah, you get all of that perfectly.
How many projects have you actually ruined in days gone by where something's grabbed instantly and you can't remove it? It's just there and it's wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, let's just go in with the glue. And that's the other thing. And it is a solvent-based glue, so and it is actually the perfect glue for matting and layering. We do lots of glue schools, lots of tuition on glue schools and things like that, the right glues for the right cardstock. And this is the perfect one for mats and layers.
Now, this particular collection, it is on split pay as well, which I've just realised, at $24.99 the first payment of 2 if you want to spread it into 2 payments. But I've just been told we've actually got more people want this than we actually have stock, but please don't think if it's in your basket, it's yours until you check out. Because if you don't check out, someone on the phone could well have theirs put in their basket for them by the operator. So, you know, we've all been there where we've been online, we put things in our baskets, got distracted, forgotten about it, and 3 weeks later we realise, oh, it's still in the basket. And that's not fair on people that want to buy it now on the phone. So if you please could check out, that would be fantastic. If you're on the phones, 0800 001 4433, the operator will make sure that you get one of these if you're quick, but I think we might sell out before 4 o'clock the way we're going at the moment. OH2067, you get the 10 free A4 sheets of Centura Pearl in the mink, that beautiful reflective mink, and you get all 5 of these fantastic gatefold dies, the layered edge gatefold die set.
And Dave, all I've done with this is I've taken the smaller 2 nesting dies and popping them on. You could actually use foam pads to lift it to give it a bit more shadow. I'm just going to use one of my favourite sentiments that I love with literally a passion. I absolutely love this one. Again, you could be layering that up onto foam pads if you want to. And then I'm just going to add a little bit of decoration. And I say a little bit of decoration. I seem to have misplaced my decoration. It's probably on the floor. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm just going to bring in my finished one so you can get to see.
What did you lose?
Lost all the decoration parts, all my
gems.
leaves and everything. I can see the gems, it's just the leaves and everything. But these parts that I've misplaced. But that part is the creative side. What you've got with this dies is the ability to create some gatefolds, fun gatefolds as well, because that's a double-sided folded gatefold. Tongue twister. And then you just get creative with the decoration part. Really clever concept, really easy concept, something that you've perhaps struggled with in the past. You won't anymore because all the hard work has been done. Leanne, the team, Sarah got together, designed. Leanne and her fabulous team, they really do, they work everything out, and then bring it for you to use with such ease and
Debby,
then versatility.
Let me show you a few more finished cards just to show you the versatility of these dies. I would never have thought of using them in this way. But I think you'll agree, that works a treat. It really, really does. Some fantastic designer papers in there.
Yeah, just a clever idea, Dave.
Yeah. This next one. Now, the bundle of 5 has sold out. We are trying to see if we can get any more stock, but the set of 5 has gone. The only way you can get them now is either individually or you can get them in the smaller bundles, which is the top row of 3 or the bottom row of 2. Now, you're in a real Centura Pearl mood, I've just been told today. Remember, you are going to be getting your 10 sheets of the mink if you've gone for that big set of 5. Now, we've got an offer going on with Centura Pearl as well. Now, it's 5 for the price of 4. Now, there are dozens of different colours. The colours are going to come up on the screen, okay? Now, it's really affordable. 10 sheets of Centura Pearl is £3.99. Now, if you put 4 in, or if you put 5 in, you'll only pay for 4, okay? So you'll basically be paying £17.96 it will be, if you wanted 5 sets, because one of them would be absolutely free. Now look at all these fantastic colours that you've got there as well. You've got the mink, you've got the baby blue, you've got the red and green maybe for Christmas, you've got the lavender and the gold. So you pay for 4, so it will be $15.96 for 4, it will be even better. I mean, if you don't want 5, you just select 1 or 2 if you want to. And they can be all 5 the same if you want to. If you're doing like a big project and you're doing lots of stationery for a certain event in the family or something like that, maybe wedding stationery. We always talk about things like that. Centura Pearl is the most luxurious cardstock for things like wedding stationery. I mean, I would only hesitate to guess how much a stationer would charge you if you went in and chose a cardstock of the luxury that is Centura Pearl. Your stationery would cost you a small fortune. It's great for embossing as well. It embosses beautifully. So yeah, choose. If you just want one set, maybe you want to try it, 10 sheets for $3.99. Under 40p a sheet is amazing value for money, but you're always going to get that wonderful shimmer and shine off the Centura Pearl, no matter what colour you go for. I'll tell you what I would recommend, my favourite, one of my favourites, Debbie, Centura Pearl Black.
Oh, yes, absolutely. That is a gorgeous one because it's got that lovely satin black finish to it,
Definitely. Yeah. But to be fair, all the colours are great. I mean, I remember when they first started doing Centura Pearl, when Sarah first came to work on TV with Craft, and it was like a hint of silver and a hint of gold. They were the two colours you had, and that was it. Now, Centura Pearl is in literally dozens and dozens of colourways, but it is a very popular choice today. If you wanted to go for 5 sets, you get 50 sheets of Centura Pearl in whichever colourways you want. It's basically a drop down when you go on our website, or you can ask the operator and they'll process the order for you, tell them the colours that you want, or ask them what colours there are, and they'll tell you, and then they'll put them in your basket for you. But yeah, if you go online, just go to the actual item that's on the screen right now, RQ2008, and then just select where it says options, and all the colourways will come up, and you just pop them into your basket, and when you put 5 in, you'll see that magically $1,399 disappears off your total bill, which is great. And that's actually paying for your postage. If it's the only thing you buy today, that's paid for your P&P. So that's cool. Yeah. Have we got time for one more demo?
Why not, Dave?
Shall we?
Why not?
Oh, don't forget the 12 by 12 paper pads that we were talking about. They're in stock as well. Winter Solstice, Dragonfly Dancing.
Oh, beautiful.
And a Winter's Tale. They're all on the website. I think they're on the website right now for you at really good prices, because you can decorate these cards, those dies, with those paper pads. That would be fantastic.
I'm going to use the vintage ticket, Dave.
Okay.
Love this one. This is a gorgeous design. If I just show you again, so you can see the 6 pieces are your 2 outer frames that create the main gatefold. The next ones in, so the second ones in, are the ones that create the perfect mat and layer that fit into your gatefold. If you're doing the gatefold option, because you've just seen some of the lovely cards that Dave showed you, where you can really play around with them. And then you've got your 2 nesting dies in there as well that actually fit in perfectly. That precision, perfection, every single time. There's a little bit of inspiration on the front as well, so you can see how they work. But again, a little picture on there, and of course that that tutorial that will always be there on our website. So for me, this time I've done a slightly, as I did say, about the chunky side and the thin side. This is actually from an A3 piece of cardstock, so it's actually a full length of A3, and I've scored it at 2.5 inches and 11 inches to create my gatefold, but on a different kind of style. So what you're going to do with this one, Dave, and I'll start with the outer layers again. And if I just bring these in, I want to create the panel that's on the inside, so it goes to those 2 folds like so. So you're going to pop that down and tape it down. Now you would need to then open it up and perhaps go in at one at a time. So if I'll do it again, where I pop that down. Just make sure, always on a fold, it always bounces off the tie. But I'm just going to show you. So I'm going to pop that in first, and I'll put it onto that first line.
Oh, I've got some news, Debbie. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, it's fine, yeah.
It's great on a Friday. Obviously, Crafters Companion are still in the office in their HQ. We've got the guys in the office here. We've got more stock. We've been able to get just 25 more of the big bundles. That's all we could get hold of, okay? Now, whatever you do, if you want this bundle, remember $49.99 with the bonus of the 10 sheets of Centura Pearl Mink. Now's the time to put it in your basket. It's not going to cost you $68.94. It's $49.99. We've got 25 extra sets. Thank you, Crafters Companion, if you're watching us up in Darlington. The website picture, I've been told, is wrong, okay? You are going to be getting all 5 of these, plus the Centura Pearl. So if you're getting a bit confused because the website picture looks different, it is incorrect, so apologies. That's what you're going to get, everything there with the Centura Pearl, 25 chances, and we've got about 12 minutes left on the show, so good luck, I hope you get it.
Yeah, well, yes.
And on split pace.
And I think it's because you've realised, just like I said, you can sit back and watch these demos. You can go and watch ours later on next week, because there'll be plenty of demos next week with these as well. There'll be a craft along at some point where we do a 2-hour real-time crafting show where we craft along with you. There'll be all sorts on there. There'll be other takes from other members. So our lovely guests, our Jan, our Craig, our Debbie, Corinne, they'll all have their own take on it, including Sarah as well. But once you've got them, and you'll be getting them first, because literally those orders will be going in, and they'll probably be shipping them out by Monday. By Tuesday, you've probably got them. So it literally is a great time and a great opportunity, and the launch price is a fabulous price as well, with that extra little bit in there.
Talking about Monday as well.
Yes.
Heads up, we've got a takeover. Sarah herself will be here doing a takeover on Hobby Maker with Crafter's Companion all afternoon from 1 o'clock through until 6 o'clock. Non-stop bargains galore. Sarah always makes sure that we have some amazing offers, amazing deals for the
She
takeover
does
shows.
indeed, yeah, she does. Now, I've stuck that down, Dave, while we've been chatting. So I've popped it on into place, so I know that it's perfectly positioned. Again, of course, you can have a little play around with it if you want to. Because it's on a longer card, I am going to do it in one section at a time. So we're going to run that through. I've gone on my smaller plates, but literally it just takes a couple of minutes to run through. About 9 seconds if you're using your smaller plates, Dave. And of course, I can bring that back because I've got the beauty, I can bring that back.
You can reverse
so I don't
it.
have to mess about, I can reverse that and then just flip reverse with the other side of the die. So bring that out and then you'll just do exactly the same on the other side. So if I push that in, flip reverse it, and then go in with that one as well. Do you know what, to be fair, Dave, you probably don't need your magnetic sheet in this because it's not a detailed die.
okay, right.
So you probably could get away without putting your magnetic sheet in.
Right.
You would just use your 2 cutting plates and your plastic shim with it sandwiched in there. But yeah, you could probably get away with that. I've just done it because it's automatic. I do it all the time with my magnetic, but I do say about longevity with your plates and things like that. Maybe take one of the shims out. Now, when you do release it, and I'll try and do it again, Dave, because I know it's gone through twice now, because it went front and back, so I know that tape will have stuck down even more than it normally does. But you get the gist. I'm just going to show you if I just lift that die off there. So again, take the die out of its situ. And there you've got, and it can be either way that, Dave, I'll just bring my tape off for a second. But you can see now you've got that, again, perfect positioned gatefold.
Such a different way of making
is.
cards, and
Yeah.
it's something that I've not seen in a very, very long time, if at all, I don't think, these aperture cards. And they're so versatile. They don't have to be just one size of card. You can make them longer on one side, shorter on the other.
Yep.
Fantastic.
And that's what you're going to do. And to create that matten layer, it's exactly the same. You're going to take the next 2 sizes. Again, think about how much of a frame you want. You could take it down 1/2 inch. If you're double layering up with your cardstock, then you just need to take those equations in. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah.
You need to just make sure that you've measured your paper to fit your panel, and then you use your dies. And that means when you use the dies, you absolutely get the perfect, every single time, the layer to go in there. That's why they're called the gatefold layers. We've created the gatefold, but the next size down creates the pattern, the actual pattern, literally into there.
I really think these are the perfect dies to use with your favourite paper pads. You know, if
Yeah.
you've got like your Graphic 45s or you've got your Crafter's Companion 12x12 paper pads, all those wonderful pads you've collected, you don't know what to use the papers on. This is the perfect solution.
Yeah, and I've used chimoiserie. It's our paper pad, a chimoiserie. I know we've had it on in the past. I think it's sold out, I'm not going to lie, because we had it on at a fabulous deal. But it's one of my favourite pads as well. I love the bold designs on there. You could actually make your own pattern, to be fair, Dave.
Yeah,
you could make your own pattern paper. I just want to make sure I've got the right... Yep, that's the one. Let's go in there with the inside layer, and you'll see then how it all works together. How are we doing for time? Just so I can get a gist of...
5 minutes odd.
Now he tells me 5 minutes, and then he'll go 2 minutes, 1 minute, 30 seconds.
40 seconds. Wrap it up.
Oh dear. So I've just popped a panel inside, and again using my wet glue, it means that I've got a lovely contrasting paper there. And then you're going to take those nesting dies again. Now I could run those through my die cutting machine, but you've seen me use the die cutting machine. I'm just going to use those 2 smaller pieces to create the perfect nesting dies that are perfectly proportioned to fit inside your gatefold. So again, I'm going to use a bit of wet glue. You can use foam pads and use a bit of wet glue onto the back.
You know, I said we had 25.
Yeah.
Well, after everyone checks out, there'll be 3 left.
Are you kidding?
No.
Wow.
You've loved these. I'm not surprised.
Do you know, I said to you this morning and today when I saw you, I said, wait till you see what I've got on this afternoon. I knew these were going to be well loved. And I like the concept of a gatefold. I've always loved a gatefold. gatefold that's been made easy. Oh, it's just right up my street. It really, really is. Because there's so much that you can do with these, Dave. They really are a fabulous concept.
If you're worried you're going to miss out, I'd phone the operator. I'd phone the call centre, 0800 001 4433. There is a little bit of a queue on the phone lines, but not too long, and hopefully the operator can get one for you. Remember, if it's in your basket on the website, it's not yours till you check out. And I know that some people miss out because they get taken out of their basket. So yeah, it is a bit... kind of when we get down to the limited stock like that, it's a bit kind of first come, first serve. So I hope you get yours.
Absolutely. Now I'm debating which side to have, the chunky on this side or the thin, or flip reverse it, because either way would look really nice.
That looks good.
I think I'm going to change it from the initial one. So I'm going to put, oh actually no, because I've got my best there. So I'll go that way. So I'll keep my best there because I've got my best wishes sentiment on this, Dave. And I'm just going to pop
Oh, and the flowers are up the right way that way.
Yeah, and it'll fit with me flowers. I'm going to put me ribbon in the corner as well, but I'll pop that on last because I'm going to decorate my little flowers around there. Again, just using things. This is literally just the decoration part. You've got the main concept. I'm loving the fact that you're loving them just as much as I love them, because when I saw these, I was like, oh yes, this is a bit of me, this, Dave. Bit of me, because I love concept cards, so I love the idea of a concept, but I love the idea of a die set that does more than one thing.
Yeah.
I say all the time, I'm a crafter. I want to spend my money wisely. I want to think of all the things that I can do with it. I don't want it to be a one-trick pony. I want it to be something that can do a lot for me in terms of my crafting. And that's exactly what these do. Now, these are just some of my floral dies that we do at Crafter's Companion. I've just literally edged them with a bit of ink and a bit of glitter and popped some of my favourite gems ever in there. I'm going to put my little flower in there. We're going to have a big, in fact, do you know what? Let's have a little switch round. You can go there, and we'll have a bigger one in that centre. And I'm not going to add any more because...
Well, I'm so pleased you love these dies.
Yeah,
it looks like
I
it's going to be a complete sellout. I know the process of checking out takes a minute or two, but if you could please check out your basket on the website to make sure you've got your die sets. I don't want you to miss out on this. 2 split pays as well, which is $24.99 today and $24.99 in 4 weeks' time. Now, Debbie, you're back in...
I haven't got a clue. I forgot when I'm next back in. We're in October, aren't we, next week? It's in October. I'm back in October.
Okay.
Or am I? I think I'm back in October. But you've got our lovely Sarah and Debbie here and Becky on Monday for the takeover. I am so pleased you've been loving these. There are other options. Go and have a little look on that website. There are lots of other options, but this is just a little taster of the things that you can be doing with these fabulous concept dies. They're amazing.
Safe drive.
Thank you very much. I'm off to Bristol.
See you soon. Okay, now next we've got a brand new guest to Hobby Maker coming up next. It's Sarah Hodgkins. I've met Sarah before, and she's bringing us the art of mosaic. It's crafty you, crafty me in about 2 or 3 minutes.
Hey guys, good news. It is that time of the month. You know what I'm talking about, when they let me come in and take over the whole channel. So basically, on Monday from 1 o'clock, you've got the lovely me and my team from Crafter's Companion coming in to do a full-scale takeover. So I am talking about mystery bags that you will not want to miss. I have the world launch of my brand new Sarah Signature collection that you will see before anyone else. We've got amazing 5 in 5s. That's when we do 5 incredible deals in 5 minutes, and it's just fast-paced and awesome. We've got the Gemini Junior on with an incredible deal with a huge mystery bag coming included with it. We've got deals on some of our dies and stamps. We've got loads of our core items and storage at fantastic prices, and it is just going to be a mega awesome afternoon that you will not want to miss. So 1 o'clock on Monday, I'll see you there.
Hobby Maker are live from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day on Sky Channel 670, Freesat Channel 807 and Freeview Channel 73. You can also watch on YouTube via some smart TVs, your computer and phone. Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
When you purchase anything on Hobby Maker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee. meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker.
Hi everybody, just popped in to remind you that we've got a fantastic couple of shows to look forward to this coming Sunday. You know, here at Hobbymaker we bring you big companies and we bring you small family-run businesses as well. Well, one of your most favourite family-run businesses, Dreamies, are back this Sunday at 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock. I love working with Carol and Hayley. They're both going to be here as well, so if you want to see what they have up their sleeves and what they're bringing you, 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock this coming Sunday.
It couldn't be easier to watch Hobbymaker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube, so you can watch at home or on the go. Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
Here at Hobbymaker, we love seeing what you've been making, and it's our job to keep you inspired. So how does a £100 credit to your Hobbymaker account sound? Every month, we're going to be giving away a £100 credit to one lucky Hobbymaker's account. And all you have to do to enter is simply send a photo of your crafty makes to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. We will be picking one winner each month at random, and we'll announce the lucky winner on air in the 5 PM show on the last Saturday of every month. So what are you waiting for? Get crafting, get motivated and get inspired with Hobbymaker.
Good afternoon everybody, welcome back to Hobbymaker on this Friday afternoon, and we've got a very, very special brand new guest to introduce you to today. Although Sarah and I have met before, a few years ago now, isn't it?
Yeah, back.
It's great to see you. This is Sarah Hodgkins, and what we've got is Crafty You, Crafty Me. Now tell us a bit about your company then. What sort of crafting do you do?
So we do a whole range. We do a whole set of mosaic kits, which is what you're going to be seeing today. We also do some sewing kits, some needle felting kits and some macrame kits. Bit of everything, all kind of aimed at people that just want to give something a go, try something new, get off the phones and just do something.
And when I saw this on my schedule, I thought, oh great, something a bit different. Because I don't think I've done a mosaic show in a very, very, very long time. And what you've actually got here are glass, well, are they beads or
they're
are they
tiles?
tiles?
They're glass tiles. They're made from recycled glass.
But they're not sharp or anything?
But they're not sharp, they're smooth, they're shaped, they're beautiful, they're really shiny and lovely.
I love the idea of this. Now, what we've actually got is a combination of coasters. You can buy them individually, but you can also buy them in kits. So you can make multiples if you want to. We've got kind of family packs. We've got kind of kiddie packs as well, so the kids can get involved too. And I think just they look so exciting and interesting and different. They are really, really cool. And they're so affordable as well. And I mean, these are your best sellers, aren't they?
They are. The coasters are our best sellers by a long way. They're good because you've got the variety. You can sit down and you can do a nice detailed design and work it all out, or you can just stick the tiles on and go for it, depending on what sort of craft you actually are.
Now, I know an awful lot of people will be wondering, what do you actually use to kind of grout the glass in? Do you have to wear a mask or gloves or anything?
No, so we use non-toxic grout powder. So it's a texture grout powder and it's non-toxic, it's child-friendly, it's family-friendly. You simply add some water to the powder that comes with the kit, give it a good mix, and off you go.
Who do you find actually does your mosaics? Have you got a certain type of customer that buys your things?
We have a whole kind of range of people. We find the coasters tend to go to the adult market. People want to do them as something to sit down and do. The party packs go to families. They want to sit down and do something together. We had a lot of Zoom ones during lockdown where they'd literally dish it out and just give some crafting a go. And we had so many people say, we're buying this for our granddaughter or buying it for our niece or our nephew. So we said, okay, right, well, let's get some children's stuff on the go, which is what you'll see in the second half. So we've got a children's range as well of the kind of the more shaped mosaics that they can just make and hang up.
Sure. I love the whole concept of this. We've got some mirrors coming up a bit later as well. So if you've got a mirror maybe in the kitchen or the bathroom or something like that. But our coasters, let's start at our coasters first of all, because you can choose whether you want to have round or whether you want to have square, whether you want to have blue, whether you want to have multicoloured or yellow. And we've also got some bumper packs as well, which give you all of them in one go. And that's where the best saving is as well, isn't it?
Yeah, if you buy the bundles, you can get multiple kits all at one go, and then you can dish them out however you want.
So each kit will make 2 coasters.
Each kit will make 2 coasters, that's correct, yeah.
So how does the process work then? What have we got in a kit, for example?
So in your kit, you get some wooden blanks. They come with our sticky surface on them. Yeah, I can see that. So they come with this is our sticky surface.
Oh, okay.
So you can see the tiles just stick straight onto that. So there's no gluing involved. There's no waiting around for glue to dry. Kind of removes all the faff that you get with that side of it. You put all your tiles on, make your decoration, mix up your grout, and pop your grout on, and we'll give you a bit of a demo of that in a minute.
Oh, okay, terrific. Okay, let's talk through exactly what we've got then. Remember, the big bundle is the best value for money. That's where you're going to save the most money. So we'll come on to that in a short while. But let's start with the blue at the top then, first of all. And you said the blue is one of the most popular colours.
Blue is really popular.
I'm telling you, when I see that colour blue, I think kind of Greece, Mediterranean, Aegean. It just takes me on holiday, really.
It does. And I think the tiles help with that as well. The glass tiles make it all shiny.
And if I just lift this up actually for a second, you can see that they are incredibly smooth and also a very, very, very good surface to put maybe even a glass on, not just a mug. So you can use them for your wine glasses, your squash glasses.
Put wherever you want. And there's a cork back on it as well. So when you pop it down as a coaster, it's not going to do any damage to your tables and things.
I mean, you always know that coasters are going to go down well as gifts. I mean, everybody makes a cup of tea or coffee or has a glass of wine on a Friday evening or something like that. You need to protect your tabletop. So coasters are going to look great and also be practical too. So you can make 2 for $16.99, which is really good value, isn't it? £8.50 each.
Yeah.
And is it fun to do too?
It is fun to do. It's really interesting. And it's nice to spend the time coming up with your design and working out where you want the tiles are. You can put the tiles down, you can take them off again, you can change your mind, you can give it a little shuffle around and kind of give it a shake.
Okay, so if you fancy 2 of the blue ones, that's the blue square. That product on the screen is DP5304. DP5304, just £16.99. Then we're going to do the next one, which is the rainbow one. Now, rainbows massively, massively popular. They have been for many, many years, but even more so more recently. And look at the colours of the glass that you've got there as well. Do you actually provide like colour guides inside the box, or do you just do what you feel?
No, we just we let people do what they feel. We find that actually people really enjoy doing it. We used to do it with the blue and the yellow ones, and actually we found people would do one and follow the guide, and then actually they'd go off piste on the second one.
Yeah.
So we kind of thought, actually, let's let people be a bit creative and do what they want.
Okay, so it's going to be $16.99 for the 2 of the rainbows as well. And also, it's not just different colours, it's different shapes as well in there too, isn't it?
There's squares and there's circles in the coaster sets. So you get a bit of variety, it kind of mixes it up. You can make your own patterns, make your own pictures.
And they come beautifully boxed as well, so easy if it is a gift, you're gifting the kit.
Yeah, you can just wrap it up and off you go. They're really simple.
Yeah, very eco-conscious packaging, absolutely. So $16.99, that will get you 2 of those, and that's CU5309. CU5309, there's no plastic in there whatsoever, and also made in Britain too.
Made in Britain, made in Derbyshire. Yeah.
Oh, great, okay, even better. It gets even better. So that's for 2 of your rainbow coasters, and they're the square ones. We then go to the next one, which is the yellow.
It's on the far side.
It's over there, bottom right. There we go. So the yellow one, take a little look at the yellow. I mean, that is real sunshine, isn't it?
That is. That's our, we're going to say that's our Roman and our kind of Italian coaster.
Well, here's another one, which is done in a totally different way. That's got like a swirl to it. I mean, this one, if I just hold that there for a second, there we go. That's another one. So you've actually got like kind of coral colours and minky colours as well as the yellow in there as well. I mean, look at the shine off of them too. Absolutely no sharp edges to the glass whatsoever. And you stick it down onto the sticky base to start with, and then you just put the grout in between. And we'll show you how to do that, or Sarah will, fairly soon as well. Now, these are going to be $16.99 too, but we have got a bigger bundle coming up soon where you can actually get all of the coasters at a specially reduced price as well. So 2 of the yellows, and that's $16.99, item number PL5308. And then the Circle Multi, which I've got here as well. Let me just show you the Circle Multi. So again, that's got blues in it. It's got taupes in it as well. I mean, the glass is absolutely gorgeous. The colours are fantastic.
They're beautiful, aren't they?
Yeah, really nice. So we're going to do the same price on this one as well. XN5393. XN5393. Again, cork back for you. And of course, the adhesive base is the perfect base to put the actual the glass discs on and the glass squares on as well. £16.99. Something a bit different, brand new today, never before been seen on Hobby Maker. Now, if you like all of those, and you're thinking, you know what, I'd like to get all 4 of them. So you're going to get basically all of this in my hands twice. There we go. So you're going to get 2 of the blue, 2 of the multi, 2 of the yellow, and 2 of the square as well. So that should be £71.90 for all of those. You're going to be actually making 8 coasters?
You'll make 8 coasters,
8
yeah.
coasters in total. Let's see what we can do with that price, because that is the price it should be, but it's not going to be that price, I can tell you that. UN5392, all of these are going to go down to, look at this, $59.99, and it's on split pay as well. So today, that means all you need to pay today is $29.99, half the price, plus your P&P if you've not bought anything so far today, that's $3.95. If you have bought something already, that's the delivered price, and then you pay the final $29.99 in 4 weeks' time. I just think they're great. I can see why they're the best sellers.
Yeah, they just go down well, and they're usable, aren't they? You can use a coaster at the end of it. You're not making something that you then, what do I do with this?
No.
You can actually use it.
And also, because they're multicoloured, most of them, they're going to go with any decor, modern or old, or whatever.
They go across the board.
Yeah,
You
definitely.
can come up with whatever design you want on them. So.
Okay, well, that's the start of the show. We have got more in the show coming up in a minute, but we're going to have a little bit of a demo to show you how you actually do them. You don't need any tools or anything?
No, you get everything in the box, with the exception of a bit of water that you need for your grout to mix your grout powder up. But everything else comes in there. You get a wooden stick for your grouting, you get your sponge. Literally, if you need it, it's in the box.
And the sponge is what, to smooth the grouting over?
Yeah, we'll show you in the second half, but you get a sponge that you use to clean it off when you're done.
Right, what do we do first then, Sarah?
As I said, you take off, there you go, the sticky layer, and then this is sticky. So
Very sticky.
you can take your tiles and you can just literally,
Now, if you put one in a place that you're not happy with, you can lift them off?
you take it off and move it.
Oh, okay.
I wouldn't do it too often.
Right.
You can do it several times and it will be absolutely fine.
And is there a knack in how much of a space you put between the...
I recommend 1 to 2 mil. So leave a bit that you want to be able to get the grout in between the tiles.
Okay.
But equally, you don't want to leave it too big because when the grout dries, it will dip.
Okay.
And you'll end up with an uneven.
I'm just wondering, you know, because you've got so many colours in the actual beads themselves, in the glass beads, could you maybe do someone's initial?
So you could do it at border and pop an initial in the middle. We do it quite a lot. I've run groups for like brownies and rainbows, and that's really popular, popping their initial
Oh, nice.
in the middle of it. Yeah, they love it.
Personalised coasters, where else do you get that?
Exactly. What more do you need?
And it's just, I can imagine it's really quite therapeutic and quite relaxing to do as well.
It is, because it's simple.
Yeah.
There's not mega thinking involved. You can just sit and stick things on. It's really therapeutic. It just kind of takes your mind off things, doesn't it?
And like I just said, you can do initials on them too.
So you can do initials on them, you can do rainbows on them, you can make pictures. We've seen all sorts kind of across the way with them. I'm not making much of a pattern here. I'm just sort of showing you how they stick, because, but they're completely, they won't.
They're not going to go anywhere.
No,
I suppose the grouting then will literally cement them in place.
Grouting cements them in, and that's it. Then they're in place. They're fixed.
And can I just have a couple to feel? Do you mind? Can you just give me a few? Is that right?
Yeah, go for it. Come on.
Oh yeah, they're perfectly smooth. I suppose they get tumbled, do they, to go smooth, or?
I don't know, to be honest with you. It's a really good question. I don't know. They're made to shape, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I suspect that
They're incredibly smooth, incredibly shiny. And I remember when I first met you was what, a few years ago now?
Yeah, a year or so.
And it was something that was really popular with your brand then. And it's the first time it's been on Hobby Maker today. And we'll probably see lots of other things that you do in the future as well with your business.
Got a whole range of things to keep people busy. I'm all about getting people off their phones and just finding something you can do that's different and sitting and relaxing. And
I better be careful then, aren't I?
yeah, watch out.
Because I'm guilty of being on my phone so much.
Oh, we all are, aren't we?
Yeah.
It's terrible. But yeah, no, it's just nice to have something to do. And this is good because it's easy. You don't need any creative skills to go and do it. Anyone can sit down and just make a mosaic.
And mosaics, I just think they're beautiful. I mean, they are you know, you think of them maybe when you go on holiday, see mosaics in ancient cities, in churches. I've actually got a mosaic table at home, a coffee table that I have outside in the garden, which is lovely. And they always intrigue me because they look so beautiful, but they look so complicated, but they're not. Especially when you've got the glass tiles like this.
No, these tiles make it really easy. If you've got to start cutting up tiles, it starts to get a bit more complicated. But
you're going around the outside edge, is that the best way to do it?
I like to go on the edge because it creates your kind of your outside line, if that makes sense. And then I tend to fill in the middle.
Yeah.
So you can see on some of the rainbow ones, I've just kind of gone across the board on them. It's kind of up to you really how you fancy doing it. I'm an edge person as a rule.
And have you got like a timeline for how long the wood stays sticky for? Have you got to put the glass down quite quickly, or?
I've never found it yet unsticky in the time it's taken to do it.
Oh, okay.
So you've got a good hour or two to. It doesn't go unsticky. I wouldn't go and put anything else on top of it because it will pick it up, obviously.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
No, it stays sticky pretty much until you go and grout it.
And I imagine it wouldn't take you long to actually fill that with the glass beads. What, about an hour or so, or maybe even less?
Yeah, less than that. It's really funny. I've run workshops, and we have some people who will take an hour and a half and do one coaster because they'll sit and they'll think about where they're putting everything and what it's going to look like, and they'll take them off and they'll put them back on again. And then you'll get some people who do 6 in that same time frame because they're just like bang,
they're just
bang.
random.
Yeah, I'm done. And either works. You know, either is absolutely fine. Whatever floats your boat.
So remember, you've got the opportunity of either buying one pack of 2, which is a really affordable way of doing it. If you like the idea of all of them and you want to get what we're calling the bundle, you're going to get basically enough to make 8 of them in total. Maybe you want to maybe multi-order one design. You want to maybe go for the rainbow twice, so you've got 4 of the rainbow ones, or you want to go for the blue ones twice, you've got 4 of those. Mix and match. You only ever pay one P&P of $3.95. If you go for the big bundle today that Sarah's put together for us at a really good discounted price down, you're saving over £10 by buying it like this, and it's on 2 split payments as well. But everything you need is included in the box. You just decide whether you want the blue, whether you want the yellow, whether you want the rainbow, or the other one was the circle, wasn't it?
The round one, yeah.
Yeah, the circle, the multicoloured round one. So choose. The other ones are square, but we do have the round one available as well. And we've got some family bundles as well. Tell us about the family bundles. How do they vary to this?
So the party pack ones
Yeah.
we're talking about. So these boxes.
Party packs, sorry,
Yeah,
yeah.
no, that's all right. Checking we're talking about the right thing. We'll get confused. They come, so you get enough material, so 6, 8 or 10 coasters in there, all bundled into one box. Very much used for kind of, if you've got a birthday party or a family gathering, or you just want something to all do together. You've got all the materials you need, but it very much comes as one thing to do all at the same time, as opposed to the bundle of 4 kits, which you would do it separate, or you could gift them out.
Yeah, so if you wanted multiples of the sets of 2, they'll come in separate boxes. But if you want to go for 6 or 8, or 10,
yeah.
Everything will come in one box. So that will be a more affordable way of doing it. So if you wanted to go for a bumper pack of 10 to make 10 coasters, that is only $46.99. So that's just over £4.50 each, and that's whether you want the square or the circle. You can choose either or. And that's enough to make 10 coasters. So 10 of those adhesive-backed bases, loads of the glass beads, of course, as well, and enough of that completely non-toxic grouting that we were talking about before. There's no need for gloves. There's no need for masks or anything like that. No. Completely safe. And probably put some newspaper down or something like that.
Might be wise and don't wear your best clothes. But
yes.
Yeah. And it washes out as well.
Okay. Can I open up one of these and have a look inside? Let's just have a look. This one is the...
So I did have one nearby, that was it.
This one's the 6.
Yeah, do you want me to slide the thing off for you?
Would you mind?
There's a knack to it.
Okay. We're going to show you the 6 bundle, and we're going to show you the 8 bundle, and we're going to show you the 10. Thanks, Sarah. Let's have a little look. So everything inside here, everything is environmentally friendly packed. And this one is the circular one that I've actually picked up here, but you can choose which of them you'd like. You get loads of beads in here, and this is the one, this was the number 6 one, wasn't it?
This was the number 6 one, yeah.
So this will make enough beads in there to make 6 of the coasters. You can see it's a mixture of round and square glass beads, all different colours, which is fantastic. You get your non-toxic grout powder. You even get little cardboard mixing pots as well, which is really cool. All of these have got the set-off adhesive on them already. You get your stirring spatulas for your grout, and you also get your sponges as well, which you can, of course, smooth the grout over with. All inside a really well-presented box. The whole thing, it's presented beautifully. It really, really is. So that one is the 8. We've got the 10 available as well, and we also have the 6. So the 8 one, sorry, is on the screen at £42. That's going to go down. That's going to go down to under £40 if you want to make 8 coasters. 8 coasters at under 40 quid. That works out to, what, £5 a coaster, doesn't it? That's really, really good. Yeah. So, the boxes of 2 are great, but if you're going to buy maybe 4 of them or 5 of them or something like that, it's much more cost effective to buy the actual, the party packs that we got here. So it's all in one box rather than you're paying for 3, 4, 5 boxes.
It's because of the boxes. It's because of we halve the number of sponges and spatulas, so because you can share them if you're doing a party. So we wanted to keep the cost down on party packs so you can share these around.
Well, I mean, a great idea. Maybe we've got the half-term holidays coming in October. Maybe the whole family can get together and make these. Maybe you want to make them for family members for Christmas.
We get a lot of that. Grandparents really love things made by children.
I mean, imagine if the if the grandkids have made coasters for Gran and Grandad. They'd just be so proud of them, and they're out all the time. They're always visible, aren't they?
Yeah, and they use them, don't they? That's that sort of thing.
I love the idea about putting someone's initial in it, though.
I think, it looks really neat. I don't want to. There was a sample with the name on. I think it's gone somewhere. It's probably around the corner.
Now, the price for 6, let's have a little look at this. So the box for enough to make 6 of the coasters inside the box, that's ZE5346, ZE5346. That's £31.99. So, and then, again, a really affordable way. And again, you just choose whether you want which type you want.
Whether you want the round or the square.
So round or square, that's the option. So choose either round or square, £31.99, and that's ZE5346, your item number there. And I've actually got this is the 8 one I've got, isn't it, or 6?
That's the 6.
This is the 6. So this is what you get in the 6. There's loads of beads in here, glass beads. They're incredibly tactile, incredibly good quality, you can really tell that.
Yeah, they're beautiful, the beads.
And the glass is from the UK as well, is it?
It's from the EU.
EU?
Yeah.
Fantastic. And then you've got your 6 round, this is the round, obviously you can choose the square if you want. There we are. And you just basically peel off this layer, and that will reveal, of course, the adhesive underneath, and that's what you just basically pop your beads onto. Can you show us again how simple it is and easy it is to do?
Yeah, pop the beads on.
You
want to have a go?
Yeah.
I'll let you.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, if you wanted to use tweezers or something, I suppose you could do, but you don't really need to, do you?
So the sort of thing that are actually really good as you get older, because the dexterity, we get quite a lot of people buying them for old people's homes and things, because it's just really good to do them as well.
And it's something that's, practical at the end of the day, isn't it? Something that you've actually got to show for your time.
Yeah.
I do love this. Where else do you get the chance to actually learn how to do mosaics? I mean, is this actually the way that bigger mosaic projects are done? Things like mosaic tables and things. Is it similar sort of process?
Very similar. They tend to use glue
right.
to stick them down because they're outside in a lot of things. So they tend to use glue and they need the glue to dry. And then you'd use grout powder. You'd use proper grout, but proper grout contains cement, which is why we don't use it. But the method's the same. Like you stick the tiles down and you put the grout on.
They really are very, very good quality, these tiles. They really, I can tell. No rough edges, no sharp edges or anything like that. Obviously, adult supervision with children, that goes without saying. But you haven't got to worry about the grout. The grout is completely fine, completely safe. It's really cool. Can you show us how to do the grouting?
Of course I can.
Is that right? Okay, so you've done made one up.
Earlier.
Oh, that's, I like that, what you've done there.
I've just taken one of the bags of mixed tiles.
So you've done square around the outside edge and then round in the middle.
Yeah.
I like that.
You can see it real on the camera, can't you? It really shows up.
Really good. How many roughly do you use on each tile? Do you know?
How many tiles?
Or on each coaster?
Oh, it's 10 by 10.
So it's about 100.
100-ish.
Yeah.
Just under, probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so to mix the grout, what's the process?
So to mix the grout, I've pre-mixed this, but you add some water to the grout powder. Do it a small bit at a time because you don't want it too wet. But yeah, just pop it in. Give it a really, really good stir.
So how do you know when you've got it to the right consistency?
My best description is you want it to be like hummus.
Oh, okay.
That's my best kind of example of how to get that.
Yeah.
But you want it to be spreadable, so you want to be able to smooth it on. And then what you can do is you just take some, and you use a stick that comes with the kit, and you just spread that over the top, and you do the whole thing.
I see what you mean about the consistency of hummus.
Yeah, it's very much that kind of, it's spreadable, but it's not wet, if that makes sense. It's not dripping wet.
No.
You want it kind of, if it gets too wet, you'll find you'll kind of displace the tiles. So you don't want to be too wet with it. And it's just, there you go.
That's fab.
Pick it up to do the edges. This really helps around the edges if you kind of do it on the side like this.
What a different idea, what a different hobby and craft to actually embark on. And to actually have them in your home, on your dining table, on your kitchen table, on your coffee table. Oh, I made that, you know. I mean, it's the sort of thing that you'd expect to maybe buy on holiday or something like that as a souvenir from a place that you've been to, but you made it yourself.
Do it yourself. Do it yourself. And then you use a sponge to clean it. I recommend leaving it to dry before you take the sponge to it, but we'll show you how.
Oh, so is the sponge quite abrasive then? Or?
The sponge, it's not. I'll let you feel it, and you can. It's pretty soft.
Oh yeah.
But you don't want to, because it's wet. You don't want to disrupt anything. So it's better just to leave it to dry a bit.
So it will just, so you can just kind of buff it off and remove the excess.
You can go. I do it really gently, but you can. And then it doesn't matter if you've still got some on, because once it's dry, you can give it a really good. I'll show you. This one's coming up later, but this is one of the ones for later. But it's dry. I did this a couple of days ago. You can really.
Oh, I see.
You can really go for it once it's dry, and take all the excess off.
Excellent.
And start to see them.
Because I was thinking that it wouldn't actually remove if it had set. I was thinking that it would just come.
You can scrub. You can scrub and get it off, and it's not overly hard to do.
Now we've got these ones for children coming up fairly soon as well. We've got various opportunities, various offers with kits to make butterflies. We've got hearts. We've got dinosaurs as well, and we've also got the mirrors as well. Now all of these, I believe. Can I just confirm? Is everything on the website for this show? Not yet, but they will be. So we'll have the mirrors on there. We'll have the mosaic kit for the dinosaur fairly soon as well. But it's not just coasters. The coasters basically are the first item in the show because they are the #1 best-selling thing from the range, okay? But if you want to have that fantastic mirror maybe in your kitchen or in your lounge or in your bedroom or whatever, now the individuals, let's go through the individuals one more time so you know if you just want to kind of dip your toe in and try it before you buy a big collection. Let me show you what we've got individual-wise. Up here, this is the blue, which I must admit will be the one I go for because I love Greece and I love the Mediterranean. That's what it makes me think of. So if that's where you want to be transported to when you look at your coffee table, when you're putting your G&T down or putting your cup of tea down, doesn't that look just like holidays to you?
It really does.
I think they all do actually. They all look like holidays. They're fantastic. So there's enough in there, remember, to make 2 of these, 2 bases. You get enough of the grout, which is completely non-toxic. You also get enough of the glass tiles as well. You don't have to be kind of scrimpy and savvy with them. You get loads probably left over.
Plenty of them, yeah.
Okay, fantastic. So that one is the blue one. That's DP5304 for £16 and, what was it, £16.99? Yeah, £16.99. Okay, and then the next one is the yellow, which is just underneath, which is there. And I've got another yellow one here, actually. You can see the different styles. So if you want to kind of put a bit of thought into the pattern you want to create with it, you can be very specific with the colours that you use. I mean, that kind of almost like a lavender colour there, doing the circle really makes it stand out, really nice. And again, having the square edges around the edge, I like that. And you've done a similar one, but with a swirl in that one down there. And all of them have got cork bases as well, so it's not going to scratch any coffee table or glass tops or anything like that at all. And they're all smooth, aren't they, and perfectly level.
On top, so they're level on top, yeah.
Okay, so that is your yellow option for £16.99, PL5308. Now the square multi, this is almost like a rainbow really. You've got loads of different colours in here. And I think this one actually looks good, just being higgledy-piggledy really.
That's where I've gone with that one. I think it's a bit different. It's nice. It's easy to do if you don't have to think about it too much.
Yeah.
It's a really easy one to do.
But if you wanted to kind of follow the print on the front and just do half of it in orange and so on, and half of it in blue or whatever, you could do that. But £16.99 for 2, that is your rainbow or your multi. And then the other one that we've got for you is the circle. So we've got the round, enough to make 2 of these round coasters. And again, this is going to be the rainbow, multicoloured.
Yeah, they come in the multicoloured ones again.
So they're all £16.99 each. But remember, if you go for what we call the party pack, now these are the ones that maybe the whole family can sit and do together. Because rather than buying 2, 3, 4 of the boxes with 2 in, the 10 one is going to come in one box, okay? But you've got all the ingredients, all the accessories you need in there to make 10 coasters, and just choose whether you want round or square, yeah?
That's it.
Okay, and that will be just over £4.50, about £4.70 per coaster. You know, and if you went and bought these in a gift shop, you'd probably be paying £9.99 for them, I would have thought. Yeah. So, you know, you're making them and saving money at the same time, but having something that you've made rather than somebody else. You just choose whether you want square or whether you want round. And remember, we've got them available in 10s, in 8s, and also in collections of 6s. And because you get so many tiles in there, I suppose if you wanted to make one in blues and one in yellows and one in different colours,
you can do just that. Yeah, you can kind of pick and choose how you want to do it. There's more than enough tiles to do all your coasters that you've got in there.
Okay. Now the price for 8 is on the screen, so that's working out at only £5 per coaster, $39.99. Again, choose whether you want round or whether you want square. I love the fact it's manufactured in the UK, made in the UK. Ecologically friendly packaging as well. No plastics used in this. No. Whatsoever. So yeah, you can buy with confidence and also have something of beauty at home. We were joking actually with Liam, our head of, what's Liam's title? He's the jester, they say. Yeah, he's the jester, but he's also one of the bosses upstairs. He's having a new bathroom fitted, and we were thinking, could you put these in the bathroom?
Yeah, decorate his room with it.
Yeah, why not? Nothing stopping you doing that at all. But they are designed to be on tabletops and that sort of thing, and work surfaces. So $39.99, that's the pack of 8, and that's SO5307. SO5307. If you want 6 though, 6 different presents for people, or just 6 for your own use at home. Yeah, have you got the dining table? How many people have you got it set for? Think about that. $31.99 is for the set of 6, and that's ZE5346. ZE5346 for 6. And again, choose whether you want round or whether you want square, but you are getting the multiple colours in all of those as well. So whether you use them random like this one, or, oh, actually, I've just seen what you've done on this one that we're about to look at. You can see that you've actually got little flowers.
Yeah.
I like that. Yeah, I didn't see that until I studied it a bit more.
Yeah, a good look.
Little square in the middle and then little flowers around the outside edge. Yeah, do it random or do it, you know, in a certain pattern. It's entirely up to you. And I love the idea of putting someone's initial in the middle. Pick a colour that you like or that they like. I mean, my favourite colour is yellow. You could have a D. Easily, you could do a D out of the rounds or the squares and make a personal coaster.
You can, absolutely. They're great for like birthday parties as well. So if you know you've got a kid's birthday party coming up and you've got a load of kids you want to entertain, get them making a coaster.
Well, and they're really affordable and good fun to do too. And you don't need expensive machinery or anything like that.
No, nothing, just a bit of water for the grout.
Just a bit of water for the grout.
In the box.
And you don't have to wear a mask, you don't have to wear gloves, completely safe for everyone to do. Just put maybe some plastic sheeting down or some newspaper down or something, because obviously it can be a little bit messy if you drop some or whatever, and maybe put, I don't know, not your best on.
Don't put your best on.
No. Yeah. Should we have a look at the mirrors next?
Yeah, that's good.
Is that all right? Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, the coasters are proving very popular. I thought they would. I love the mirrors. I think this is a great idea. And I presume it's a similar process, is it, to what we've just shown?
Exactly the same as we've just shown. You get a glass mirror tile that you stick into the middle of the base, the sticky base, and then you take the outside off.
Let me just show you a finished one. Now, we've got both of the mirrors here, actually, to show you. We've got 3 colour choices in there.
Same again, same as the square coasters.
So we've got the yellow, we've got the multi, and we've also got the blue.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is the blue one. I mean, that to me, in a bathroom, is perfect. I could have one of those in my dressing room, actually. That'd be handy. And it's a great quality mirror, as you can probably see. But yeah, have that at a kind of head height. Have it in the downstairs loo or whatever. But it's a great colour scheme for a bathroom as well. But really lovely. And it's only going to be, look at the price, it's coming. Price on this, $19.99. It won't come like this. This is what you can make. And you can make it in not too long a period of time at all. Very, very quick and easy to do. And it's HD 5368. Let me show you all the colour options. That one is the blue one, obviously. This one is the rainbow. So that's got the multicoloured tiles. So that's got yellow, orange, blue, light blue, all those gorgeous colours. And again, it's a mixture of round and square glass tiles. So that's that one there for you. What room is it going to be in for you? Maybe you've got a den. Maybe you've got a craft room. You want to have a mirror in your craft room so you can do your lippy and check your makeup, that sort of thing. This is going to be $19.99 as well. JN5374. JN5374, just under £20. And then the last one is the yellow one. So again, there are not just one colour in here, you've got multiple colours, but it's more of a yellow than anything else. And it's got like a terracotta, like a burnt orange. That's a really unusual, I love that. How would you describe that colour, that one there? It's like a...
It comes as a deep rose, is the official name.
Oh,
on
deep
it.
rose?
Yeah,
Okay.
the official name
Oh,
on
I
it.
like that.
It's kind of pinky, dusky colour, isn't it?
Yeah. And also, you know, when you want to have a little ray of sunshine in a room, these colours will do that for you brilliantly. And that's XC5356. So, you know, the coasters are practical, but so is this mirror, and it's a lovely thing. I mean, actually, why not get the coasters and the mirror as well and have them all in the same room?
Okay, coordinate.
Yeah.
Sorted, wouldn't you?
Also, I'm thinking, you know, someone's got a little bit of time on their hands or is looking for a new hobby. Don't buy it and make it, just buy the kit and gift it.
Yeah.
And I bet they've never seen anything quite like it before.
No, it's nice to get something homemade, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Always nice.
And it looks so professional. Should we have another little look at how we actually go about the process? Is that all right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So you've got the
I've
base.
got the mirror. I've already stuck the mirror bit on the middle. I took off, there was like a circle of sticky. I've taken it off and it literally sticks in. Same
So is
way
there
the tiles
adhesive
do.
on the bottom of the mirror or is it adhesive
No,
on the wood?
it's the same. So the same as the coasters, but it covers the whole of the thing. So I've just peeled that off beforehand and stuck the
Okay.
glass on, and you can see what I've.
You can see our overhead camera there. There we
There
are.
you go. So that then comes off. 2 pieces this one.
And the mirror obviously is supplied with it. So
The mirror comes with it, nicely wrapped up so that it doesn't break. So it's a glass mirror rather than a plastic one. Again, with our let's reduce plastic strategy. So there you go. There you go. And then exactly the same way as you did the coasters, you can, let's do some yellow tiles, you can stick some tiles on. And they just stick all the way
do
around.
you find most people do like a line of circles and a line of squares, or does it just completely vary?
It completely varies. I very much started with a line of circles and a line of squares because it fit my ordered brain.
Yeah.
But no, you get quite a lot of people mix them up now. So you kind of get a bit of variety on it. Generally, people mix the colours up, you know, so you don't get like a patch of yellow and a patch of orange, but they generally mix them up as they go around.
But you're making something that's unique and bespoke, you know,
Yeah.
rather than buying it off the shelf and someone else has done it and it's their interpretation of where they want the colours. You're doing it yourself.
It's yours, yeah, you're making it. It's your original piece of art, essentially.
I love bringing you different things. I mean, it's all well and good bringing you how to make cards, you know, every day, which I know loads of you absolutely love doing. But it's nice to bring variety, like Santangle, for example. That was a little while ago, very, very new, and it's taken off massively. So something like Mosaic that you can normally only see to buy when it's been done, now you can actually do it yourself.
It's nice to give something different a try, isn't it? And just have a play and see what you can come up with.
And the fact that there's no sharp bits or anything like that for anyone to be worried about.
No, so it's all nice and safe and good to use. Keep it away from small children so don't eat it, because
Yes.
my pair think they're sweets.
Yes.
But no, otherwise you're pretty good to go.
Yeah. So yeah, adult supervision if children are involved, but obviously, yeah, they are really attractive things, but they are glass at the end of the day.
They are
so
glass,
keep an eye on the kids, absolutely.
But yeah,
And you just keep on going, and
Just
you
keep going,
just
build it all
recommend
up.
keeping a gap of about a mil to 2 mils between
yeah,
them.
that's what I do. Sometimes they're a bit bigger, sometimes they're a bit smaller, but you just want to have enough that you can get the grout in between the tiles. So
And you get the grout. All you do is add a few drops of water. Is it drops or is it a little bit more than that?
I'm going to say about a tablespoon.
Okay.
Please don't measure it and put it in and then tell me it's too wet.
Right.
So put a bit in at a time, give it a good stir, put a bit more in, give it a good stir.
And
It's not masses.
No, and I presume be careful not to get grout on the mirror.
You be careful not to get grout on the mirror. It will clean at the end of it. When you do your clean up at the end, you can just wash the mirror off and it'll be fine.
There's something really satisfying about grouting, isn't there? Filling in all the gaps.
Yeah, making sure that everything's filled and it's nice and smooth on top.
Whenever I've seen someone doing tiling, I've always been watching them do the grouting at the end of it. Good job. So there, but if you want those mirrors then, remember we've got the choices in the 3 colourways. We've got the multi is the rainbow basically, which is that one just there. And I'll show you the difference between the yellow and the multi. There's a little bit of difference in them. The multi one has got blue in it basically, and the yellow one has got that dusty rose or that dusky rose and the orange and the yellow. So that one's your yellow, that one there is your rainbow, and then the other one up here is your blue, which is my favourite, mainly because I love everything Greece and Mediterranean. So $19.99 for a mirror. Is it going to be a bathroom mirror? Absolutely fine to put in the bathroom,
Perfectly
even
fine to put in the
in
bath.
steamy rooms and that sort of thing.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it in the bath, but yes,
No, not in the bath, but in the bathroom, it's absolutely fine. That could be a shaving mirror, couldn't it?
could be.
Well, actually, when we moved about 2-3 months ago now, and we still haven't got round to getting a little mirror in the downstairs loo. We've got them in the upstairs toilet, but every time I go in there and use it, I think, oh, I should get a mirror in here. So that'd be perfect size, absolutely perfect. So there we go, blue, yellow, or rainbow, choice is yours. Now, what about some ornamental characters? Now, we've done a little bit of a change around in the studio here. We've got the butterfly, we've got the heart, we've got the dinosaurs as well, which we'll come on to in just a second. Look at this butterfly. These butterflies are gorgeous. Thank you, Jimmy. Now look at this. Look at that. Beautiful. That could be hung in a window. You could hang it wherever you choose. Now, is it a kit to make 2 or 1?
The kit to make one. Well, the butterfly comes as a single. You either buy the kit to make the butterfly, or there's a kit to make a butterfly and a daisy.
Right.
So there's a pair.
Okay, so this one is just the butterfly on its own, and the price is great as well, just £12.49. So if that's the butterfly that you like the look of, I mean, butterflies are some of the most popular characters to put on cards, so why not maybe have them hanging from, well, whatever you like. I mean, it could be a Christmas ornament if you wanted it to be.
You can hang on the tree. You can write a little message on the back if you want to gift it to someone.
Oh, that's a good idea.
So we've had that a few times.
And again, it comes in a really lovely presentation box as well, which I think is there, the bottom one. There we go. So that's the actual presentation of it. And everything in it is included. You get the sponge to wipe away any excess of the grouting. You get the grouting in there. You get your glass tiles, obviously. You've also, of course, got your main base, which is a wooden base with the adhesive actually included on it. And you get like a protective cover over the base, don't you? To stop
Yeah,
them.
it comes with a sheet over it and you peel that off to stick your tiles down.
And look at this. Eco-conscious crafting, can't read upside down. Made in Britain as well, suitable for absolute beginners. Now, I've just been asked a question actually, but I haven't asked you this. How long does it take for the grouting to actually dry?
I normally say 24 hours.
Right.
Give it that long and then give it a good polish when you're done.
Yeah, with the sponge.
With the sponge once you're finished.
And there you go.
Pop on a
Ready to go?
radiator, it'll go a lot quicker. It went a lot quicker during the summer, but
I can imagine.
give it 24 hours and it should be perfect.
Okay, so that is your butterfly, if you'd like that one. And if you just want to dip your toe in, try it. Maybe it's something you've never thought of doing before, never had the opportunity of doing before. The butterfly one is actually laid out on the pad. I've just noticed actually down here. So you get, remember, the powdered grouting is in the tin, the metal tin. You've then also got all of these beautiful multicoloured tiles of glass. There is your butterfly that's got the adhesive coating on it already, and you get your stirring spatula, and you can actually mix that grouting in the tin.
Exactly why we put it in a tin, so that you don't have to worry about putting it in a cup or making something else messy. You can just do it straight in your tin, pop your water in, and off you go.
Fabulous. Okay, so that's the butterfly. Fancy that one? Now, I know this is going to be popular. When you want to tell someone the way you feel about them, whether it's your mum, whether it's your dad, whether it's your other half, brother, sister, or whatever, have a look at this heart. I've got to bring this down to the table to show you. The mosaic heart, is this a popular one?
That's a really popular one. We've got 2 hearts. We've got that one there. We've also got a red heart. Both are really popular.
Now, this one's the multi, and we have actually got a red one available as well. If you just want a totally red heart, that's available too. But I'm just thinking at the moment, the popularity of the rainbow, whether it's NHS, whether it's the Pride movement, whatever it might be, rainbows have been so profound in our world in the last, 2, 3, 4 years. So this could signify all sorts of things to all sorts of people, really.
Yeah, absolutely.
What's the price on this? Now, the red's on the website. If you want the red heart, that will be on the website. This is the rainbow, though, and you've got red, orange, yellow, green, blue, dark blue in there as well. I mean, it's a good size. I mean, also, NHS, if you've got maybe someone that works in the NHS in the family, or you want to thank someone in the NHS for, you know, they mean an awful lot, those rainbows, to people.
They really do. They really do. And they go really well. Like, everyone they love the rainbow. They love being gifted a rainbow. Well.
Could you also have it as maybe a little car charm? Could you hang it from...
Hang it in your car.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hang it on your Christmas tree. Hang it in your window.
Really sweet, though, for £12.49. And it's real glass. Real grouting as well, but it's not the grouting you've got to worry about. It's completely safe, completely fine to use around children too, but obviously adult supervision with kids, as we always say. So that's your heart. Now, we've got a green stegosaurus.
Got a green stegosaurus. This was part of the people telling us they wanted to buy them for their kids.
Absolutely.
Their grandkids.
How much fun is this?
Who doesn't love a dinosaur?
Yeah, absolutely. There is your dinosaur, Stegosaurus, that's right. Yeah. How cute is this? And this is bringing in the diamond-shaped glass tiles here.
Yeah, down into the spikes. We put the triangles in for the spikes so that you get the shape.
I suppose if you want to put a little googly eye on him as well, you could do for a bit of fun.
You could do. Get a pen out, get drawing.
Get drawing, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Isn't he lovely though? And again, he's worked in the same way. You've got that basically that wooden back, cut to perfection, and the adhesive applied, and just peel back the protective sheet. That's all you've got to do. Well, can we do another demo on how to actually do the grouting and put the beads on in a second, just in case?
Yeah,
it's just tuned in?
absolutely. We can do some more dinosaurs.
We've got the Stegosaurus actually as a demo in a minute, so I'll give you details of that now. No, it's not. It's HD5369. HD5369 for the Stegosaurus. Again, just £12.49p. And then the last one. This one is your dinosaur. There is your dinosaur. There he is. Instantly recognisable. This is your Diplodocus. Isn't he great? There he is, Dippy for short. And there you've got all those blue tiles in round and square shapes as well. And he's going to be about the same deal. I mean, again, for a kid's bedroom or something like that, they'll have fun having him there. It could be a little bit of a mascot. Could you actually put him on, like, could you have him like as a bag charm?
You could. I wouldn't bash him around too much.
Oh, okay.
That would be my only caveat on it. I'd
Right.
just be a bit careful bashing him around too much.
£12.49. And he's a good size too, isn't he? But he's brilliant. Does the string come with it as well?
String comes with it. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Absolutely everything.
And you could have it attached to the wall. You can have it hung maybe as a little mascot or something like that. Maybe you've got one of those kind of key ring holders with the loops on. You could hook them on there just as something ornamental. You could even put it on a door handle, maybe the kid's bedroom door
That's
handle.
really good. Yeah.
Yeah. Or I suppose if you wanted, you could actually stick it onto the door if you wanted it as like a door
You
plaque.
could. Yeah. And you could tile over the hole. If you didn't want a hole in it, you could just put a tile on top of the hole and grout it.
Now, what about if you don't want to separate them, because they are good buddies, if you want your two dinosaurs together, they want to be together, the Diplodocus, and what was the other one? I can't remember what the other one was. Stegosaurus, thank you. Stegosaurus and the Diplodocus, if you want them together, if you get one, you've got to get the other. You don't want to separate them. It's like when you buy a puppy, you've got to get both, haven't you?
Yeah. You have to have it in the yellow, though, I'm afraid.
Now, they're £12.49 each, so by rights, you'd be looking at £24.98. We're going to do a little bit of a deal on both of these together if you'd like them. Maybe you want to buy them for twin brothers or whatever, or twin sisters, because lots of girls like dinosaurs too. £15.99, that's a £10 saving, isn't it?
They come as it is if you buy them separately. They come as a pack of two. So rather than the blue one, you get the yellow one. And there should be a box somewhere. They come as the yellow one and the green one together in a pack.
Ah,
So you
okay.
just get the one stick and the one.
Right, okay, we get the idea.
But yes.
Okay,
You
there we
get,
go, that's what
get
you're
more
going
for
to
your
get.
money when you buy the two than when you buy the separate.
So there you go, that's what you're going to get, not the blue and the green, you're going to get the green and the yellow. And that is ZC5346, okay, for £15.99, working out to around about £8 each, which is brilliant. Now we've got the Stegosaurus here, so we can, again, if you just switched on and you haven't seen how you can actually do these.
So if we quickly run through putting the tiles on and then we'll grout the Stegosaurus. So
Okay.
wooden blanks, you just peel off the thing, and then that's your sticky. So if we were doing a blue one, for example, you would just...
You could give him different colour legs, different colour body.
Yeah, you can do all sorts with it. So the nice thing when you get the pair with the green and the yellow, if you want a green and yellow dinosaur, you can just mix and match your tiles on them. So you could have a Stegosaurus with a green back and a yellow.
If you buy enough kits, you'll end up with probably every colour under the
Yeah.
sun. You can use them in whatever way you want.
Have a great time. So there you go. They just stick. So they're not going anywhere.
It's just nice that they're glass and they're not plastic.
It is nice. That was important to me.
Yeah.
We had the nice materials and the high quality that goes with it.
Absolutely.
So yeah. So you stick them all on. We'll imagine he's covered. And then
Was this your idea, the whole thing, the concept of the mosaic? Was that?
this is where we started off the business. Just something to do that was a bit different. And yeah, the mosaics. It came about because we started, let's do mosaics, but we don't want to put pots of PVA because you can only get PVA in plastic pots into the kits.
Right.
How else can we stick the tiles to the blanks?
Right, okay.
and the sticky blank was developed, and we get them all manufactured.
I'm just wondering
in the
if you
UK.
were sat in a cafe in south of France or somewhere like that and saw a mosaic tabletop and thought, let's do that.
No, we're in the middle of COVID lockdown. And,
Oh, okay.
trying to find something to entertain the kids.
Right, right.
So no, it was a bit of a, yeah, what can we do that works, that makes us as eco-friendly as we possibly can be?
Cool. Okay, so they basically stick the tiles, or you stick the tiles down onto the wooden bases,
Yeah.
so that couldn't be easier.
So that's-
Leave a little bit of a gap between them so there's enough room for the grout to get in, obviously.
Yeah, and then you mix your grout powder up with the water till it's a bit like hummus. And then you just,
So there's not a hard and fast rule as to how thick it should be, but hummus...
there's not, you want to be able to spread it. If it's too dry, you won't be able to spread it, and you'll end up kind of dragging your thing across and knocking things.
Is it cold water or doesn't it matter?
Cold, I've only ever used cold water.
Okay.
I've never tried hot water,
Right.
but yeah, cold water is absolutely fine. And you just
Fill in the cracks.
fill in the cracks, basically. Try and hold it so you can see, yeah. See what's going on?
You're making me hungry now, talking about hummus.
Wouldn't eat the grout.
No, no, no.
It might be non-toxic, but it's probably not for eating. There you go. And you just carry on around. With the dinosaurs, when you get to like the spikes around the edges.
And this is the only one, I think, out of the kits that comes with the triangular spiky tiles. So
It is, yeah, of the ones that we've got here today, yeah, it's the only one that's got the spiky tiles in. So just, yeah, when you go around the
was it hard to source glass tiles like this? I wouldn't know where to start to begin to try and find somewhere to get.
No, it was, I think I'd found them somewhere, and once you find them, you then kind of find out where they come from, and you kind of go from there on them. If you Google mosaic tiles, they'll come up pretty rapidly. But yeah.
And mosaic's always fascinated me. It always looks so complicated and a bit kind of hit and miss. And very often quite jagged, but these are so smooth and safe. There's no sharp bits
No
at all.
sharp ones, they're all shaped, smooth shaped tiles, so you're not going to go around cutting yourself or stabbing yourself on anything. But you might make a mess, as I've done.
Now this one, remember, is both dinosaurs, and you're going to get the yellow and you're going to get the green. So if you want the blue dinosaur, then that's the separate item on its own. But if you like the idea of having the yellow one and the green one together, that's what you'll get. That's the two that you're going to get there for $15.99, only £8 each, and it's ZC5346. Now remind me about the family and the craft bundles. It's been a long time since we had our meeting. I'm a bit confused.
Yeah, no, that's fine. So we've got a family bundle of kits,
Yep.
in which you'll get 2 coaster kits. So you'll get a blue coaster kit and a yellow coaster kit.
Yeah, two of
And
each.
Two in each. And then you'll get the dinosaur pair kit, so the one you've just been talking about, and you'll also get the kit with the butterfly and the daisy.
Oh, okay.
So that's another pair kit. So you'll get the 4 of those, so that's plenty to keep the whole family kind of entertained and busy and all the rest of it
Okay.
with date making. Then we've got a children's bundle,
Yep.
which is the 4 that you can see over here. So that's the red heart, the butterfly, the green stegosaurus, and the blue diplodocus, all single ones. So if you just want something to entertain the kids, or you want to buy a bundle of kits for birthday presents to give out, then that's perfect.
Okay, well the children's bundle, as we've got it in shot there, that's going to come up on the screen now. So you're going to get the heart, you're going to get the butterfly. That could actually be maybe the child making it for the mum or the dad with the heart. It's up to you. Obviously, a child of a certain age, because it is obviously glass and so on. It should be $51.80 for this if you were to buy them all separately. And you do get, remember, the stegosaurus and also the diplodocus, as well as the heart and the butterfly. So that one is called the children's bundle, but I'd say 2 of them aren't necessarily children. The butterfly and the heart can be for adults as well. So a real all-rounder. NS5313, and that price is $39.99. So you get all 4 boxes.
Yeah, all 4 boxes.
All
so
4
if you want to
boxes.
do one and you want to gift one, then you kind of got yourself stocked up for a
It's only
while.
£10 a kit, isn't it? Yeah. Liam's nodding. Yeah, £10 kit. NS5313 is right number. NS5313. If you want that today. £39.99 for those. And the other kit was, again, remind me?
So we had a family bundle, so that gave you the 2 coaster kits we saw earlier, the blue ones and the yellow ones.
Thank you, Liam.
And it gave you the pairs, so the butterfly and the daisy pair, and the dinosaur pair, so the diplodocus and the stegosaurus.
Okay, let me
So
put
in
this-
that you should have something for absolutely everybody.
So this one, here we are, look at these. Look at these. You get all of those. That's something for absolutely everybody, isn't it? So the dinosaurs, you get the coasters in the blue, the coasters in the yellow, and you're also going to get that one there, which is your flower and your butterfly as well. So that one is $69.80, but we're going to drop that price, I believe. That is the start price. So $69.80 goes down to QTS 5349. Okay, I've got some finished samples here. So we've got, there's the daisy. And here's the price coming in, $59.99 on split pay. That is going to be just $29.99 today. Look at that daisy, isn't that lovely? Beautiful. So with the daisy you get, which one again?
Daisy and the butterfly.
And the butterfly.
Come together.
There we go.
So you can make those.
So both of those together.
They come in one box.
Now, we're being asked actually, can you colour the grout or dye the grout if you want to?
You can get grout dye powder,
Right.
which you can mix with it and it will just
Oh, okay.
colour it. And
Good
there are
question.
things you can probably use as well. But
Yeah, thank you
can.
for that question. So butterfly and the daisy together in the kit. So this is potentially 4 different gifts. The 2 dinosaurs, so you'll get these 2 together. And this is, remember, the family craft bundle. So those 2 together, they keep the kids occupied for
That will
ages.
keep them
won't they?
going, yeah.
Yeah. So there we go. Those are your 2 dinosaurs. Then on this one, we've got the square blue coasters, which are over here. Enough to make 2 of these. And again, obviously the patterns vary. It depends on how you put the tiles down. But really, really lovely. 2 of those. And then the last one is the yellow one, isn't it?
Yes.
Get 2 of the yellow, which
2 of
I've
the
got
yellows.
here. There we go. That's a spiral one, which Dan, our director, likes. I think it's my favourite too.
I like the spiral. It's
So yeah, you can either think about it and be very precise to make a pattern, or make an initial, personalise, or you can just go completely random.
You can, a bit like the rainbow ones we've got. You can just pop them down and, yeah, do whatever you like.
Okay. Now, just been told you can actually get the butterfly and the daisy as a separate item as well if you want to go for those. So if you want these 2 on their own, the daisy is lovely, nice and bright and cheerful, and the butterfly, everybody loves butterflies. And that's GU5314. And what's the price on that going to be, I wonder? £15.99? Wow, okay. So £8 for each of those. Let me show you those 2 again. It's good that we've got lots of different options, and if you have been confused a little bit by what's what and what's available, if you go to our website, you will see all of the options that we have available to you, the ones that are single, the ones that are double, the ones that are actually the party and the family collections as well. But what is the same with everything is that you've got quality glass tiles, adhesive-backed wooden backs, so there's no messy glue to worry about. The only thing, of course, that you've got to be a bit careful with is the grouting, but it's completely non-toxic grouting, but just kind of, keep your best table covered with some newspaper, and probably not wear your finest dress because it might drop a little bit, but certainly it's fun to do. And within 24 hours, it should completely set. But tell us again about the actual polishing off of it, Sarah. I thought you do it when it's wet, but you say not to.
No, so I recommend you leave it, scrape off as much as you can with a stick. Don't leave it completely
Oh,
covered.
yeah.
But scrape it off. Where's this? See what we're doing. Right, there we go. So that's the one we've just done. So you can kind of see how I would leave it at
Right.
the end of it all. And then this is one that's dried. And you get one of these sponges. And they puff up, so you'll get, it looks like a bit of paper, the sponge in the bag, but I promise it puffs up when you pop it into
So you do
water.
wet it, yeah.
So you wet it, you get a sponge, and then you can, once it's dry, you can give it a really good scrub. Because at that point, you're not going to knock anything off or...
And people are never going to expect that you've actually made these. They'll think that you've probably bought them from a gift shop somewhere abroad or something like that. But no, you've made them really from scratch. And I'm a big fan of kits like this, DIY kits.
It's just nice to have something that you don't have to think about. You don't have to go out and buy a load of bits to go with it or have the right tools or anything else. It's all there in the box, ready to go, so that you can just go and get creative.
Then it might start a whole new hobby. It might get you into maybe upcycling furniture and doing mosaic tabletops and that sort of thing.
There's all sorts. Once you start in the world of mosaics, it's huge. There's so much you can do.
Have you kind of gone into that side of it, like upcycling furniture and all that sort of thing?
I have very little free time. It's my biggest problem.
Okay.
So actually getting anything else done becomes very difficult. Small children are the cause of that.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I'm a bit of I like to try crafts. I'm a bit of a dabbler when it comes to crafts. I try new things.
And just to show you again this work in progress here, there we go. Look, if I just hold this up to the camera, it's the base that's sticky. You've got this really strong adhesive, and you just at random pick the colours that you want. I'll just take a few yellow ones if that's all right. And you just basically place them down wherever you want them. You could use tweezers if you've got big fingers like I've got and you struggle with getting them in the right place. Just use a pair of tweezers if you want to. But you can pick them up and reposition them a little bit too. But remember, you've got different colours, but you've also got different shapes. So if you wanted to be very specific with a letter B or D or whatever it might be, just get the tiles that you want, the colours and the shapes that you want. I'm trying to get some square ones just to show you. I love the idea of personalisation.
Yeah, I don't know.
You'd never be able to get that in a shop, would you really?
No, not in the same way that you can have it and have it homemade.
There we go. Look, I'm determined to get me D before I say goodbye. By the way, we have got more Santangle from the lovely Sandra coming up in a minute or two with new stencils. Yeah. It's easy to do, isn't it?
I'll give you some more.
Oh, thanks. There we go. So you can very quickly and very, very easily personalise this for someone. It chills you out too, doesn't it?
It does chill you out. I think it's that having something to think about that's not too complicated and it's just easy to do and you can just kind of relax and enjoy it.
Not bad for a beginner.
There you go.
There you go. You'll probably take a bit more time to do it, but there we go. A bit of a wonky D, but I'll straighten that up if I had a bit more time. But that's how you can personalise your coasters and anything else that's in the show, actually. Sarah, great to see you again. Thanks ever so much.
Thanks for having me. It's been lovely.
That's been great. Great to have you here all day. So remember the mirrors? We've got the mirrors. They're my favourite, I think, actually. Coasters and the mirrors. I can see those in my lounge or whatever. They're all on the website if you want to have a little look as well. Can they go outside? I've just been asked.
I wouldn't hang them outside. They're okay with a bit of water, but you wouldn't want them in a rainstorm.
No. Okay, brilliant. Thank you for your company then. We've got Santangle on the way with Sandra in a second. I'm sure we're going to see you again soon, Sarah. Thank you ever so much.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you for watching. One more live show to come on this Friday afternoon. We're getting Santangling with Sandra Rushton next.
Hey guys, good news. It is that time of the month. You know what I'm talking about when they let me come in and take over the whole channel. So basically, on Monday from 1 o'clock, you've got the lovely me and my team from Crafters Companion coming in to do a full-scale takeover. So I am talking about mystery bags that you will not want to miss. I have the world launch of my brand new Sarah Signature collection that you will see before anyone else. We've got amazing 5 in 5s. That's when we do 5 incredible deals in 5 minutes and it's just fast-paced and awesome. We've got the Gemini Junior on with an incredible deal with a huge mystery bag coming included with it. We've got deals on some of our dies and stamps. We've got loads of our core items and storage at fantastic prices. And it is just going to be a mega awesome afternoon that you will not want to miss. So 1 o'clock on Monday, I'll see you there.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker.
Hi everybody, just popped in to remind you that we've got a fantastic couple of shows to look forward to this coming Sunday. You know, here at Hobbymaker we bring you big companies and we bring you small family-run businesses as well. Well, one of your most favourite family-run businesses, Dreamies, are back this Sunday at 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock. I love working with Carol and Hayley. They're both going to be here as well. So if you want to see what they have up their sleeves and what they're bringing you, 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock this coming Sunday.
It couldn't be easier to watch Hobbymaker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube. So you can watch at home or on the go.
I am Sandra Rushton and I am the owner of Santangle, which is a small business in Lincolnshire, where it's only been going 3 years or so, but we're really, really passionate about what we do. So it's a very mindful form of art. That's its basic core. So if you can hold a pen and draw a line, you can tangle. And it's about that mindfulness, that relaxation, and about you having a moment just for you. But as a result of you having that moment and putting pen to paper, you can create wonderful works of art. We do a lot of live videos, so we're very, very invested in education. We like to have people come to classes, but then of course the products that I design, we make ourselves. So we're involved in every step of the way, from the very first drawing to how it goes onto the computers, to how it's machined, to even books that we still hand make. Oh, I'm looking forward to seeing where we go. It's the start of something new, and I feel that. I feel that it's something exciting, and I'm so glad I'm in at the beginning, because I don't know where it's going, but it's only going somewhere good. And this is the place for me.
Hi everybody, I can't think of a better way to start the weekend than bringing you a bit of Santangle, a little bit of relaxation, a little bit of kind of chill out time, and also, not only that, but that self-belief and that self-appreciation that you've actually created something amazing, artwork. And if you're thinking, what's he talking about? I'm no artist. That's what I thought. But Sandra inspired me a year or two ago to pick up a pencil, pick up a pen and have a go. And do you know what? I found out I could actually sketch when I never even realised I could. And Santangle is the reason that I started to do it. And everyone that can draw a line or a circle or a curve or whatever can Santangle, because that's all it is at the end of the day. Lots of different shapes.
It sounds really, you think, is that all it is? But yeah, but when you put them together and you add a bit of colour, a little bit of shading, of course our tortillon, it's just what you can create. I mean, this artwork that I've done, I'm so excited to show everybody. You've only seen one of the images, and there's so much more you can do with it. I'm really excited for it. I can't wait to sort of show you how to do this.
Now, if you were watching the 3 o'clock show, you'll have seen, no, 2 o'clock show, wasn't it? You'll have seen Sandra.
I'm just here.
Yeah, you'll have seen Sandra do a beautiful Spanish fan. And it absolutely flew. You absolutely loved it. Well, what we promised you in the 5 o'clock show this afternoon was the opportunity of getting the stencil to do a similar thing. And that's what this is all about. Because remember, with Santangle, I know many of you know this, but bear with me, for those that haven't heard about it before, it's all about having an outline and then sectioning that outline into smaller little pictures, little sections. And each little section is its own individual picture. So rather than being daunted by a big A4 sheet of paper or whatever the size of the paper might be, you look at the small picture first, which doesn't daunt you, do the tangle in it or a couple of tangles in it or however many it is, and then you move on to the next one. And before you know it, that next one moves on to the next, moves on to the next, and you've got a bigger picture. And when you stand back and go, have I just done that? That moment, that light bulb turns on.
It's amazing, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
But, yeah, good question about what is a tangle. Do you like me to show you?
Go on.
I can do a real quick. Okay, piece of cardstock, a pen, a tangle. What we can actually do, and I tend to do this a lot, but here we go. If we start with a curl, okay? We can all do a curl.
Yeah.
If I start with another curl.
Yeah.
Okay? That's known as a tangle on its own.
Okay.
But let's bring it in and add a couple of little curves. So see, building it up as a pattern. Add a little shape across the top. Add another one across the top. Another one. Yeah. I do have to speed tangle. We've got a lot to show today. Little bit of pencil.
Alex, our producer's trying to keep up with you.
Yeah, he's got no chance. Little bit of pencil. And then if I bring in that lovely little tortillon, just going to ever so gently soften that pencil. You see, I scribbled that pencil on really, but having the right equipment, the right tools.
Now the tortillons, I know we had them in the 2 o'clock show, they were available. I'm not sure if they're still in stock. A pack of 12 for a few pounds, but it's compressed paper, isn't it, the tortillon?
It is, yeah, compressed paper, rolled up paper, and that's what it creates. And as quick as that is, and as simple as that is, it is simple. We use those to build them up, and you'll see how we do that during the demonstrations and the rest of the show. That's a tangle.
That is a tangle. But it can be simpler than that, it can be more elaborate than that, and there are lots of tangles illustrated in the publications that Sandra's brought us today and in the past as well. But what we're going to show you first of all, let's look at our first brand new item of the hour. The Spanish fan stencils. Now, stencils are notoriously inexpensive, but also absolutely gorgeous for getting the outline of what it is that you actually want to draw. So for example, these up here are the stencils. I couldn't see them from behind. There we go. These are the stencils you're going to get. You've got the outline for the fans, but you've also got lots of other shapes and lots of images that you can incorporate along the way. And with every publication that Sandra brings us, she takes it from the very, very beginning, from the first trace around that stencil to the second, the third, the fourth, or the fifth, till you gradually build it up, each section, bit by bit, step by step. It is so enjoyable. And I love every show I do with you, because we're always getting messages from people saying, thank you, you inspired me, I never thought I could do it, I can. You were talking to a lady, I think messaged earlier on that she was so emotional about the fact you're going to be going down to Kent.
Yes, yeah, we're still going to Kent. Santangle will still be there, because it's one of those things, I think, you know, as in January we had a bit of a tough time, as we all did, and we know that all my community followed me, and this is a bit of payback actually, because I've been able to do something. We've been able to speak to the showground, and Santangle are going to be there, so please don't cancel your hotels, put your badges on and come and see us.
Because it's the same venue, same days,
same venue,
Friday
same
and Saturday.
days. Yeah, absolutely.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Absolutely amazing. Okay, so if you'd like to go for this, thumbs up, If you want to go for this today, remember you've got the stencils and you've got the book, and it is PK1289, and look at the price. This is why I know so many of you love Santangle, because everything is so affordable. There's no major expense at all. There's no major machinery you need to buy. It's basically archival ink, fine liner pens, some good quality paper, and a few of the books. Loads of you coming in. Maria in Bristol, hello Maria. Heather, Maria, Denise, Veronica, Adele, brand new crafter in Hertfordshire, Susan. Oh, you're all coming in, and it's totally unisex.
It is, yeah, absolutely. Can I show you the artwork? Because you look at that stencil and you think, how on earth is that stencil? Now, everybody sit back and breathe, because you can do this. Now look at the size of this as well. That is one of the sets of instructions.
So one project in the book.
Yeah, this project's in the book, and so is this one.
Oh wow.
But it's not only these two, you've got different fan shapes that will allow you to do 4 completely different ones. Instructions for 2. Look at that. I'm going to demonstrate this one in a minute, but they're kind of quite
Sandra, already a quarter of the stock has gone.
You know, I know you are going to love them. I am so excited about this.
You know, we say that anyone can do this.
Yes.
I don't think Dobby's in any fit state to do anything at the moment.
Dobby's been to the pub. And he's like, just wake me up when it's all over.
A 3-hour gap in between shows is not good for Dobby.
Not good for Dobby.
Love it.
It's his day off.
$15.99. Dobby's the mascot for Santangle, by the way, just in case you didn't realise. And he'll be going to Kent too.
He'll be there at Kent. I have no idea where he'll be or what he'll be up to, but he'll be there.
But I just love it. You get given the inspiration as soon as you look at the front cover of the leaflet. Open it up, you can see project number 1, project number 2, and you know, if anyone said to me you could do this and get the same result, I wouldn't believe them until I met Sandra and until I started to tangle and Santangle. Because with the stencil gives you the outline, the stencil gives you the compartments and the sections that you then just do the simplest of shapes in, but before you know it, it's built up to be a complete work of art. Honestly, if you're looking for a pastime, a hobby that's going to be so rewarding, that's going to be so enjoyable to do, if you've got a bit of spare time, maybe you've taken early retirement, or you've just got a bit of spare time on your hands, maybe you're convalescing or whatever, or maybe the kids have left home and you don't know really what to do with yourself, why not do art? Why not take up art? Because as I said, it was Sandra that inspired me to start sketching, and well, I'm sure many of you knew what happened after that, because we raised lots of money for charity from a sketch I did. So maybe you want to do the same. And I think we're all our own worst enemies sometimes. Maybe at school you got told by the teacher, oh, you're no good at art or whatever, or another pupil was rude about a picture that you drew or whatever it might be. And ever since then, you've just thought, I'm no artist. Sandra will show you, and you can do it yourself at home. And we get so many hundreds, if not thousands, of images of Santangle come through on Share Your Makes here at Hobby Make. It's we get the biggest reaction.
Do you know, I love to see it though. I really do love to see what everybody's doing. So, yeah.
We are going to do Share Your Makes in a little bit before 6 o'clock, and we're giving away the £100 credit tomorrow, last Saturday of the month at 5 o'clock. But we'll hopefully show you some of your Santangle pictures that you've emailed in. Right, over to you.
Okay, right. I've got my instruction book. I'm actually going to do the second one, you know, the purpley versioned one that's on the back of the book there. That's it. And to start with, again, shows you it's got all the written word, and it actually numbers things here. So make sure at the back of the book, see I've got numbers on the stencils. Make sure you number your stencils to match, because then you'll be able to sort of follow along.
Right.
So here we go. I'm going to start with a pencil, construction lines. I've got a slightly larger piece of cardstock than I usually use, but we need that. And first thing I'm going to do is put myself a straight edge, just a vertical line, just so I've got something to work to. And then I'm going to come in with this shape here, so it's my number 2.
Right.
And again, a bit like the parchment we did earlier, I've got a little bubble or circle there. So I'm just going to line that up about the middle, and then you see I've got points here, line it up on my line. So I've got a nice vertical shape there. So if I come on in and I'm going to draw it round, now you're only going to do this lightly because you're not necessarily going to need everything afterwards.
And all of these are made in the UK, aren't they? These stencils?
They are. They're made up in Scunthorpe and in our offices by Tommy's the one that's doing it at the minute. It's either Tommy or John, or Leslie's doing other things and packing bits and pieces, and we print our own paperwork as well. So everything really is done there.
Everything's done in-house.
Everything, yeah. So here we go. I've got my little, I've got that bottom, my fan shape. And all I'm going to do is I'm just going to sort of mark, join them in. You see where I've got those little lines missing there? Just join them in. There you go. So I've got the first one. So then I'm going to take my stencil again, and I'm going to line it up with that bubble, and then I'm going to turn it, and I can see underneath. So I can decide whereabouts this piece or this fan is going to sort of sit. I'm going to line it up about there, and then draw around. Okay, I'm going in a little bit darker so you can all sort of see what we do. But you'd be doing this very lightly in pencil because you might not keep them all after. See, there's my second one.
Mm-hmm.
So same on the other side. You know, we talked earlier about the parchment, didn't we, and making them a fuller piece, or
Yes, we did, yeah.
making it all the way round. This would look fantastic.
See what you did
Do
there.
you know, it's been a long day. And yeah, going all the way round, it would be beautiful, wouldn't it? So you see that, it's working on through there.
And
so
no
I
one
could
in a
keep that going all the way around.
Yeah, no one in a million years would ever realise that that is because of a stencil.
I know, it's just a stencil. But do you know what, once you've actually drawn it by hand, nobody's going to know that you used a stencil.
And the outline of anything is the most daunting thing to get right, to get proportion right, and that's what the stencils help you to achieve.
Exactly.
And then it gives you the smaller sections which you can do your tangling.
Yeah, and the nice thing as well is because there's so many, there's a lot of pieces and shapes on here that are not necessarily been used in the instructions, but they're there to give you a little bit of inspiration and to encourage you to try and do your own little bits and pieces. And I think there's so much in there. I'm actually going to probably do a Facebook Live and show you how to do other things with it, because there's so much, as I say, you can do.
I mean, that's another thing. When you buy anything from Sandra, you're not just buying a product, you're actually buying into a kind of a, what's the word? Kind of a, well, not a way of life, it's a community, that's right, yeah. There is a real community feeling that any Santangler really, really gets, because you can share your makes with us and we can put it on the TV and everyone can see what you've done. That inspires other people. But also there's tile swaps that Sandra does, there's fantastic workshops, there's Kent next weekend that Sandra's going to continue to do too, which is amazing. And people are just looking forward to getting to know each other. They've got their Santangle badges and that sort of thing, and they're available through Sandra. And they just want to meet everyone. And maybe you're going to meet the person that you swapped a tile with a few months ago.
Oh, that'd be lovely, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Absolutely
That's just as
lovely.
much fun as actually the art.
Yeah, I think so, yeah, meeting people that enjoy doing this. I have speed tangled now, I've actually moved on a little bit. So what I've done, I've added a few extras. I've used that oval there, and I've added some little crosses in there. I've added, you know, those curls that we did at the beginning? Some little bubbles. Mm-hmm. And then here, I've drawn in with a pen the lines that are already there as guides. And I'm going to bring this one down here and create myself a little box there. And that's all about, you know, doing that little splitting up. Mm-hmm. And in my instructions here, I know it says do a bow, but I've done a little gem there. So my instructions, here we go. Look, draw a box. And you see you've got this little sort of hook shape there. So let's do that. It doesn't have to be that way, but let's do that as it sort of shows there. There we go. A little sort of hook space there, yeah? Mm-hmm. And then it says draw another one the other way. So let's draw another one the other way. And then the next one, it shows that it's been filled with that shape. So all sort of different shapes, sizes in a sense, and we're going to fill in the whole of that box there.
If someone is an absolute beginner Would you recommend going straight in with pen or pencil first, just in case?
Oh, do you know what? I think with the construction, definitely pencil, because of course we might keep things, we might change things. But once you start doing this, which is known as the tangling element, if you could, I'd think I'd brave it and go straight in with pen.
Right.
Because by the time you've drawn this, if you've done it in pencil, then you think, oh, I've got to go back over all that in pen. It's a bit of a labour of love, that.
Right.
So I would actually go, if you can, brave it.
And if you go wrong,
straight in with pen.
who's to say that that tangle that you went wrong with is wrong in the first place?
Exactly. I mean, just because I'm drawing it this way, yours might be different. It might be a little bit fatter, a little bit thinner. We're all different people, so it stands to reason that everything we do is going to be different as well. See, I'm just filling it with bubbles now. We don't use circles.
You and your bubbles.
We do bubbles. But, you know, it's a really nice little design to do. It's a great little filler.
That is your favourite, isn't it?
I do like to. I do, yeah. I think this is, you know, when years ago, before I even knew what I was really doing, in a sense, we used to do this anyway. You know, all down the side of my sketchbooks, in my school books. And even later on, you go into business meetings, you could tell how good the business meeting was, depending on how much design I'd got down the side of the paper. If it was like, I don't know, umbrellas and rain, and you think, oh, actually, outside was more interesting than inside.
Did you ever think that you get to this point with sandtangling?
No, I mean, I used to do this in school, and I was told off by the vice principal a few times, because we used to go to teacher insets of an evening.
Right.
And this used to help me focus. It used to help keep me in the room. And this particular day, see, I'm going into like back in the day now. This particular day, I'd sat there and I was doing these little doodles, and he called me over at the break and he says, Sandra, you need to be paying attention because you're too busy in that sketch pad. What it is that you're doing, I don't know, but pay attention. And me being the one with the big mouth, in a sense, I was like, ask me a question. He said, what do you mean? I said, ask me a question. And I could have answered any question.
Right.
He answered because I was listening,
Yeah.
but I focused.
Multitasking.
Yeah, so if you stop me from doodling, I said, I'll be away with the fairies and I won't know what on earth's going on. So, absolutely.
Oh, I cannot read all the names out that are coming through for this.
Thank
There
you
are just
so
so
much.
many of
This
you.
is just so beautiful.
A full screen of people loving these stencils. Let us know, is it your first time you've ever bought anything sandtangling? Is it, maybe you've watched shows for weeks, months, even maybe years, and you thought, do you know what, this is what I need to have a go at. I keep on hearing so many people say, thank you, thank you, thank you. I never realised I could do it. Send in your images. If you've done something, Santangle, in the last week or so, and you want to share it with us, email it in to us. Alex, if he gets it, will either give it in Share Your Makes, or we'll put it up on the screen sooner than that maybe as well. But yeah, we love to show what you've done, because what it does is it proves that it's not just Sandra that can do it, that you can do it, anyone can do it. And the sense of achievement when you do your first one is kind of,
I know.
wow.
It's amazing, isn't it? Absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of work to do in this. You see, I've done this little bit here. The lines here I'm using as a guide. I'm going to come on in now and add little curves. We've actually done this on the live today, this little curve. And you see, because this one is bending slightly, so I'm going to bend that slightly.
Okay.
There you go. So there's my next little bit in there. And if I actually look at my instructions, there you go, I'm doing exactly what the instructions said.
Right.
This is, look, step 18. So if we turn the page now, look, I've got extra little ones all the way around the outside. So let's do that too.
Just follow it step by step.
Little lines. So I'm doing this sort of little leaf shape.
It must take you forever to do each section and then photograph it, and then each section and photograph it.
It does take a while. I do have a few late nights.
I can imagine.
And then this is the technical term, aura. We're going to create these little shapes by drawing around the little shapes we've created. So again, we're making another little, sort of a little, like a Spanish kind of ceramic tile kind of thing. There you go. So there's that bit there. And then it shows, here we are, look, it shows that we've done it on every single one, which obviously is going to take a bit of time, so I'm not going to do that. But then we've got this little bit here. It's going to be a bit different because I've put a little gem on mine and there's a bow there.
Okay.
But I can still do this top bit, and it's almost like, let's bring a little line in. Again, you see I'm using those pencil lines as a guide. And then I'm going to come a step in either side, draw that little line down. and then a step in either side, and a step in either side. It is a bit Art Deco, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a bit,
It's,
yeah.
just very, very elaborate there. Just keep going till you run out of space there. You see how that starts to sort of form, and this is where it all creates those little elements. I'm going to repeat this sort of. I'm going to create some little boxes up here, but again, you see, I've got this space to do it in. So if I do the two outside ones first, and then I can fill in that space in the middle there. Just work that around.
If you just look at a blank space and you think to yourself, I haven't got a clue how to fill it, I haven't got a clue where to start, the books and, of course, the fantastic stencils give you that place to start. Gives you the outline. You fill in the detail.
Exactly. So same sort of thing, see, and each time it just gets like a little section of smaller and smaller. And the beauty of this as well, we can then go a little bit organic. Once we've done all of these, I mean, I don't have time to do all of it, but we can come in with those swirls again. We've just done that. There you go, look, what is a tangle? Make them a little bit bigger. And then again, there's that little sort of curved line in there. And this little leaf shape we did earlier, bring in that little leaf shape there. So we've got this lovely little flower.
And all you're doing at the moment, I say all you're doing, it's a mixture of curved lines, straight lines. That's
exactly. And I'm deciding where I'm putting them, but honestly, I'm not planning that much. And you've got the instructions to follow, but don't think it's got to be exact.
No.
You just do your thing.
Put your twist on it.
You see how that's sort of working? Just a quick way to shade as well. I would probably sort of shade in the middle there on either side. But of course, you're going to want to do this in colour, but just so you get the idea. Then a little bit of pencil down the sides. If I just do one side, and you'll sort of see how it works. And you see, again, I'm not particularly colouring in neatly.
I think this is my favourite technique, using a tortillon.
Let's just push
Is that a 2B pencil?
It is, yeah, that's my 2B pencil. And of course we're using, this is the same cardstock that we have in my sketch pads and things like that, so I know that it's going to sort of soften it out.
And what's the difference this tortillon makes? It makes that fan appear to be kind of curved.
Yep.
Gives a shadow in the crease.
A little bit of shade. And even if you think, well, I can't colour in, I'm not asking you to colour here. You just applying a little bit of graphite, and then this tortillon is doing the rest of the work. Now, if you've got pastel pencils, because they're quite chalky, you can still use the tortillon within that as well. Look at the difference there. But just bringing a little bit of colour, I know we're only sort of working on a bit of it. We do have the background stencils. Now, the background stencils, hand-drawn, and took John quite a time to get this one done.
Now, we've got the background stencils. It's called the Spanish Vibe. So we've actually got both of these, and these are really intricate.
Oh, they're just beautiful. I mean, one of them is very reminiscent of ceramic tiles that you see in Spain.
Yeah.
And the other one is a flourish that I've actually used and we've drawn in the other fan that's in the instructions, and it matches with that.
Oh, okay. And we actually used these a little bit in the last show at 2 o'clock when we were doing the parchment, and that looked really good, just putting some ink through that onto
Absolutely, yeah. And it's, do you know, these I think are my best background stencils I've ever done. I just absolutely love them, and the details. I mean, I'll show you in a minute on the finished piece what they sort of look like.
Now, everybody, in the words of my producer Alex, everyone's going nuts for these. You're loving them. Whether you're just going to ink through them as Sandra's doing here, I suppose nothing's stopping you tangling in these sections.
Tangling in them, you can emboss them if you want to. It's a really good weight of mylar, so you can emboss them. And again, you know, just use little bits of it. You see some of this? Oh, I've gone quite heavy there. Hang on a second. Let's go in a little bit heavier so you can see it.
You don't have to use the whole thing, just bits of it.
Yeah, little bits of it. Because, you know, we want it to look a little bit faded. You see? Look at that.
Well, that is great, isn't it?
Love that. Look at this. You see, just little bits in
Just
areas.
character.
It just gives that little hint. Now, if I actually bring in the original that we did earlier, here we go. And if I just sort of go through a few bits here with you, this is the final. You see here we've done this little loop shape and bubbles. Mm-hmm. We did the little leaf shapes. Mm-hmm. We've done the little leaf shapes at the top as well. There's that sort of Art Deco feel.
Yeah.
And of course on mine I actually did a little gem which you can create with these stencils, but there's a little bow in there. It shows you how to do the bow. Here's our little flourishes that we did with the flowers, and there's our little sort of tangly elements. And then the background
It's the stencil.
I've inked it, completely inked it first. I used spray and shine over the top first,
Okay.
which is a Crafter's Companion product.
Yep.
Let it dry, then I inked it. Then it doesn't touch the pencil.
Right.
Inked it all the way around, and then I've come back in with the stencil, and you see you've just got that hint of, though, it's very vintage and faded in the background. And yeah, I think I'm going to be auctioning this one off in Kent.
Well, we've got two totally different types of stencil here. The stencil that will give you the outline of the blades for the fan, which is basically giving you the sections to tangle in. And then you've got these which you can use for amazing backgrounds, but also you can tangle in them too if you want to. Use them as an embossing system too, put it through your embossing machine. $7.99, not each, but for both of them. You get both of those for that price. And yeah. You don't get a book with it, but you certainly get both stencils with it as well. Really intricate too. And I know John struggled with the machine a little bit to get them to do that.
John's pulled it, if he's got any hair. He's pulled his hair out a little bit with these. I'm like, no, this is what I want. He's like, really? That's what I want. So yeah, it's...
well, it's worth it. It really is.
They are beautiful. I'm so pleased.
Just look at the screen. Full.
I know. Thank
full
you,
of
everybody.
viewers.
I love these, and I am going to do more little Facebooks to show you how to.
Callum, are we able to look at the screen? Can we just show everybody at home just how many people
Thank
are
you
responding?
so much.
We get this reaction every time Sandra is here, no matter what she brings us. See if you can see your name there. If you're on the website or on the phones or whatever at the moment, look. This is the number of people, this is only not all of the people because it's fallen off the bottom of the screen. All of these people placing an order for these stencils right now, and there's more than what you can see there because it goes on and on and on and on and on. Congratulations if you want them. Have we got much stock left, Alex? Is it going Okay, there's about 50 left of the stencils. So not 25 of each, but 50 of both of them, okay? So if you want them, pop it maybe in your basket on the website and check out quickly. That would be a good idea. Or if you are wanting to use the phone to talk to the call centre, they're in this building, they're upstairs, they're great, and they're here 24/7, and they will process your order for you. If you're brand new, and we always get so many new customers and so many new viewers finding Sandra here at Hobbymaker. So if you are new, just call them and they'll open an account for you. 0800 001 4433, and just tell them your name, where you live, and that's it, job done. They'll have an account open for you and you can order anything you like. Remember, capped postage every day with us of no more than $3.95. That's no matter how many things you've bought. I wonder how many of you are buying these stencils and buying the Spanish fan stencils as well that have bought something earlier on today. That's delivered without any more postage charge today. So once you've paid your P&P once, that's it, until midnight of the next night. So from midnight to midnight. Okay, now.
I thought I'd do a swap over and I'd go to the Artistic Forms and Frames book 1.
This is the one my mum's got.
Yeah. Oh, that's book 2.
Oh.
Book 1. Do you know what? They're very similar though. Very similar. The one, yeah. That's it.
Is that book 1?
Yeah, book 1. Book 1 basically, it's got a few different pieces of art in it, and the frames and the images you can create are all based on circles and squares.
Okay.
Whereas in the book 2, you've got more rectangle and hexagon type of designs.
Yeah, book 2 my mum's got.
Yeah, so a bit of information there on how to colour using alcohol markers, or you can use colour pencils, and also a bit of how to tangle, and then you've got 2 of each image that you can actually go.
Oh.
Imagine doing that. There's actually a lady that came to class and did that. And said, look, what do you think of this? It was fabulous.
I bet.
There's so much, you can add more tangles in there.
It's like the never-ending spiral staircase.
It's fabulous.
Love it.
They're just beautiful. Then see some of the artwork, you can see I've added in there as well. And yeah, it's just...
all of these individual sections, each one is its own little picture. That's what I was trying to kind of say earlier on. So don't look at that and go, oh, I can't do that. Just do that bit first.
And that fan, Dave, actually on the side there, you've got, see where the butterfly is there? You've actually got the fan that's been done and coloured in that pile.
Oh, have I? I'll find it.
Back. I bet it's at the back.
It's probably the last one.
Probably the last one, is it? Oh, it's there somewhere.
Yes, it is the last one.
Oh, there you go, see?
There we go.
Planned it.
Look
And
at
that's added extra tangles in there, and it's been coloured in.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, so I think I used coloured pencils for that.
Right.
So there's instructions how to do the coloured pencils.
So we've got to think about fans today, haven't we?
Yeah, I think we have. Yeah, it's sort of that kind of vibe.
So this is Artistic Forms and Frames Volume 1, and we've got loads and loads of pages of inspiration in here. And remember, you don't have to keep them in the book. If you want to take them out and put them in frames, I mean, it would be a sin not to, really.
No, can I show you this one? This is in a frame, and this has come out of book 1.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, now I've actually used the two images together.
Right.
And then I've drawn the borders to sort of match. So you can actually reproduce something like this. I'm going to show you a little bit of how I did it.
Okay.
Because it looks a little bit crazy and you're like, oh, on earth? But I am going to show you how to do that, because it is nice, isn't it? So when you look at that and you look at the picture that's in the book, it doesn't look anything like,
No.
look at this. So you've got your butterflies and you've got this sort of outer frame. So I'm going to change it up a bit, actually. And I'm going to come straight in with a pen and look at the frame to start with. I'm going to just create, I don't know, I'm just going to put a line across there. And then if I work my way round, I'll just do a little bit of it all the way round. You see, you get that kind of muscle memory kicking in.
And it also helps to move the actual book, doesn't it?
It does,
move your work.
Yeah. I mean, it's even more awkward, I suppose, because it's there and I'm left-handed, but that's nothing stopping me doing it that way.
I've never noticed that before. Yeah, you are.
Yeah. Always have been, not changed.
I write right-handed and eat left-handed.
Do you really?
Don't know what that says about me.
Ah,
Oh, Dan's the same way as well,
Yeah.
the director. Yeah.
it depends if I've just got a fork. I don't know, really. It's always been what it is.
I think it's because I'm a Gemini, that's why I can...
Is that what it is? Yeah. Oh. So again, we could bring in, if we want, we could bring in sort of, let's do a curl coming back on itself in these little shapes here. So that's the kind of where we're going. But we might decide that, we could fill that with bubbles, that we want to do the one that's actually in the frame, and that's a line. Let's do it both sides. And then...
Before you know it, it'll be
lines.
midnight. Honestly,
Oh, and bubbles in the middle.
the time just goes. You lose yourself completely. It's so relaxing.
See there? Just sort of not thinking about whether they're round or not. So there's so many variations you can do with the frame, which is why I put 2 in the book. But again, bringing a bit of colour in, and I'm just going to put something underneath because, using alcohol markers, as we well know, they go through. So I'm going to start, again, if you want to just use pencil, you can do that, but
I think
kinda
you've got
nice.
every type of marker known to man in
I
your
have.
trolley.
I have actually, yeah. I think it's a case that you go with what you like and what works for you. But I think that each different brand has got slightly different colours.
Yeah.
So
Good point.
they all work together. You can blend them all. Some blend a little bit differently, but these are really nice. It's whatever you like. Some people like the chisel end, don't they? Some people like a brush. Some people like a bullet nib. Whatever works for you. But you can see there that we can start to add a little bit of pen in, a little bit of a highlight look. And then you can come in back in over the top and you can add extra tangles.
Now, the fine liners, which sort of size of fine liner do you like to use?
This is my 03.
03, okay.
And again, it varies. An 03 and 02 is nice if you want really fine, an 01. But then an 04 is fine too, depending on the size of work you're doing.
Because you bring us those pens too, don't you? Have we got them in stock at the moment?
I don't know, actually. We brought them last time, and we think we updated the stock a few times. So.
Okay.
You see how that's starting to come together now?
Yeah.
And then looking at our butterflies, a really cool design. And we've done this one before, but it looks a bit different when you do it in a different shape. Let's split up the space. See, a little bit of an antennae there. Here we go. And then here, if I actually take, let's go with this one first. I'm going to just bring out a little line, create a little triangle. And then I'm going to treat it like it's a square. So I'm going to come out again. So it's like square, then out again, and out again, and then again. Now you know the one that you've just seen in the book, and you went, oh wow, look at that, we could do different things with that. That's how this was drawn.
Oh, the staircase one.
There you go. And then I could do the same on the other side.
See, it's when you know the tricks and you see it actually done, you think, oh yeah, I can do that. It's just straight lines
Straight lines.
at different angles.
It's the same shape all the time. working your way around. So that looks really cool.
That does look
Your
cool.
butterflies. But then once you've tangled everything, I've not got everything tangled here, but I've got one that I've started to work on. Here we go. Ah, here we go, look. What have I done here? So I've actually, like I've started to ink it. I've tried a little bit of ink, and there's that beautiful Spanish stencil. It's so delicate, it's lovely. And I've done the whole ring, and I've actually cut out the middle bit. So here it is, the middle bit. And what I would have done with my other butterflies, cut them out of the other page, perhaps just put a colour on these and then tangled over the top, stuck them in the middle. But I've got this one here. I can cut this one out and again, stick it in here.
Yep.
Just got a nice little bit of paper in the background there, just something that matches, looks nice. A little bit of ink on it again. You see once that starts to go together, it's going to start to really bring it to life. So if I bring this back in, so you see there, look, I've got a bit of pattern paper at the back, which is exactly the same as I've done here. I've then used this lovely sort of lines and bubbles and coloured it in. Then I've got my little butterflies going around. I've actually tangled on the underneath of them as well, but you don't have to. Cut out, tangled them on the top, and then I've literally used a little bit of foam and I've actually built them up. You see around the frame, I've got this little shape here going on. So if I just show you that one, it starts as a little line, a little curve, and then a bubble on the top like so. And we create a few of those going in different directions, slightly different sizes, just like that. And then we do the same little curve, same little sort of line on the top, and then we're going to come around and around. And we create this shape all the way, and that's what creates, there we go, look. That's what creates our lovely little leaf shapes around here.
Right, I get you, yeah.
Yeah. So just a few little foam pads in there, a little bit of colour, a little bit of time. And then, of course, you know, I've added a few extras. I've drawn a few, because I've got a butterfly stencil, add a few extra bits and pieces in there, and you've got a lovely little mixed media piece
really
of
cool.
artwork. And yeah, it's on my gallery, actually, in the studio, and everybody stops and looks at that one.
Sandra,
And that's how it's done.
we always get asked this. It's a difficult one to answer, I know, but for anyone that's watching thinking, I want to give this a go, but I don't know where to start, what should someone buy first?
Okay, oh goodness me, it depends. If you're a card maker, then I'd go for one of the stencils.
Yeah.
I think that's the first port of call, because you can decide what size it's going to be. If you if you like colouring and you want to give it a go, then we've got a couple of books. We've got little books. We did one earlier called Fantasy Florals.
From the 2 o'clock.
And we've got a celebrations book as well on there. And I've got one here. They're really nice to sort of have a go at. Oh, hang on. Do you know, I've got it all planned out. Here we go. So we've got this one here that you can actually use to, you know, start yourself off, and then you can add a few little tangles and bits and pieces in there. And if you look at this one and then look at a card it's made, you see there, that works really well. So we just added a little bit of colour on there and just a little curl.
And also,
That's
I suppose,
great.
tiles, because we've got tiles in all different sizes up to the large macro tiles, but the smaller ones, again, if an A4 sheet or a piece of watercolour card really kind of daunts you because it's a big space to fill, a little tile, you know, 2.5 inches square or 3?
8.2 centimetres square.
8.2 centimetres, of course it would be. But yeah, they're not daunting at all. And they're all little mini masterpieces. You sign them, you date them, and then you can either keep them, put them in your books and put them in a frame, or tile exchange with friends, like-minded friends. And there's massive followings on Facebook for Santangle. So, you know, as soon as you buy your first book or first stencil, whatever it might be, you become a part of that community, that unique community. I've never known a community like it. In all the years I've been involved in crafting TV, it's unique. And there's such passion from people. I've met loads of people that have taken it up, and it's become, you know, something that, it's almost like a mission. You know, it's become their purpose and what they love about their lives so much. They've found something that they can do and do well and they enjoy, and they do it with like-minded friends.
Absolutely, and you know, it's not a massive outlay. You only got to use a pen and a pencil, tortillon, whatever cardstock you've got. I mean, we do the tiles. We've not really done tiles today. It's all been more about the art today. But we do that. We do live Facebook sessions, which we've done once afternoon. So we do those twice a week. They're completely free. You can go on and have a look at those. But it's
so
all
what do
about.
we search for on Facebook then, Sandra Rushton?
Yeah, you look for Sandra Rushton, or if you have a look on the Santangle group as well. There's a lot of inspiration on there. And people put that, but there's so much you can do with it. And so we're actually, I mean, if you've never done it before and you think, do you know what, I like the look of those fans, you can do it. You don't have to think, oh, I need a few bits to try and start first. You can actually get yourself a stencil, a pen and a pencil, and you can actually follow the instructions and create something that looks... I mean, of course, I'm not going into how you colour it because everybody's a bit different. But I do show you, where to sort of put the shade. You've got a picture in there to sort of show you that. And just have a go, just enjoy it.
One of my earliest memories of art, and I used to enjoy art at school, not that I was very good at it, was like watching Tony Hart on the telly and seeing the kind of the gallery, thinking, oh, how lucky are those people? They've got their art on TV.
I know.
It's like one person out of probably 10,000 ever managed to do that. You can send in your makes to us, whether it's Santangle or not, and we can get it on TV for you. And you've got a much higher chance of getting it on our TV screens through us than you have anywhere else. So, yeah, we've got some share your makes. Should we do those now, Sandra?
Yeah, that'd be lovely.
Okay.
I'd love to see them.
Now, they're not all Santangle, obviously, but these are some of the share your makes that are going to go into our draw for a £100 credit tomorrow afternoon. 5 o'clock, we announce the winner, and it's a random selection. Marion Van Eek. Hello, Marion. Good afternoon to you. Thank you. I don't know when you sent this in, but thank you ever so much. Really cute.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
So you could tangle on that.
You could tangle on his tongue. Why not? Well, 'tis the season. Jill, here we go. Jill Yates. Hello, Jill.
Oh, hi, Jill. Love it.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. This is a Santangle. Isn't it great? It looks like it's dancing.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's a tile we did the other week on
Look at the beautiful dimension that she's got in there with the shading with the tortillons. Thank you, Jill. Thank you for sharing that. And I love your board as well. Looking good.
I know, yeah.
Board in the background.
Bit of a calling card there.
Smoffy O'Leary. Hello, Smoffy.
Oh, I'm liking what's in it and I'm liking what's on it.
Me too. That's actually, is that Santangled with a gel pen or something like that?
Yeah, it's been tangled. I'm not quite sure what Smoffy's used there because obviously, but
'Cause,
yeah,
yeah,
you can get pens. I've tangled onto glass.
Mugs?
I actually did
Tangled on
a
your
gin class gin glass for Debbie Robinson.
gin class?
Gin glass.
Oh, gin glass.
Yeah,
right.
I did her a gin glass.
But you're doing gin classes now. Crikey, I'll be there.
No. And I've tangled onto shoes, all sorts of things.
Oh, yeah, I've seen your shoes. They're great. Jan Jones. Now, this
Hi,
is one of the
Jan.
most popular stencils of recent weeks,
look at
actually,
that.
the keyhole, through the keyhole.
Beautiful, isn't it? Love
Great.
that. Love the colours.
See, it's not just Sandra that can do this.
Yeah,
You
look
can
at
do
those
it
two
too.
little at the bottom there. It's fantastic.
Actually, Alex, our producer, is doing it now. He's not producing, he's Santangling. Lynn Kirk.
Hi,
Who is
Lynn.
producing,
And that's
for the
out of one
record.
of the little books. Yeah, so, yeah, if, just a little bit of colouring and things there. And
Well, that's just a handful of ones that
thank
we've
you,
received for Share Your Makes. And tune in tomorrow at 5 o'clock. Make sure you do to see who's won that £100 credit. And just make it part of your daily routine when you're santangling or whatever you're doing, whatever craft you're doing, whatever you're making. Take a picture of it when it's done. Send it to us at studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. And it could be you that wins £100 credit. It's a random draw. It's not on what we think is the best or whatever. It's not a winner as per se. It's just basically a random draw from all the entries that get sent in to us, and we do that once a month. Okay, so what we've got on the screen now, Artistic Forms and Frames, book number 1. That's that one. Now, if you want book number 2, this is the one that my mum fell in love with, and she got me to get for her. She loves it, absolutely loves it. I recognise this cover anywhere. It is a fantastic book, but different shapes this time, yeah?
different shapes, yeah. You're looking slightly more at rectangles and hexagon kind of shapes for you to tangle in. And again, there's still some lovely artwork in there. So we've actually got the jellyfish in there.
Is that the last one I just flicked past?
Yeah.
That one?
We've actually got a jellyfish stencil, but this will actually work alongside that, and you could just colour and tangle away without drawing it. There's a dragonfly in there as well, and some sorts of bits and pieces. Very eclectic, a nice mix of what I felt like drawing at the time.
Yeah. So you've basically given us the outlines, and then
Yeah.
we tangle in the gaps.
You tangle in the gaps, yeah, or just colour it, or add a few bits and pieces.
Whatever you feel like doing. I mean, one day you may not be in a tangling mood, you might be in a colouring mood. Well, this is a colouring book as well. And the quality of the paper, I mean, you really do make sure.
It is 160 GSM,
Lovely.
really super smooth. It's lovely too.
And if you are doing alcohol pens, obviously if you've used alcohol pens before, you know that the alcohol ink seeps through. It's supposed to, but put like some copy of paper or something in between, or just isolate the sheet.
Yeah, just put something underneath it and you'll be absolutely fine. And there's nothing on the back of them, so you don't need to worry about spoiling or
Bleeding
having
through.
to choose which one you're going to do.
So that one's Artistic Forms and Frames Volume 2. The new Today items, though, that have been absolutely crazy busy, Can I remind you of those in case you just got in? It's nearly 10 to 6. It's our last live show of the day today. So being a Friday, maybe you've been stuck in traffic for an hour or something like that and you almost missed the show. We started the show with these brand new stencils. The Spanish fan book you get with it shows you how to use the stencil, how to start off with the first blade of the fan, then the next, and the next, and the next, and so on. But there they are. You've got one that's got a flat tip to the blade and the other that's got a curved, and this one's a different shape as well. So you've got lots and lots and lots of content on these stencils. Choose which shape takes your fancy and then just fill in those little sections that the stencil have given you. You don't have to follow this religiously. You can do your own tangles if you want to, but for those of you that really want to kind of follow it word for word from Sandra, it's all in there.
Yeah, it's all in there, absolutely. And you're going to have such fun with these. They're just beautiful to draw. I've got so many ideas, I couldn't get them all in the book. And it's just one of those things that's going to run and run, and we're going to absolutely love it.
And you'll be amazed. You will be amazed how bit by bit by bit the fan picture will develop. Okay, what do we look at next? The new art book.
Yeah, this was, we brought it out on the takeover, didn't we? The live
Yeah, we did.
takeover show.
Yep.
And this has got 20 of my favourite pieces of artwork in there that are really, really recent.
Okay.
So really nice. A little bit different to everything else we do. So if you look at it, you've got a grayscale version and you've got a regular one. And of course, look at this. I've actually took that out of the book and I've foiled it.
Oh, wow.
Because it's...
So it's laser printed?
Yeah, because it's laser printed. Look at that. I've actually got one. There you go. Look, I've started to colour. Look at that.
So
But you actually get, you take it out the boot and you can put it through your foiling machine and foil. But you do actually get two of this version and you get 2 of this one. So use this as inspiration, use it to colour, try a few different things. And some people did say, well, why have you put 2 of each in? I think, well, do you know what? Once you've done one, you're going to have so many other ideas.
Yeah.
You want to do another.
Try it in a different way.
So absolutely.
And that,
It's,
remember that
lovely book.
fantastic picture we showed you a few minutes ago? I can't remember who sent it in with the mouse through the keyhole. I mean, here's the image.
it
You've got a couple
is.
of those, which is a real firm favourite. And there's a kind of finished one on one side, if you do it in monochrome, and one that's completely blank for you to colour in or whatever. Now, this is the lowest price this book has ever been. When it came out, it was $19.99 and worth every single penny. It is $13.99. I don't know if that's going to be the case next time it appears or whether it's just a one-show offer, but down to $13.99, and it's a fantastic book. Something a bit different from Sandra as well. One picture for inspiration, the other for you to have a go, have a dabble. And I love the fact that you've put it in twice because, yeah, you'll do maybe one colouring in and then one with tangling. It's entirely up to you.
Absolutely.
Oh, there's that was
Oh,
Jan.
it
There we are, that's Jan.
Jan.
A great new home card.
It is, isn't it? And you could do all sorts of things with that. But again, if you're a little bit unconfident, your confidence not quite there to use the stencils, you've actually got the artwork, and you've got the original artwork in colour in the front of the book as well, so you can see how it sort of started. There he is, little mouse, and he's working his way inside there. Of course, we've got butterflies. So yeah, there's that one we just looked at. It's the full colour version, so you can sort of see how they look when they were.
Well, loads of you coming in for this now. We've got Sally in Devon, Liz in Norfolk, Lynn in South Yorkshire, a couple of brand new crafters as well. Remember, phone or the website, it's there for you 24/7. The call centre, I don't know who works through the night, but someone does up there. They're always there to answer your call.
I know.
And any queries ever, just get in touch with them. They're brilliant. 0800 001 4433. Also, you can, of course, order on the website as well. So now another one. Now, we've actually got another book here for you. Santangle Celebrations. I've not seen this one before.
Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes I think I've got so many books, but I love doing them, and it's lovely to have all that artwork in there. It works on the same principle. You've got a front page which gives you the tangles that I've used in the book.
Yep.
You've then got 3 of each image. One of them is pretty heavy tangled already, so you can just literally ink it and go. The other 2 are a little bit sort of broken down, so you can go in and do your own thing with it. So it gives you a starting point. It's like a bit of structure.
Oh.
You can sit and do that of an evening
That's cool.
and tangle into it a little bit, and then take it out the boot the following day. And of course, ink right. Of course, these foil too. So.
This is really kind of pocket size, go anywhere as well. It's only £10.99. I mean, your imagination, where do you get all the ideas?
People ask this all the time. Yeah, I do have a notepad.
You wake up in the middle of the night?
Yeah, sometimes we do. We have actually before now. I've had an idea and we've had to get up and go to the office so we could make it. Because I've had the office, so it's half an hour away, the office.
Wow.
So
in the middle of the night?
Yeah, I've been there in pyjamas. And poor John driving me is like, really, we've got to do this. I'm like, just need to see it. Yeah.
Wow.
But yeah, it's a lifestyle for me. It's not a job.
I think that comes across as well, and your passion for it as well is superb. Can you do a little bit more before we end? We've got
I'm going to show you the other fan shape that I've got the instructions for, and you see here that I've drawn around the shape. I've not drawn around the top edge here because what I want to do is add this little scalloped edge. So coming on in with my pen and just going to sort of join. You see I've got a gap here, but that's fine. I can come in and join it to that section there. And this is the beauty of these, is because although I'm giving you a certain amount, you are then having to create what you think and do your own thing with it. So here, for example, I can bring in, on the instructions, it does say create the shape. Now I'm going to just sort of do it and then leave a little bit of a gap here. It's nice to have that little gap there, okay? And I do the same on this side. And what I'm going to do is we talk about splitting space. Let's split that. And then this one, about a half. And this one, about a half. And then I can do, maybe I can get, look, 3 spaces in there. And 3 spaces in there. And the same here. And the same here. So that gives me my first sort of little bit of artwork there. So here, if I join these two together, so if I bring it until I've got a join, and then add some little bumps around the edge. There we go. Now you could split it up. You could say, right, I'm going to do one here, one in the middle, and then there. You've got that split. And again, do that little aura, so draw around each one.
Do you know also another thing I've noticed over the years? I've been writing less and less because of texting, computers, touch screens, all that stuff. This is great to get back into the habit of using a pen.
Absolutely, yeah. Because the strokes don't have to be perfect each time. Nothing's going to be the same. There's no set rules as to what it's got to look like. It's just all about you having a little bit of fun. You have a moment to yourself and enjoy creating it. And then whether it's gifted to somebody or whether you decide you're going to put it on the wall, it's going to seriously be a talking piece. People are not going to believe that you've actually drawn it. You see, just sort of keeping that going. In the centre here, I can actually decide, I've got some sort of little shapes. So maybe we could come in and put a little jewel in there. Maybe a smaller one.
And all those shapes, remember, have got numbers that Sandra's written on them.
Absolutely.
They will be in the booklet. So make sure before you start any project that you actually number them correctly.
Of course, you need to do that. I mean, what I've done here, this is a little bit of a notes. And you can see all the shapes that are on the stencil I've actually turned into little bits of jewellery and things. So you can do all sorts of little bits and pieces with it there. So that's something quite nice. So when I say about having a jewel, you can do that. So let's turn this into a bit of a jewel. It's going to be a little bit quick. But
I mean, build up a library of the stencils from Sandra because they are all so useful. They really are. And don't forget, we've got the Spanish background stencils still in the show today for just over £7. If you've missed any of the books, they're all on the website. Sandra has got her own brand shop with our website, hobbymaker.co.uk. So just have a little look there. All the brands that are on the channel have got their own brand shops, and you can order from them via us at any time, day or night, provided the stock is there. And you get loads of orders in between shows as well, Sandra, don't you? They kind of keep on coming in.
They do, yes. We are getting busier and busier to the point we are looking at interviewing next week for somebody else, a new apprentice.
Excellent.
So, yeah, we need
Should Debby be worried?
Well, Dobby's got his own supply teaching role now. He's off doing that. He teaches potions twice a week.
That could be problematic.
So absolutely, I'm just glad. Honestly, I'm glad I'm not there.
Good luck with Kent next week, Friday and Saturday.
Yes.
Off to you for that.
Absolutely.
And thank you for watching. Thank you for watching and enjoying the shows today. I'm back tomorrow from 1 o'clock. Make sure that if you've missed any shows, you watch them back anytime you like on the website hobbymaker.co.uk. Have a nice Friday evening. Thanks, Sandra.
Thank you, Dave.